Chapter 553. At that time, the spit was only a millimeter away from my face. In 0.01 seconds, it would have stuck to my handsome face. What the hell, old Master Qin, am not dead yet, and you're already spitting at me. Fortunately, the effects of the times are calling that Qin Zhe had painstakingly trained came in handy. Relying on his superhuman reflexes, he leaned back and narrowly avoided the venom attack. Venom attack from the brat, miss. This was like a high-level account with godly equipment facing a goblin with a wooden hammer. If the goblin stood still and let the goblin hit him, only a miss would appear on top of the goblin's head. Similarly, a high-level account with a light hit would be able to blast the goblin into pieces. Unfortunately, this was not a game. Not to mention that the brat was Big Brother Li's son. Even if he wasn't, Qin Zhe couldn't lay his hands on a child. It was the same logic as how a man couldn't bring himself to fight with a woman. Li Donglai could beat up his younger brother without restraint. He was his brother, and Qin Zhe was his elder. He couldn't beat up the brat in front of so many people. But if he didn't beat him up, he would be angry. The child couldn't understand such things as gentlemanly demeanor. Instead, he thought that Qin Zhe was afraid of his identity, so he became even more unscrupulous. Taking a deep breath, he sank his qi into his dantian and gathered it at the tip of his tongue. Pay! Pay! The venom hit him 3 times in a row, but Qin Zhe dodged all of them. Paw! When the brat was brewing the 4th mouthful of venom, Nan Man Pei finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. It was just a small slap. It was very light, so it probably wouldn't hurt. The brat had obviously never been humiliated like this before. He met Nan Man Pei's cold eyes and turned to punch and kick Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe reached out his hand to block the brat's head. No matter how he punched and kicked, he couldn't touch him. I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to beat you to death. You dog, you are a dog. My dog. I'll ask my dad to beat you to death. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. This account was useless. He suggested that Big Brotherly delete his account and start from scratch. He had met a lot of naughty children. When he was in junior high school, a couple living on the same floor gave birth to a naughty child. The child was always swearing and had no manners or upbringing. Because the male owner was a middle school teacher, he often came to Qin Zhe's house to ask the old man, who was still a university teacher at that time, for advice and to discuss the great cause of education. That teacher might have been a good teacher, but he was obviously lacking when it came to educating his children. He was drinking and chatting in the old master's study, talking about national affairs, encouraging words, and talking about nobility. His son and Qin Zhe were playing in the living room. Actually, at that time, Qin Zhe was not very willing to play with the little brat, so his attitude was not very good. He accidentally angered the little brat, who threw things and scolded him. He even threw an apple at Qin Zhe's nose. Qin Zhe had a nosebleed at that time. At that time, Qin Bao Bao, whose cheeks had just lost their roundness and became thin and charming, heard the noise and came out. When she saw her brother, who she regarded as her exclusive property, bleeding from his nose, she immediately exploded. She gave him a violent beating. Since then, the naughty brat never came to Qin Zhe's house again. He was scared when he saw Qin Bao. The child was naughty and disobedient. What should she do? Just give him a beating and everything would be fine. This brat was spoiled by my stepmother. Li Donglai raised his hand and was about to slap him. Nan Man Pei stopped him. Speaking of which, she was temporarily taking care of the little brat. She was secretly taking care of the nephew who was not related to her by blood and then letting the nephew who was related to her bully the nephew who was not related to her by blood. With her upbringing and character, she could not do such a thing. She was even too lazy to educate the little brat. What did it have to do with her whether he was ugly or not? As long as she educated Li Donglai and paid Ziki well, she would be satisfied. Perhaps it was because his aunt and siblings were not kind people. Without his mother's support, he did not dare to be too picky. He also felt that Qin Zhe was the same as those who came to ask for help and did not dare to offend him. Hence, he grabbed Qin Zhe and scolded, "You're a dog who comes to my father for help. I want my father to beat you to death." Li Donglai was furious. "I'll beat you to death." His ambition was not small. He even wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father. At this time, Nan Man Pei's phone rang again. She answered. Man, Mom is not feeling well again. Xianxia asked me to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Also, he received a call. There's something at the office and he has to rush over. You can bring Hao and Ziki back with you. Nan Man Pei said, "You're leaving now?" "Yes." "All right then." Nan Man Pei hung up helplessly. The old lady was really too much. She came out to play when she was not feeling well. She went back to the hospital after playing around. "We have to go back." Nan Man Pei looked at them. "Grandma is not feeling well and your father has something to do at the office." Pei Ziki suggested, "Then let's go back later. I still want to experience kayaking." Nan Man Pei pondered. "That's fine too. Qin Zhe, keep an eye on him." Donglai drove here himself. He has a car. After Li Donglai was admitted to university, Nan Man Pei rewarded him with an Audi A6. Li Donglai, this idiot, had a low EQ. It was probably because he spent all his skills and talents on fighting. He often talked about finding a girlfriend. He was good at talking, but he was not good at acting. Otherwise, he would have driven the A6 to the entrance of the university to pick up girls. Qin Zhe was unwilling. He also wanted to go back, but if he left, Nan Man Pei would definitely be worried. This group of people were all children. He was the only adult and the elder. Hence, he said, "Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver and I'm skilled. I guarantee that everyone in the car will be in good condition." Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Okay." Li Donglai immediately said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'm also an experienced driver. It's just kayaking. I've never used a paddle. I rely on the waves my whole life." Nan Man Pei replied to him with a knock on his head. "Be honest." Nan Man Pei said angrily. After saying that, she left the karting venue. Pei Ziki added insult to injury. "You don't have Qin Zhe's life, but you got Qin Zhe's illness." Li Donglai sighed. "When can I be as outstanding as him?" Pei Ziki sneered. "It's hopeless. Accept your fate." Li Donglai was unconvinced. Master must have something up his sleeve. "I'll go and ask him." Li Donglai humbly asked for advice. Qin Zhe pondered for a long time after hearing that. Li Shizhen's show. Li Shizhen's mischievousness. It depended on talent. It couldn't be learned. How about this? I'll say something. If you can understand it one day, you'll probably graduate, Qin Zhe said. Li Donglai put on an expression of listening attentively. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki, who were beside him, also pricked up their ears. Qin Zhe said, "You just started university. How's university life?" "I came back from Japan and wanted to make friends with you." "Are you interested in Japanese girls?" "So, are you free this Sunday?" Li Donglai was stunned. "That's it." Qin Zhe nodded. "That's it." Li Donglai looked at Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan. "Did you hear anything?" Chen Qingyuan, Qin Gu might want to say that university life is good. Pei Ziki, stupidly Donglai, Qinzhe wants to introduce a girlfriend to you. Li Donglai was pleasantly surprised. Really, Qin Gu? Qinzhe, sigh, how lonely it was to be an expert. Everyone experienced the thrill of karting, except for the women. Including the brat of the Li family. The brat's driving skills were a mess. He bumped all the way. Fortunately, the karting wasn't fast and there were big trucks on both sides. No matter how hard he bumped, nothing happened. For a 10-year-old child, this was a rare and excellent experience. After all, he couldn't be like the rich children abroad, driving a small car with a little girl and showing off at a young age. When he grew up, he would be even more arrogant. Under the leadership of Qinzhe, a group of people rode to the kayaking area. The little brat naturally sat in Qinzhe's car. The little brat raised his chin at a 45-degree angle. His face was full of pride and arrogance as if he was saying, "Master gets on the sedan chair." Qinzhe really wanted to beat him up. The kayak moved forward on the blue waves. The blue sky and white clouds were reflected in the water. Qinzhe sat at the front of the boat and remembered that he went to the amusement park in Xishan with his sister and experienced many exciting games such as the haunted house and roller coaster. At that time, his parents were also with him. He was forced onto the roller coaster and pendulum by his sister. When they came down, his sister vomited. Qinzhe's face was as pale as a ghost. In the haunted house, the staff jumped out at the corner to scare his sister. His sister screamed in a high decibel. Qinzhe heard the staff cursing. "Damn, you scared me." Although the light was dim, Qinzhe clearly saw the staff's body tremble. At this time, he was suddenly kicked in the waist. "Go away, I want to sit at the front of the boat." The brat ordered. "You want to get beaten up again?" Li Donglai, who was rowing the boat, scolded. "Donglai, don't be so angry." Qinzhe moved and gave the seat to the brat. When the brat grew up, whenever he recalled his childhood, he would probably say something like, "My brother loved me very much when I was young. He liked to treat me to his favorite big mouth." Qinzhe despised him in this aspect. "My sister loved me very much when I was young. She liked to treat me to her favorite big mouth. One punch for one big mouth." The system came out to show off. The system usually didn't come out. It said that it was deducing the birth, process, and destruction of the universe. It claimed that it was different from those pretentious brats who only knew how to show off with the host. If one had to give an example, it would be the difference between a celebrity and a scientist. Qinzhe tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember the original name of the lowly system. He felt that it was looking for an excuse for its lowly status, and shamelessly gave itself the high hat of a scientific research system. "If you want to hit a big mouth, you have to ask for my permission first," Qinzhe said. "Everyone is hitting a big mouth," the system said. "Then this salted fish will have to be the enemy of the world," Qinzhe said. "What if it's a pretentious brat host that's hitting a big mouth?" the system asked. "Don't be afraid, just do it." Qinzhe finished acting cool and hugged the system's thigh. "Don't I still have you, the invincible system?" The system said, "I'm just a lowly one." This person. The system was invincible once it made fun of itself. Qinzhe said, "Are you a defective product produced by the system supplier?" The system was angry. "Don't mess around, I was born for the great world of scientific research. I'm different from those cheap commercial goods. Also, when I was born, I was awesome. But because my main purpose was scientific research, I was cut." "Oh my, you scared this salted fish. Do you think you're Miyamoto? You think the invincible me can be cut again?" After rowing the kayak, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Pei Ziki was satisfied and wanted to return to Shanghai to say goodbye to her friends. The little brat still wanted to play, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki didn't care about him, so he vented his anger on Qin Zhe. When Qin Zhe wasn't paying attention, he ruthlessly kicked him. Dog, you're a dog. Poo poo poo. Venom triple strike. Although he avoided the saliva attack, the 10-year-old brat's kick still hurt a little. Qin Zhe tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. He was completely enraged. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know the wrath of a king. Chapter 554. When Li Donglai saw this, he could not help but want to beat his brother up. His face was burning. After all, he was a member of the Li family. He had no manners and rules at all. It was so embarrassing. Forget it, let's go home. Qin Zhe looked at the provocative little brat. The four of them left the forest park in an electric car and returned to the hotel. They went to the front desk to ask, found the hotel lobby manager, checked out and packed up. According to the original plan, they were going to spend the weekend in the hotel. However, he was a big boss after all. He always had endless things to do. Moreover, he was in a sensitive period recently. It was normal for there to be unexpected events. The entire penguin was under surveillance. If you don't believe me, you can change the personal information of Weixin and Cuckoo. Whoever can do it, I'll livestream myself eating sh*t, eat a pound of sh*t, wait here, we'll drive over, Qin Zhe said to the little brat. The little brat ignored him and stood at the entrance of the hotel. A 10-year-old child could understand a lot of things. Moreover, he was born in such a family. His vision was definitely higher than that of ordinary children. When he said that Qin Zhe was a dog, he was referring to, you are the Li family's dog. This was how it was shown on TV. In fact, since Qin Zhe became famous until now, the Li family had not done much. For Qin Zhe and Li Jianye, this was a friendship. Of course, the little brat did not understand this. He just said what he saw on the surface without restraint. Qin Zhe drove Li Donglai's Audi A6 out of the underground parking lot. When the bumper was raised, he looked back. There were no cars, so he stopped and asked the old man in the guard booth, "Sir, do you have a rope?" The old man first looked at the A6 logo and said kindly, "What kind of rope do you want?" Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Any kind of rope is fine." The old man said, "Yes." The Audi A6 left the underground parking lot and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Qin Zhe pushed the door open and got out of the car. He stood beside the car like a butler and asked the young master to get in. The young master got into the car valiantly. He seemed a little surprised by Qin Zhe's sensibility and looked up at him. Then, he saw the scene in the car and was stunned. Bang! The car door closed. Qin Zhe quickly got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. His impatient look made him look like a human trafficker who was driving a van to kidnap children from the roadside. Inside the car, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were lying askew in the back seat. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were wearing blindfolds. They were motionless like salted fish. At such a young age, little Wimp had already experienced this feeling and was completely dumbfounded. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, he shook Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, but the two of them seemed to have fainted and ignored his calls. What did you do to them? Little Wimp glared at the back of Qin Zhe's head. I didn't do anything. I just knocked him out. Why did you knock them out? Activating, acting proficiency, Qin Zhe laughed wildly. Of course I'm going to sell it. Little Wimp, if there was a camera at this moment, it would be able to record a 10-year-old child's dumbfounded, nervous, and scared expression. A 10-year-old child, facing such a sudden turn of events, was a little confused. He sat in between Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, and was stunned for a long time. I want my father to beat you to death. Little Wimp forced himself to say. Xianxia laughed loudly, turned his head, and gave Little Wimp a wild and arrogant expression, completely like a villain in a TV drama. Your father can't find me. Since I dared to do this, naturally I'm not afraid of your father. His acting was a little exaggerated. A real bad guy should be reserved and sinister. However, the target was a child. He acted as a reserved and calm bad guy, and it was not effective. Little Wimp was obviously frightened by his expression, and subconsciously leaned back in his seat. Xianxia's expression was ferocious, and his tone was fierce. I'm going to sell your sister and brother, not to buy them as children, but to sell their organs. Little Wimp's eyes widened. Dig your brother and sister's heart out, dig out their eyes, dig out their intestines, and sell them all. You can earn a lot of money. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Little Wimp was scared, and trembled. He said in a sobbing tone, Don't sell them. Xianxia was stunned, and his tone was still fierce. Fine, if I don't sell them, then I'll sell you. Little Wimp cried on the spot. Whoa. Don't sell me, you can sell Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki can be sold as someone's wife, someone worth more than me. Whoa. Burp. Xianxia saw Pei Ziki's mouth twitching from the rearview mirror. He did not hesitate to sell his brother and sister. This child had a future. Xianxia said fiercely, Shut up, if you cry again, I'll tie you up like them, and dig out your heart and eyes. Your mother told you before, human traffickers are inhumane. Little Wimp immediately shut up, and his little shoulders trembled. Everyone had heard a joke or a warning in their childhood. You were picked up from the trash by your mother. Don't talk to strangers, be careful not to be kidnapped by human traffickers. Therefore, everyone's childhood was shrouded in the shadow of human traffickers. Little Wimp was no exception. He met the terrifying human traffickers that his mother spoke of. But I won't dig out your eyes, I'll ask your father for a sum of money to redeem you. As long as you listen to me and cooperate, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you'll be like your brother and sister. Xianxia said in a low voice. Do you want to have your eyes dug out and your heart dug out like your brothers and sisters? Little Wimp choked. No. He looked pitiful as if he wanted to cry but did not dare to. The car left Chongming and drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge. Xianxia did not say anything along the way. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quietly adjusted their positions midway. They had been lying crookedly for a long time, and they were tired. Not long after, Li Donglai's snoring sounded. He had fallen asleep. Little Wimp was in a state of nervousness and fear. His small body was straight and his eyes were slightly red. Sometimes, he would look pitifully out of the window. He was probably praying in his heart that Spider-Man or Superman would come down from the sky and save him. No, at his age, he should be praying to Big Bear, Bear 2, or Xiangyang. Or, blah blah blah, Xiao Moxian. What grade are you in? After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge and entering Shanghai, Xianxia could not help but strike up a conversation. Little Wimp did not react. Do you want to have your eyes dug out? Xianxia threatened. Third grade. Little Wimp said in a sobbing tone. You're so small, I thought you were in kindergarten. Xianxia muttered. Where did you go to kindergarten? Huaqiao Kindergarten. Huaqiao Kindergarten was a famous high-class kindergarten in Shanghai. There were 7 or 8 branches. Xianxia had heard of it for more than 10 years. When he was young, he had hopes of entering it, but his family was not rich. The old man weighed in his heart for 3 seconds and said, A's brain is not good. Forget it, let Bao Bao in. Just like that, he passed by the famous Huaqiao Kindergarten that he had heard of when he was young. Then it's nearby. Xianxia said, do you want uncle to take you to the kindergarten to play? Little Wimp succumbed to his power and did not dare to object. Xianxia picked up his phone and put it down after a while. Soon after, the bell rang. It was actually the sound of his alarm clock. He plugged in his earpiece and answered the call. Hello. Yes, the matter is settled. The 3 children of the Li family are in my car. I'm coming over now. Ha ha ha, of course, this time we will definitely make a lot of money. They have so many good things on them, they can be sold for a lot of money. You mean Li Jianya's youngest son? He knows his place, what's wrong? Little Wimp's ears perked up as if he was being mentioned. Yes, I just asked. He's only 10 years old, 3rd grade. Oh, you said there's a client who's also 10 years old and wants a heart transplant. No problem, just dig out his heart and sell it for a good price, wahahaha. Just at this time, Xianxia turned into another elevated road, deviating from the direction of the kindergarten. In the back seat, Little Wimp's mind exploded. You said you wouldn't dig out my heart. Bad guy who doesn't keep his word. Let me down, let me down. Little Wimp threw himself in front of the car door and hit it with all his strength, crying, this is not the car to the kindergarten. Mommy, save me. Sob sob sob, sob sob sob. Burp. Xianxia laughed arrogantly, you can't get down, the car door has been welded shut by me, ahahaha, the car door was already locked, and Little Wimp could not open it at all. In the car, Xianxia's arrogant and exaggerated laughter and Little Wimp's wails could be heard. Xianxia arrived at the hospital according to the address given by Nan Man Pei. At this time, Little Wimp had already fallen asleep. He could really cry, howling for 20 minutes. Then, he fell asleep, his head tilted on Pei Ziqi's belly. After he fell asleep, Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi did not have to continue acting anymore. They untied the rope and took off the eye mask. Pei Ziqi looked at Xianxia with a strange gaze, as if she was getting to know him again. Li Donglai called his stepmother to come over and pick him up. Xianxia said, then I'll leave first. At this time, it was time to leave and hide his identity. Otherwise, it would be awkward when they met later. Li Donglai urged him to stay, Master, I'll send you back. Pei Ziqi kicked him, idiot. Xianxia took out the mask he always carried with him from his pocket, put it on, opened the door and got out, waving his hand, no need, I'll take a taxi back. Before he left, he looked at Little Wimp, hoping that when Little Wimp went to junior high, he would be able to recall today's events and get rid of the shadow in his heart. In the future, when he scolded and spat at people impolitely, he could also think about today. Alright, it doesn't matter, I don't care if he changes or not, I'm happy anyway. How wonderful. A few minutes later, his stepmother came down from the hospital and walked to the Audi A6. She saw her son curled up in the back seat asleep. Stop the car, let's go up together. The woman's tone was calm. After saying that, she carried her son. Little Wimp trembled and woke up immediately. It could be seen that even when he was sleeping, he was still tense. When he opened his eyes and saw his mother, he was stunned at first, then he started to wail. His voice was filled with tears, and it was extremely mournful. Mom, save me, I don't want to be sold, don't dig out my eyeballs. Passers-by looked sideways. The woman's unfriendly gaze swept past Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi, and she said in a deep voice, what's going on? Little Wimp cried loudly, he wants to sell us, sell all 3 of us. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi were caught and dug out their eyeballs and hearts, sob sob sob. He buried his head in his mother's arms and cried loudly. The woman was stunned. She looked at her stepson and stepdaughter, then looked at her son, and said gently, be good, don't cry, who is he? He. Little Wimp couldn't call out Xianxia's name at all. The person who came with Auntie, he wants to sell me, he wants to sell me. He said. The woman comforted him, be good, don't cry, turn around and look, brother and sister are all here. Little Wimp wiped his tears and turned his head to look, sigma, degree winky face. Li Donglai sat in the driver's seat, and Pei Ziki sat in the passenger seat. The brother and sister had the same paralyzed face, and they were expressionless. Li Donglai said, he has been sleeping since he got in the car. Pei Ziki said, maybe it's a dream. Li Donglai said, it's probably a dream, he had a lot of fun today, he's tired. The woman asked, Qin. She came back with you. Li Donglai said, no, he's with Qin Qingyuan. The woman nodded, carried her son with difficulty, and turned to walk to the hospital. Little Wimp said, it's not a dream, Mom. The woman said, yes, it's not a dream, let's go upstairs to see Grandma. Little Wimp said, it's not a dream, it's really not a dream, sob. The woman said, yes, it's not a dream. Little Wimp, he felt so wronged, he wanted to make a scene. Chapter 555. In the special ward. Old Madam Li sat by the bed and nagged her son impatiently. I told you I'm fine. It's just a little pain. I've been through worse in the past and didn't see a doctor. Li Jianya said helplessly, Mom, you're old now. You can't be careless when it's just a little pain. They did a blood test and urine test, as well as an ultrasound. Everything was normal. Li Jianya wanted his mother to do a full-body checkup. Illness comes like a landslide, but goes away like silk. Old Man Li was infected with liver cancer for no reason. He was in the late stage when they found out and passed away after lying in the hospital for a few months. It was useless. Even if there were professional caregivers and medical teams, when the King of Hell called for you, even the 5-star red flag couldn't protect you. Nan Man Pei agreed. Old Madam, you should be more careful at your age. Old Madam Li didn't have a daughter. She treated Nan Man Pei like her own daughter and pulled her to the bed to chat. Li Jianya listened in silence. He looked at his mother and sister-in-law's beautiful face from time to time. It really felt like a younger sister chatting with her mother. When he first met Nan Man Pei, she was 13 years old. He was just a small cadre in a small town. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. He had a son and a daughter. She was still single. Li Jianya thought that it was probably because he was born with a bad temper. When he was dating her sister, Nan Man Pei didn't like him. Later on, he went to Shanghai to seek refuge with the Li family. In fact, Nan Man Pei never asked the Li family to do anything for her. However, as her brother-in-law, he had to be self-aware. How did the unself-aware brother-in-law get half of his sister-in-law's butt? Although Li Jianya had no interest in his sister-in-law, he had to do his best to help her gain a foothold in Shanghai, regardless of whether it was for the sake of the friendship between the two families or for the sake of his wife. It was because of this that Nan Man Pei tolerated him all these years. Ziki and Donglai had resentment, but she didn't. Impossible. The woman carried her son in. It was a little difficult for the woman to carry a 10-year-old boy, but the little brat was sobbing in his mother's arms, making her unable to harden her heart and let go of her son. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai followed behind. Seeing this, the old lady frowned. Donglai, Ziki, are you bullying your brother again? Li Jianya turned a blind eye to it. During his tenure, Li Jianya was famous for his pragmatism. He was not an honest official, but he was definitely a good official who was influenced by his father. He had a good reputation in the government, but his attitude towards educating his children was thought-provoking. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and the little brat Li Hao had never seen their father scold them for doing something wrong, nor would he praise them for doing something good. Even when his ex-wife's children and his current wife's son were scheming against each other, he was just a bystander. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's childhood had unlimited freedom and room for self-creation. It was not a good or bad thing. It might raise a child with a strong personality and charisma, but it might also raise a wastrel who could not do anything right. Old Master Qin was good at teaching and educating people, and he was also good at educating his children. He could reason with them and beat them with a stick. But be it Qin Zhe or Qin Bao Bao, they rarely did anything out of line in their childhood and adolescence, and they would not try things that others did not dare to try. Stealing their parents' pocket money to buy popsicles and lick them did not count. They were nailed to a certain frame and followed the rules of the frame. Look, the little brat thought it through and did not dare to do it. Sister wanted to let it go, but still did not dare to do it. It was really hard to tell which was good and which was bad. Dad, he wants to sell me and dig out my eyes and heart. The little brat cried to his father. Before Li Jianya could say anything, the old lady frowned. What's going on? Who wants to sell you? The woman hurriedly said, It's okay, Mom. How fell asleep on the way back and had a nightmare. He's throwing a tantrum. He had a dream. The old lady heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. The woman smiled as if nothing had happened. Man, is Qin Zhe still in the forest park? Or did he go back to Shanghai? Nan Man Pei caught a glimpse of Li Donglai from the corner of his eye. He was slightly surprised and said, I'm not sure. How still wants to play in the park, so I came back first. The woman said, Oh. After sitting for a few more minutes, Nan Man Pei said, Old madam, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. The old lady urged him to stay. Stay for dinner tonight. Nan Man Pei shook his head. I'm still used to eating my own food. It suits my taste. She glanced at her nephew and niece. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi said in unison, Auntie's cooking is the best. It was so painful to lie against one's conscience. In the elevator, Nan Man Pei said, What's going on? Why is Hao crying? Who wants to betray him? Pei Ziqi betrayed Qin Zhe first. It's Qin Zhe's prank. He immediately described everything that had happened. He described it vividly, and even the little brat's cries were not missed. Li Donglai said, It's so satisfying. Qin Gu has so many ideas. Nan Man Pei was speechless for a long time after hearing that. This guy used a very popular online slang, Li Shizhen's skin. He had so many ideas. To put on a show for a little kid, should he say that he was bored or had a headache? Nan Man Pei didn't put herself in Qin Zhe's shoes. If it were her being spat on and scolded by a little kid, over and over again, she didn't need to say anything. She would see him at the Huangpu River tonight. Leaving the elevator, Nan Man Pei took out her mobile phone and opened a chat group. This group was not Qin Zhe's salted fish harem group. There were only 4 women in it. The meaning of its existence was to serve as a battlefield for Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu's quarrel. Occasionally, Wang Zijin would get involved. Nan Man Pei mostly watched. Sometimes, when she saw Su Yu being attacked by 2 women and retreating, she would jump out and give a fatal blow for her best friend. Today's chat record at noon, cross-dressing big boss, it's so boring. The heartless little red guy hooked up with Nan Man Pei and was taken to romantic Turkey by her. A little bird, damn brother complex, you can't live without Qin Zhe, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes, what's wrong? A little bird, damn pervert sister. Cross-dressing big boss, Zijin, scold her for me Qingqing Zijin. Qingqing Zijin, in the face of ironclad facts, any attack I make is pale and powerless. Cross-dressing big boss, a little bird, cross-dressing big boss, Qin Zhe said that your company is going to shoot a TV series again, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes. A little bird, reserve a leading role for me, not a small supporting role, but a big supporting role. Cross-dressing big boss, okay. A little bird, you actually agreed so quickly. Then send me the show. Qin Zhe only told her that Tianfang was going to shoot a TV series and that he would still write the script, but he did not say that he and Qin Baobao would not act in it. So you thought that the siblings would still be the female lead. She couldn't wait to book a role, preferably with Qin Baobao. Cross-dressing big boss, but I have something to ask you. How much is Qin Zhe's monthly salary and bonus at Baozi Investment? A little bird, 7 million yuan. Cross-dressing big boss, so little. Shocked expression, Baozi Investment was Qin Zhe's most profitable company at present, half a notch higher than Tianfang Entertainment. As far as Qin Baobao knew, most of Baozi Investment's shares were in Qin Zhe's hands, because it was the company he built single-handedly. It should be mentioned that Qin Zhe only received his salary and no bonus every month. The money was deposited in a company account for emergency use. For example, this time when he ran away with the money. A little bird, because now I am the major shareholder of Baozi Investment. Cross-dressing big boss, degree, Qingqing Zijin, degree, a little bird, I bought it from him a long time ago. Didn't he tell you? Cross-dressing big boss, I want to kill him. Qingqing Zijin, same. A little bird, that's it. Give me the script, I will look for a role first. Cross-dressing big boss, the electronic version of the script is at the company, not at home. There are only copies at home. A little bird, then I will come over. I can't help but want to see it. After hesitating for a long time, Nan Man Pei chose to take a screenshot and send it to Qin Zhe. Chapter 556. Qin Zhe's head was scorching, wearing a mask, and he waited for a while on the side of the road before he got a taxi. The summer in Shanghai was particularly hot. In addition to the hot sun, there were thousands of air conditioners delivering heat and tens of millions of cars emitting exhaust fumes. Just standing on the side of the road for a moment, he was sweating. A blue taxi passed by, Qin Zhe waved, and the car stopped at the side of the road. Where are you going? The taxi driver asked. Royal View Mansion. Qin Zhe said. Oh, you live there. The driver looked at Qin Zhe through the rearview mirror in surprise. Yeah. Qin Zhe nodded. Which way to go, you tell me. The driver asked. Qin Zhe said it again in Shanghai dialect. The driver replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. There was no problem in the conversation, but the driver was actually testing the passenger. If the passenger was not clear about the road, the driver could quietly take a few laps. How to, quietly, find out whether the passenger was a local was the professional cultivation of every taxi driver. This trick was very popular a few years ago, but it doesn't work very well now because even if the passenger is not clear about the road, he can use his mobile phone to navigate. With the development of technology, the drivers can earn less and less, which seriously affects the life and welfare of the taxi drivers. Evil technology, damn it. Qin Zhe leaned against the back seat, blowing the air conditioner, and felt alive again. My life was given by the air conditioner. The phone rang. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and found that it was a message from Nan Man Pei. He crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the chair, the posture of a big boss. Opening the phone, it was a screenshot. Looking at it again. Salted Fish Zhe was stiff and unconsciously put down his legs and straightened his back. It became the posture of a little rookie facing a big boss. Su Yu, what are you doing? Why did you tell them about the equity transfer? Do you think that by saying that you bought it, you can dispel their suspicions? Ridiculous, you know nothing about IQ. You pig teammate. And then. They are now, at this time, if nothing unexpected happens, at home, in Royal View Mansion. That's Azura Field. We still have 15 minutes to reach the Azura Field and are on the way to our deaths. Master, if you don't mind, why don't we drive around Shanghai? Xianxia asked. The driver looked at him blankly through the rearview mirror and thought, is this passenger testing me? I didn't take a detour. I'll definitely send you back as soon as possible. The driver said. I don't mind if you take a detour. Driver. What was wrong with his brain? In the luxurious residence of Royal View Grand Garden, Qin Bao, Su Yu, and Wang Zijin were sitting on the sofa, each with a tall glass in front of them. There was red wine in the glass and a large plate of half-melted ice cream. It could barely be considered ice cream. It was Qin Bao's failed creation. The cream was mixed with shaved ice, and the surface was covered with a layer of soft mango paste, like a pile of fresh hot shit. The three of them were playing cards and running fast. This time they didn't play with money. Su Yu had suffered. If they played with money, she would be besieged by two women. The rules of playing cards were that whoever had the most cards in their hands at the end had to do a shameful thing according to the requirements of the winner. Zijin, she only has 2 cards. Let's join forces to trap her. Qin Bao urged. Su Yu's face changed. At this time, Su Yu had 2 cards in her hand. Qin Bao had the most, followed by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin glanced around, her eyes looked up, pondered, and nodded, okay. Pair of 3. Wang Zijin played her cards. Su Yu suddenly smiled and threw out the last pair of cards in her hand, pair of 8, I won. On Qin Bao's face, the smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Wang Zijin with wide eyes. Wang Zijin looked shocked and innocent. Oh, I didn't expect her to be a pair in the end. I thought she was a single. I miscalculated. 3. Qin Bao, you degree, go away, you fake best friend. Su Yu laughed twice. Let me think about what to do this time. She guessed right. When there were no interests, the 2 best friends were not of one mind. If they played with money, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin would unite to ensure that the interests of themselves and their best friends would not be lost. But in normal life, the 2 of them were not united. Especially when they could see the other party embarrassed. Of course, Su Yu herself had lost several times and was forced to do some shameful things. For example, just now, Qin Bao made her crawl around the sofa 3 times. It was so shameful that she almost had a dog chain around her neck. There was the sound of a password being entered outside the door. A moment later, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. With a beep, the door opened. Sweating profusely, Xianxia returned home covered in dust. Xianxia walked quickly into the house, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fighting or quarreling. Xianxia finally chose to go home because he was worried. He was afraid that if he returned home late, the house would be torn down and he would have no home to return to. The thought of 3 women tearing down the roof together was scary. In the living room, the 3 women smiled happily at the same time, their eyes shining. Ace, Xianxia, you're back. At this moment, Xianxia had to let his imagination run wild. If it was in ancient times, when Qin Laoi returned to his mansion, there would be 3 women in brightly colored clothes who were as beautiful as flowers welcoming him respectfully in the central hall. Each of them revealed a beautiful smile. Laoi, you are back. It was beautiful just thinking about it. Xianxia took off his shoes and changed into slippers, pretending to be confused. Su Yu, why are you here? Su Yu said, I came to read the script. Then take the script and leave. Why are you still playing cards? Su Yu's eyes lit up and said, I got it, Qin Bao, do 20 push-ups immediately, the kind with your chest on the ground. Qin Bao Bao covered her chest with one hand, clenched her fist with the other, and bit her lip. She looked very ashamed. Wang Zijin's eyes were bright and she was looking forward to it. Qin Zhe was stunned. What's the situation? Qin Bao Bao looked at Qin Zhe for help, but Suyu pushed her. Hurry up. So, the sister reluctantly walked to the side and began to do push-ups. Wang Zijin and Suyu stood aside and urged her. Suyu said, "This doesn't count, your chest is not on the ground." Qin Bao Bao, his sister, was wearing a pair of shorts and a tight-fitting t-shirt. Her two slender and fair legs were tightly clasped together, outlining her ample bosom. Every time she bent over, her bosom would squeeze out an arc on the ground that would make one's blood boil. Two balls, one up and one down. Constantly changing shape. What the hell? Playing cards. In addition, she should not be wearing a bra. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and were satisfied. This is the punishment for big-breasted women. What are you doing? Qin Zhe struggled to look away from his sister's chest. Playing cards. Suyu said. The winner can order the loser to do a shameful thing. Wang Zijin said. Can I participate? Qin Zhe's eyes shone like pure 24K gold. No. Wang Zijin, Suyu, and Qin Bao Bao said in unison. Why? Qin Zhe refused to accept it. Because you are too evil. The three women said in their hearts at the same time. Moreover, they were hurting each other. As long as they thought of making Qin Bao Bao or Wang Zijin do shameful things, Suyu trembled with excitement. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were the same. Qin Zhe was a little lost. Qin Bao Bao finished 20 push-ups, panting, and blushing. She shook her numb and swollen hands, rubbed her numb and swollen chest, gritted her teeth and said, again. Qin Zhe was suddenly very curious about one thing. When men do push-ups, their chests will be sore. Do women feel the same? The chest is full of fat. Suyu won the second game. This time, Wang Zijin did not throw the game. Suyu had a good hand. Qin Bao Bao was very nervous. But this time, Suyu did not embarrass her. She pointed to Wang Zijin and said, 3 minutes of cheating. Wang Zijin's small face was white. Qin Bao Bao was surprised that Suyu did not scold her. Of course, she did not know that if it was before, Suyu would definitely catch Qin Bao Bao and scold her. But now, Suyu's hostility to Wang Zijin is actually more than Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth, trembled, and sat down slowly. Qin Zhe found that her delicate body was trembling slightly, and her face was not very good. Suyu said, split to the end. As she said, she pressed Wang Zijin's shoulder hard. Wang Zijin moaned and split to the end. A split. For 3 minutes, Wang Zijin struggled to hold on. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu tasted red wine and enjoyed the cold wind from the central air conditioner. 3 minutes later, Wang Zijin lay on the ground and could not get up. Qin Zhe hurried forward to help her. Is it that painful? He wondered. Wang Zijin grabbed Qin Zhe's arm tightly, and her small face was pale. She said bitterly, this is the 6th time I've split. It hurts. Her walking posture was very strange, clamping her legs and following. It reminded Qin Zhe of Suyu when he lost his virginity for the first time. So, all the girls who have practiced the split can experience the feeling of losing their virginity in advance. Qin Zhe was a little annoyed. Why bother? Forget it, as long as you're happy. The three women shuffled the cards and started the next game. Qin Zhe sat aside, made himself a glass of whiskey, lit a cigarette, and watched them play while being on tenterhooks. As a man, he should be like a stabilizing needle, able to suppress all storms. So, in order to prevent the sisters from fighting, he had to watch from the side, and by the way, he was a little envious of Long Outyin in his heart. Also, don't call me a scumbag, compared to those, incompetent, I'm much more manly. Ha ha ha, I won. Wang Zijin's voice rang out. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei played her cards beautifully. Her cards were not good, but she played them wisely, and it was a narrow victory. Then, who would she make do shameful things? Even though she and her sister were best friends, the two of them were always scheming against each other. Qin Zhe was actually eager to watch his sister play again, so that he could fully understand his sister's magnanimity. Wang Zijin snorted, Su Yu, do 50 squats and say, I'm poisonous as you do it. Su Yu pouted. She was willing to admit defeat. She got up, stood in front of the TV, put her hands on her head, and squatted. As she did, she said, I'm poisonous, I'm poisonous. Qin Bao Bao hit her when she was down. This B***TCH is poisonous. Wang Zijin agreed. I think so too. Qin Zhe's face was full of tears. It's not poisonous, really not poisonous. I swear on my integrity. I swear on my life. Chapter 557. Qin Zhe watched his sisters come up with all kinds of ideas, such as Wang Zijin tearfully eating mango puree that was similar to hot poop. Su Yu ate all the smoothies in 1 minute, then went to the toilet to vomit after eating, with tears in her eyes. His sister was asked to beat her chest 100 times like a chimpanzee. In an instant, the calm sea became turbulent. Wang Zijin and Su Yu both had hateful and happy expressions on their faces, and it was easy to imagine their inner activities. So big breasts, are they showing it to me? Accept the punishment of small breasts, the amount of breasts you have. Fortunately, his sister's breasts were original goods. If she was like some stars, wouldn't she have to go to the hospital after beating? Qin Zhe was enjoying all kinds of benefits, and he was always envious. He wanted to participate and let his sisters see his imagination. He might as well play something more exciting, such as putting the fat girl on his head, or wearing a bra outside. Thinking about it made his nose hot. Another day, play such a game with Su Yu. In terms of card skills, he should be better than Su Yu. If he won, he would encourage Su Yu to taste the lollipop. If he lost, what if Su Yu encouraged him to taste his sister's juice? Thinking of this, Qin Zhe shuddered. Equality between men and women, equality between men and women. Su Yu went to the toilet halfway. Qin Bao Bao sat in the middle, Wang Zijin sat on the left, and Qin Zhe sat on the right. Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother's shoulder tiredly and sighed, Why are you back today? With Sister Ziwei present, he couldn't hug his sister's small waist and said, Big Boss Li has something to do, so he came back. Qin Bao Bao asked, Well, did you get anything from this flattery? Wang Zijin said unhappily, That's unpleasant to hear. This is called networking. A's business is getting bigger and bigger in the future, and he must know more powerful people. Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically, That's right, that's right. My A's comes from an ordinary background, and he can only rely on himself in the future. He doesn't need to climb up the social ladder. Oh, A's? Qin Zhe was about to speak when he felt someone gently poke his waist. He lowered his head slightly and found that it was Wang Zijin's hand. She winked at herself and pouted. Qin Zhe understood and hugged his sister's small waist, but his hand secretly held Wang Zijin's hand. Wang Zijin's beautiful oval-shaped face revealed a sly smile like a little fox. Sister Ziwei felt that she had won the chicken dinner. Qin Zhe was speechless. This style was not what he wanted. At this moment, his phone rang again. There was a notification. Su Yu sent a photo and a message, Husband, do you want to do it? I will scream softly. Qin Zhe's small hand trembled, and his face changed. He put the phone on his sister's forehead, so that neither his sister nor Sister Ziwei could see it. Then he clicked on the picture. Qinzhe was speechless. This was not the style he wanted. Qinzhe comforted himself with tears streaming down his face. All the male protagonists in the world are incompetent, and I am the only one who is rough and hard. It was hard to imagine what his life would be like if Suyu lived with him. Suyu came out of the toilet quickly. She was just joking. She didn't think that she would really have sex with Qinzhe. The moment her footsteps sounded, Qinzhe and Wang Zijin retracted their hands at the same time, and Qin Baobao sat up straight at the same time. The three of them sat upright as if nothing had happened. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sisters finally ended the day of hurting each other. Everyone was older than Qinzhe, and there was nothing wrong with calling them sisters. It was impossible for him to take a fancy to a girl, not in this lifetime. But it was too empty and boring. He could only kiss or have sex with his sisters to maintain a normal life. After playing cards, Qinzhe made ice cream for his sisters. The ingredients were all in the kitchen and stored in the freezer. How could a refrigerator match the high-end Royal View Park community? This was a super luxurious house that could compete with Thomson Reuters. After eating the ice cream, Suyu was about to leave. She was a little reluctant. Qinzhe sent her downstairs. In the elevator, Suyu had a branded Baobao on her shoulder and a script in her hand. This kind of women's bag, which was as small as a wallet, was completely decorative. It had no practical value and was damn expensive. At least 6 figures. She pouted. I also want to move here. In the face of such a difficult question, Qinzhe said earnestly, do you want to face Qin Bao and Wang Zijin's 2 hateful and ugly faces every day? Wouldn't it be a juror's field every day? The sisters might not just play cards every day. No. Suyu smiled, her dimples shallow. But I can face your cute and handsome face every day. Good. Qinzhe touched her head. Suyu narrowed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. They took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the underground parking lot. Suyu looked around, pulled Qinzhe to a corner without surveillance, and put her hot red lips on his without saying a word. The two of them had a 5-minute saliva exchange in the corner. Qinzhe hugged Suyu's slender waist and teased her chest with his other hand. Really funny breast. Suyu brand tofu milk, great. Nate, night. Come to my home. Suyu said, panting. I have to write the script at night. The company has already started casting. I have to finish the script quickly, Qinzhe said. Because of the bra, he couldn't pick grapes. You can also write at my house. Suyu looked coquettish. Coming to your house is to eat grapes, not to write a script. Qinzhe refused. Suyu was a very beautiful woman. Doing indescribable things with her was far easier and happier than writing a script. Qinzhe found it hard to resist that kind of temptation. Qinghua Gil Van Galja. The two finished making out and walked toward the parking lot. Suyu reminded, when the box office of Journey to the West comes in, you should quickly ask Qin Bao to pay back the money. Our company lost a lot this time. Damn Zhen Yoxin, if you catch him, you must throw him into the Huangpu River. She gritted her teeth. She must have learned the catchphrase from Sister Man. Qinzhe said in his heart that he had already been thrown into the Huangpu River, no, into the sea. Light a candle. Terrible Sister Man, he always thought that throw you into the Huangpu River was just a joke. A woman like Sister Man is very difficult to conquer. If you talk about the script, which one is good to play? The heroine will definitely not be me, right? Suyu wanted to hear Qinzhe's advice. After all, he wrote the script. The script in her hand was not complete, only a part. Before seeing the ending of the character, Suyu did not rush to choose a role. Moreover, this kind of ancient palace drama was very good. If it was a love drama, there may be kissing scenes or something. It was very annoying. Even if there was a double, she was not willing. When the TV series was released, her face would kiss other men. She couldn't stand it. There was no such trouble in a palace drama. The theme was different, and there was no need for pretentious love. But, you can add some kissing scenes, Siyu said, let's also have a hot kiss without a double. Xianxia was stunned, I don't act. Siyu. She raised her delicate little face and looked at Xianxia blankly. Xianxia explained, the filming period for a TV series is long. I don't have time to waste on the set. You also know that I have a lot of things to do. Also, I promised Yi Lu, the female artist I just poached, to let her be the heroine. So, my sister won't act. Anyway, she's salty like me and doesn't like to act in TV series. I think she's the only one who's busy filming outside and is worried about me. Siyu looked at the script and then looked at Xianxia. Her little face gradually turned ferocious. No wonder that little b*tch Xianxia agreed so quickly. It turned out that she and Xianxia were not acting at all. Smash! Siyu imagined herself smashing the script and said angrily, then I don't want to act either. Xianxia expressed that he did not care. Siyu was not good at acting. She was not even as good as Wang Zijin's acting. A woman who had been pretending to be cold and depressed for a long time found it hard to let go of her emotions like an optimistic person. To put it simply, it was too boring. It was only when the two were deep in communication that Siyu was more open. She could act as a cold teacher, a cute student, and an obedient maid. Maybe her talent was in the wrong place. Ever since she got together with him, her personality became more and more cheerful. This was a good thing. Xianxia liked to see the optimistic and positive Siyu. He hated a depressed and oppressive life. It was just like how his unreliable uncle kept getting into trouble and his mother was sad all day. On the night they decided to sell the house, his mother cried for a long time and her eyes were red the next day. He and Qin Bao did not even dare to speak loudly when eating. After Siyu got in the car, she started the car and lowered the window. She waved her hand, honey, I'm leaving. Another day. Xianxia waved his hand, another day. Returning to the house, Qin Bao was reading a book, which was rare. Xianxia bought her a book called The Birth of an Actor. It was the self-narration of an old senior. It contained his feelings, thoughts, and experiences about acting. It was similar to the textbook on the 300 Postures of Pretentious by the current online author. You're back. Qin Bao asked, you took so long to send someone back. By the way, we talked about some work matters. After all, the company was embezzled 300 million yuan. Xianxia said. It was not good to tell his sister that he had just had a body fluid exchange with Siyu, so the time was delayed. While talking, he glanced at his sister's long legs. They were white, slender, and straight. From the thigh to the corner, the curve was just right. Summer was so good, and he could see his sister wearing a pleated skirt. His sister's legs were irresistible. By the way, the company will be selecting actors in a few days. Do you want to check? Xianxia said. Forget it, there are professional directors and scriptwriters who will deal with it, Qin Bao said, but do you want to let Ye audition? Can I? So you can act, why can't our families Ye? But we can't open the back door for her. Let her audition by herself, the effect will be better. The elder sister rolled her eyes cutely. Ye's personality is too boring. Her family's sufferings over the years have made her a little dull and self-abased. It's because she's too much like a punching bag and is beautiful that she's bullied at school. That, Xianxia said, when. Yes, It's Wen. How do you remember it so well? Xianxia didn't explain at once. Of course, I remember it well. I also contributed a lot of children and grandchildren to her in those years. Wang Zijin was not in the living room. She was watching a TV series in her room. Xianxia opened the door and went in. Wang Zijin patted her 2 thighs. Come on, give me a massage. Xianxia closed the door, sat down by the bed, put Wang Zijin's 2 legs on his lap, and massaged evenly. I really don't know if I'm your boyfriend or your manservant, Xianxia complained. Sister Ziwei's legs, although not as long as her sister's, were also tight, and her body proportion was very good. Wang Zijin reached out and touched his head. Be good, come home with me at the end of the year. I'll ask my family's opinion. If there's no problem, we'll get engaged. Then. Xianxia asked, what if there's a problem? Xianxia had never enjoyed this kind of action of an elder sister touching her younger brother's head. The whining monster at home had always touched his head with the mentality of touching a dog's head with a smile. Wang Zijin said, if there's a problem, then there's a problem. Marriage is important. You have to consider your parents' feelings, but you also have to follow your own heart. At the end of the year, Xianxia fell into deep thought. If I don't do it well, I might die at the end of the year. Senior White, please protect me. I saw a lipstick yesterday. Buy it for me. Wang Zijin handed the phone to him and said shyly, I'll pay you back a little every day. Xianxia took the phone. It was a high-end cosmetic online store. If it was a cat store, Xianxia would have thrown the phone away and left on the spot. The price wasn't cheap. A lipstick actually sold for 5 figures. TSK, Sister Ziwei is becoming more and more corrupt. Okay, but Sister Ziwei, you also have to give me a gift. I can't always give you gifts. Shouldn't I give you gifts in return? Xianxia said. Usually, he would buy small gifts for Wang Zijin. On Valentine's Day, he would secretly give them to her. But Wang Zijin seemed to have only given him gifts on his birthday. Women didn't have any self-awareness in this regard. They only knew how to think about gifts from their boyfriends. Wang Zijin couldn't escape this pattern. Okay. Wang Zijin was in a good mood. She said sweetly, do you want a belt, a wallet, or a shirt button? He didn't lack belts or wallets. Men didn't buy luxury goods as often as women. As for shirt buttons, Xiu had given Xianxia 2 shirt buttons worth 100,000 yuan. This thing was frighteningly expensive. Xianxia had an idea. I want this. He searched for a moment on his phone and handed it to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin took a look. It was Durex. You could get a 10% discount if you bought the whole box. Xianxia winked. I'll give you one every day. Wang Zijin. Chapter 558. You only know how to flirt, Wang Zijin said as she rolled her eyes. I'm not flirting. I gave you a lipstick worth tens of thousands, and you gave me a small gift worth tens of dollars. I'm not asking for much. Xianxia wrapped his arms around Wang Zijin's waist and pressed her against the headboard. His face was buried in her chest, which was not very big but was still quite big. Wang Zijin raised her hand and slapped him twice. Although you're ugly, you wish. TSK, this woman was really naughty. Until today, Xianxia still did not think that he could control Wang Zijin. She was too opinionated, and her good education prevented her from being like her sister and shameless Su Yu. There was a saying, I'm not afraid of you being slutty, but I'm afraid of you being serious. After chasing Sister Ziwei for so long, the most outrageous thing he did was that night when she was handcuffed, he took out the 20,000 miles under the sea and rubbed it against her. Host, I have a trick here called Monkey's Intelligence Subtraction. Do you want to try it? The system jumped out again. Such a high-end function, can you do it? Is there going to be another version upgrade? Xianxia was shocked. Strictly speaking, I can only interfere with brainwaves, but it's not a true intelligence subtraction. That kind of rule involves the rules of the universe, and it's not something that a normal system can do. The system seriously found an excuse for itself. At this moment, Xianxia was very excited. He imagined countless scenarios of time stop. System, if you have this kind of function, then I think it's worth it no matter how many points I spend. Xianxia swallowed. Wang Zijin glanced at him with a smug look in her eyes. Sister was indeed charming. She was just lying there without showing off, but Ace was already drooling. Well. The system's voice said, it's not that I can't do it, but this function doesn't require points. It requires a huge amount of energy, and it will drain your body. There might even be a bit of backlash. Xianxia. No need to explain, I understand. The system was speechless. I never had high hopes for a low-level system, because that would be an insult to my intelligence. The basic operations and skills of other people's cheat-like systems were taboo techniques in his system's eyes. How sad. Ace, regarding purple crystal's development, I have an immature suggestion. Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around his waist, hugged his back with her small hands, and rested her chin on Xianxia's head. Fortunately, she was only a B-rank boss. If she was a D-rank boss like his sister, who was 36 years old, Xianxia would have suffocated. Tell me your immature suggestion. Maybe I'll have a bold idea, Xianxia said in a muffled voice. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked her chest. Wang Zijin had goosebumps all over. She patted her head lightly and said coquettishly, don't mess around. She gently touched Xianxia's head again and said softly, our Golden Shield antivirus users have exceeded 1.5 billion domestically and overseas, and the number of users in the client is even more. Let me tell you a secret, we make a lot of money, even more than Qin Bao Bao's Tianfang and Su Yu's Baoza. But I won't say it, he he he. She smiled like a sly little fox who had stolen a chicken. She squinted her eyes, and her fair and beautiful face had the innocence and sweetness of a girl who had licked a lollipop. Xianxia was speechless. Making a fortune in silence, pretending to be poor. This was very Wang Zijin. And then, what's your immature suggestion? Xianxia asked. Don't you want to ask how much money we've made? Wang Zijin was stunned. She was still waiting for Xianxia to ask, and then she would throw out a shocking number to receive her boyfriend's praise. Money isn't important, as long as you're happy. Xianxia said, do you know, the moment I met you, I heard God whisper 4 words into my ear. Wang Zijin asked instinctively, what 4 words? Xianxia said, you can't escape from your doom. Wang Zijin stared at him blankly, her eyes gradually blurring. Lighting, shine it over here. Cameraman, focus the camera over here. Waha, good acting skills were indeed a godly skill in picking up girls. He didn't ask how much money he had made. He was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. No matter what happened in the future, he was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. It might be worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, but Xianxia didn't care. He had the confidence to not care. Even if he didn't have the purple crystals, he still had Tianfang and Baozi. Even if he failed in the end and lost everything, he still had the system. It was a little low, but it was still the system. You couldn't treat the system that was kicked out of the group as the system. What if he didn't have the system? Would he be willing to give the purple crystals to Tianfang? Would he be willing to give most of the shares to Suyu for free? Don't mess around. It was impossible for Salted Fish Say to hook up with the 2 goddesses. Salted Fish Say's fate was to be a silly boy under his sister's legs. No, he couldn't even get his sister. Forget about each other and live a peaceful life. That was his and his sister's fate. So I still have to thank you, low system. Every time Xianxia reminisced about the past, he would silently thank the system from the bottom of his heart. Many times, but every time, he felt the same gratitude. The more salted fish he was in the past, the more grateful he was now. There were millions of salted fish in the world, but the system chose me. I accidentally became the saltiest one, hard and salty. I really am a man with great luck. So don't King blabber. I started a harem because of God's will. Hey, I want to make a game. Wang Zijin restrained the emotion in her eyes and said seriously, try a mobile game first. Smartphones are so developed now. An excellent mobile game, the income is not worse than online games, and the cost is less than online games. Xianxia nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei seemed to have made preparations. But even if it's a mobile game, it's not easy to do well. There are millions of mobile games, and there are too few really outstanding ones. Xianxia said. He couldn't exchange mobile game data or anything with the system. The points had to be used to deal with the risk of failure of the next task. Wang Zijin said, I've already thought about it. We can use it as a reference. She took out her mobile phone and searched in the App Store. She said, do you know the Parade of Frogs that is very popular recently? The mobile game in Japan is unexpectedly popular in China. She handed the mobile phone to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and looked at it. There was a software in the App Store. It had the same color, the same icon, and the same name. Parade of Pandas, a domestic product by Penguin. I've played it before. It has the same design, the same template, and even the color and background are 90% similar. It's a shameless plagiarized work. But this game is very popular in China. There are many people playing it. Penguin must have made a lot of money this time. They don't need the designers to rack their brains, and they don't need the scriptwriters to write the script. They just need a group of programmers to copy it easily and put it on the shelves. They can just sit there and collect money. Wang Zijin became more and more excited as she spoke. She put on a working people are the most glorious attitude. This is a huge business opportunity. There is no game that can't be plagiarized. If there is, then buy it. Xianxia, Sister Ziwei, has she been tainted by the big dye vat of the industry so quickly? Brother Ma, please return the pure and innocent Sister Zien to me. Xianxia's face was full of tears. Sister Ziwei had once again broken through herself and stepped into a higher level of life. She had gone from being a young lady to a veteran of the internet to a game designer. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Zijin was full of pride. This time, I'm definitely going to use King of Glory as a reference and develop a mobile game of my own. Xianxia shook his head. Don't, you'll be sued. Wang Zijin snorted. You think I'm afraid? Xianxia. Go, Sister Ziwei. Let Brother Ma also feel the fear of being plagiarized and the shame of being dominated by piracy. Piracy was a word that could never be avoided in China. Perhaps it could be beautified with the word pirated, but at the end of the day, it was still piracy. It was a world-famous pirated culture. It was really shameful to think about it. Don't blame foreigners for looking down on us. After all, we have too many things to complain about. It's just like how we look at those Hindustanis who treat trains as electric scooters and are looking for trouble. Then, in the eyes of foreigners, we are also labeled as pirates. Don't refute it. The biggest game company in China, a well-known listed company, started and made money from piracy. Even now, it was still tirelessly on the road of piracy and plagiarism. There was no way to refute it. Xianxia hoped that one day he could lead the world, clear the name of his motherland, and let the world know that Red Flag Nation didn't only have piracy. Just thinking about it made him happy. Stop, he couldn't go on indefinitely. With such a grand theme, if the system gave him a grand task of leading the world, Xianxia wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year to die. In mid-August, Xianxia wrote, copied, the entire script and revised and perfected it himself. I'm not copying, I'm just a porter from two worlds. On the road of clearing the name of my motherland, there will inevitably be some stains, but please don't mind. After all, the river crab law of the two worlds was different. Some things needed to be revised. For example, in his world, cleavage could be exposed in ancient costumes. But this time, the revision wasn't too big. It wasn't as big as when he wrote the Journey to the West script. He was a man, so he couldn't perfect a script adapted from a women's genre. Some classics in women's genre were simply toxic in the eyes of men. F***ck, a woman like you actually likes someone other than the male lead. That's too vicious. Shino is dead. I'll burn him if there's anything. F***ck, for such a trivial matter, you guys actually fought over dozens of chapters. Even Yuwa would be poisoned to death. Abandon the book. Xianxia patiently wrote down the script, but his heart was greatly traumatized. Several times, he couldn't help but revise some of the toxic points in his heart. But thinking about it, these toxic points might just be the high points of women. So after thinking about it, he gave up. Xianxia was full of anticipation. He ordered his plain-looking assistant to send a notice in the company's internal group chat. The leaders of the production team will have a meeting at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon in conference room 3. You can't be late. After this notice was sent, Tianfang fell into an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Tianfang Entertainment's first TV series was about to be filmed. Chapter 559. Conference Room 3. Xianxia presided over this meeting alone. His sister, who used to play with her phone as a vase, wasn't there. Just now, she and Xianxia had a fierce fight in the office. The cause was actually a small quarrel. Qin Bao wanted to eat a lollipop, but Xianxia felt that his sister loved to eat sweets too much. He said to her, "Look at your big breasts. If you eat high-calorie food, they will sag." Qin Bao whimpered, "No one wants me if my breasts sag. Ace, you have to take care of me for the rest of my life." He didn't know what would happen in the future, but young women like to exercise. Big breasts don't sag. Moreover, his sister's 36D breasts can be lawless in front of domestic women, but in foreign countries, E and F cup breasts would appear small. Only those breasts would sag seriously. Hers was the best size. Xianxia said with disdain, "No one wants you, so you throw it to me. I'm not a spare tire. Get lost. I'll marry you to a redneck." Little redneck could be a derogatory term or a nickname, but redneck was definitely a derogatory term. His sister's mentality exploded. He pounced over and slapped her. His sister, who no longer had the advantage in strength, was pressed down on the sofa and bullied. Not only did she not teach her brother a lesson, but she was also taken advantage of for a long time. Her butt hurt like hell. In fact, the two of them often bickered, but not that kind of bickered. Going back 11 or 12 years, his sister had the advantage of developing first and could always beat his brother. Now, her brother could slap her to the sofa and not get up for a long time. At this moment, she threw a pack of tissues with tears in her eyes and scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Little rednecks are all bad things." Just like this, Xianxia came to the meeting alone. The touch of his sister's extremely elastic but still seemed to remain in his hand. He finally understood why some people compared a woman's butt to a peach. It was because it was really too similar. Xianxia came back to his senses and scanned the people in the meeting room. There were a total of 10 people, including the junior leader of his company's production team, and the senior director and scriptwriter from Star Art. Let me first welcome our 2 foreign aides. Xianxia smiled and said, I've been busy recently, so I haven't had the time to get in touch with you too. How should I address you? The middle-aged man with glasses got up and introduced himself. My surname is Sun Wuda. Another lean middle-aged man with white hair, but it was hard to tell if it was natural or dyed white. He introduced himself. My surname is Xiao Yuqian. Sun would. Xiao Yuqian, the name was given as if it was a joke. Xianxia suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and nodded. Thank you for joining us. Everyone, please give us a round of applause. Paw, 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 paw. The sounds were endless, each more intense than the last. The 2 senior directors and scriptwriters from Star Art were actually very familiar with the junior leaders of the production team before this. They drank together, chatted together, and even fought together. Recently, the great sword industry has been revived. Even a wildfire can't burn it out, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I'll only tell you about the benefits of the mail industry secretly. Don't spread it out. This is the script. Go back and take a look. Try to get all the preparatory work done within a week. Xianxia sent out a few printed copies of the script. There were a total of 4 copies. Mou had one, Zhang Wuda and Zhao Yuqian signed another one, and their scriptwriters signed another one. The others didn't need to look at the script. They were usually in charge of the production team, such as the lighting, equipment, and so on. They didn't need to look at the script. Then, I'll leave the real yellow story to you guys, Xianxia said. 1 week should be enough, right? The other preparatory work had already started. The only thing left was the casting, because Xianxia didn't give them a complete script. Moreover, the main lead and important supporting roles were all artists under Tian Fang. This saved a lot of effort to haggle and bargain with outside artists. If you wanted to find outside artists, they would offer a price of 100 million. Of course, it was just an offer. You could bargain. This was much more humane than a store. When Xianxia returned to his office, he thought of something and called his average-looking assistant. Send these 2 scripts to Yi Lu and Qian Shishir. Tell Qian Shishir that she can choose the role herself. Xianxia threw the scripts over. The assistant took the scripts and left. He was very sensible and didn't show any smile. Although I don't know why CEO Xianxia doesn't like me, as long as he's in the company, I'll obediently follow him and try not to appear in front of him. This was Qin Bao's assistant's survival rule in the workplace. It was very simple, just a little sad. Humph. A soft snort came from the sister who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and reading a book. After the sister finished snorting, she didn't see Xianxia move. She secretly peeked at him and found that he was focused on his phone. Humph. The sister emphasized. If it was salted fish say, he would be sensible and go over to flatter the sister and make her smile. Anyway, to salted fish say, the easiest thing in the world was to coax the sister. But Hai Sei King only glanced at her indifferently. Humph. The sister snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Xianxia still ignored her. Humph. The sister snorted again. At the same time, she clenched her fists and rotated them from her lower abdomen to the top of her head. Then, she put her fists down and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Xianxia, wasn't this the signature pose of a fat woman on the internet? How did the sister learn such a naughty pose? It was surprisingly cute. Sister, what can I do for you? Xianxia asked. Kneel down and lick my feet. Qin Bao's posture was domineering. Xianxia glared at her. Your butt is itching again. He got up and walked toward Qin Bao. Qin Bao Bao shrank to the other side of the sofa in fear and said hurriedly, "I'm just joking." Qin Zhe sat down and put the sister's long legs on his lap. He gently massaged them. They were cool, smooth, and elastic. It felt good to the touch. "Are you really not going to act in a drama?" Although the female lead role is promised to Yi Lu, there are still many outstanding characters in the drama. "If you act well, you'll still benefit greatly from it," Qin Zhe said. "Not interested." Qin Bao Bao shook her head. She thought to herself, "And give you a chance to be alone with the wolf in the house. What a joke. With me here, you two can only flirt with each other. Once I leave, you two will become friends or something." She heard this from Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao wasn't going to take the blame. Xianxia's personal office. She held the script in her hands excitedly and looked at the ordinary-looking assistant. "Really, can I really choose the role?" The assistant nodded and added, "The female lead definitely can't." Xianxia smiled. "Of course I know that. Yi Lu is already half a step into the A-list. I know my limits." The assistant smiled. Xianxia said, "Hua Fei. I want to choose Hua Fei." The assistant said, "I'll help you inform the crew." With that, she left. Xianxia stayed in the office alone and read the script. The script was a very boring genre. It definitely wasn't as interesting as a novel. It wasn't meant for people to read. But to professional actors, a good script could make them obsessed and unable to extricate themselves from it. If they had a pen beside them, they would make many notes. Xianxia was a professional and had received systematic and formal training and education. She became more and more excited and felt that she had chosen the right role. About half an hour later, the office door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Xianxia's manager came in. Her manager obviously wasn't the previous manager. The previous manager was from the original entertainment company. Xianxia and Su Jiao had a falling out with the previous manager. The current manager's surname was Zhou. She was a middle-aged woman who was assigned to her by Tianfang Entertainment. The two got along quite well. After all, their interests were linked. They were bound together for good and bad. The manager was completely devoted to Xianxia. The manager said, "I don't think the ending for the role of Hua Fei will be good." Xianxia had a small part of the original script and the manager had seen it too. "Yes, I roughly went through the script just now. Hua Fei is considered the #1 villain. Sister Zhou, take a look." Xianxia handed the script to the manager. The manager took it but didn't look at it. She advised, "If you want to return to the film industry, you should find some positive roles. This will help you build your image." Xianxia giggled. "What image do I need to build? I'm not a newcomer. To me, roles don't differentiate between good and bad. Instead, they have to hit the soul. This villain role is very challenging and has a lot of scenes. It's almost as good as the female lead. As long as I can take this role, it won't be difficult to return to the film industry. You know Li Wei, right? Before she entered Tianfang, she was only at the bottom of the B-list. She was only slightly more famous than me. But she acted in 3 of Qin Zhe's movies and became more popular with each one. Today, she's already at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. This is the charm of Qin Zhe's movies. She repeated in her heart, "It won't be difficult." Xianxia's small chest was burning with raging flames. As a professional and a top performer, she had once become famous in the entertainment industry. She even had the ambition to stand on the stage and win the title of Best Actress one day. But while her dreams were great, the reality was that she was a poor girl with anorexia. Now, she had a chance to clear her name. Just thinking about it made her excited. The script was good, very good. Even though she had been out of the film industry for many years, she still had this ability. Boss Qin was really a strange man. Being multi-talented wasn't enough to describe him. Yi Lu was just as excited as her. According to the news from Yi Lu's assistant, after reading the script, Yi Lu sang and danced in the office. Yi Lu's fame was about the same as Li Wei's. They were both at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. It sounded a bit like a half-step Almighty or half-step Emperor in fantasy novels. She had acted as the female lead in many movies and dramas, including war dramas. But it had been a long time since she had seen a script that could lift her spirits. There were many good dramas these years, but she had no chance to be the female lead. After the ups and downs in her career, she had a feeling that she would have another chance to rise up. This was her confidence in the script. Even though this confidence was mixed with a beautiful vision. Chapter 560. The leaders of the production team spent about a day going through the script. The next day, they started the audition and choosing the roles. The audition would last for 3 days. The audition location was Tianfang Entertainment's big dance studio. This time, it was open to all the artists. Tianfang Entertainment had an unspoken rule that artists hated. The leading roles and important supporting roles in their movies and TV series were always provided to the artists under their company. This was understandable. After all, other entertainment companies were like this. With good resources and good roles, they would naturally think of their artists first. But Tianfang Entertainment was so stingy that the roles they gave out were much fewer than other entertainment companies. But this time, it was a TV series. Naturally, there were several times more roles in a TV series than in a movie. Therefore, many artists came to audition, but they were all not very famous. Director, what do you think of my performance just now? A tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair stood in front of the director's desk. Her hairstyle was somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. Her chestnut-colored hair was slightly curled at the ends. She also had a short pleated skirt. It looked like she was imitating Qin Baobao's clothes. Perhaps she thought that it would add to her image. Qin Baobao rarely dressed like this in public. After all, it was too casual. But she would post some photos on Weibo, such as wearing a pleated skirt or an off-the-shoulder dress, etc. But before posting the photos, she would discuss, approve, with her brother. Only when Qin Zhe felt that there was no problem and that it was not revealing would she post it. It was equivalent to a benefit for fans. This little artist had put in a lot of effort. Sun Wuda handed a resume to Zhao Yuqian. On it was the personal information of this little artist. Jiang Nan. Female. Graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy. Signed artist of XX Entertainment Company. Participated in productions. Director Zhao Yuqian glanced at it and said, "Go back and wait for news. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." The little artist in the pleated skirt nodded confidently and left the big dance studio. Director Zhao Yuqian and scriptwriter Sun Wuda looked at each other and kept this little artist in the inspection list. Actually, the female artist named Jiang Nan's acting was not outstanding. In fact, she had quite a few flaws. But so what? She's pretty. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were very willing to have in-depth discussions with beautiful little artists and guide them on how to steadily rise in the entertainment industry. You said it was too dirty. Don't mess around. This is how it is in this industry. Then, let's meet tonight. Sun Wuda said, "Director Zhao, have you talked to your sister-in-law yet?" Zhao Yuqian nodded. "Yes, tell her that the crew is busy and won't be home for a few days." For people like them who often went out to film, it was common for them to go on long trips. Zhao Yuqian muttered, "They're just a little older. Aren't there any fresh graduates?" Zhao Yuqian preferred younger girls. It was probably because he had seen a lot of flirtatious women, so he was especially fond of pure and soft girls. Flirting. It was especially exciting to teach. Xianxia had already delegated most of the matters in the crew to the two of them. The newly promoted director, MOU, also had to learn from them. Absolute power should be enjoyed to the fullest. Following that, they auditioned for a few more roles. As long as it was a pretty little artiste, they would fold the bottom right corner of their profile and mark it. When he felt that there were enough people, Xiao Yuqian put a cigarette in his mouth but didn't light it. Instead, he said to Sun Wuda beside him, "I have something to do in the afternoon. You stay here and watch. There aren't any particularly important roles." Although they were commissioned by the CEO to act as a friend, they couldn't be too careless with the casting. A few vases were fine, but if they were all vases, it would seriously affect the quality of the TV series. Just then, the dance studio door was pushed open. The person at the door hesitated and then seemed to be pushed from behind. She had no choice but to do something beyond her ability. Screenwriter Sun Wuda's glasses flashed with a sharp light. Director Zhao Yuqian quietly took out the cigarette in his mouth and sat down, as steady as a mountain. Suyu looked back and met the eyes of a few girls who got along well with her through the crack of the door. The girls winked at her and closed the door. "Give me your resume," Sun Wuda said. Suyu calmed herself down and walked over with light steps with a straight face. She handed over her resume filled with personal information. Throughout the entire process, the two women, who were experienced in the field of flowers and swords, never left Suyu. From her face to her chest, from her chest to her small waist, from her small waist to her slender and straight legs. "What role do you want to play?" Sun Wuda glanced at the resume that couldn't be any simpler and handed it to Zhao Yuqian. He pointed at the words, "Backup Artiste of Tianfang Entertainment." Zhao Yuqian looked back at him, indicating that it was fine. "I only want the role of a palace maid. Just give me 15 minutes. Suyu pretended to be calm. 15 minutes. Zhao Yuqian frowned. Suyu quickly changed her words. 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes is fine too. I can act it out live. She looked as calm as an old dog, but she was actually panicking inside. She thought that she had disguised her strong in appearance but weak in reality expression very well, but of course, it couldn't fool the two experienced drivers. Zhao Yuqian, on the other hand, was thinking that it was impossible to make a deal with just 15 minutes. "I see that you have good potential and look very smart. How about this? I'll give you a chance. There's a supporting role here that's not bad. I'll give you 20 minutes to act out this small scene. If there's no problem, I'll let you pass and give you the role." Suyu's appearance was elegant and beautiful. Her face was fair and rosy, and her lips were rosy. Her eyes were sparkling, and her nose without black hair made her look especially cute. In school, she was privately named one of the campus belles by the men. Can I? Suyu was overjoyed. Newcomer want to be popular, timid. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda labeled her in their hearts. Such a girl was actually very easy to coax and deal with. Profit. Especially Zhao Yuqian. Although Suyu's figure was delicate and tender, he liked this kind of thing. Her small, protruding breasts were so tempting in his eyes. He wished he could shoot at the world. The little girl in front of him had an irresistible impulse from beginning to end. He really wanted her to experience a father's love. The part that Suyu got was a rich and colorful inner drama when a palace maid was worried about her master. It was a test of her acting skills, as well as a clarinet scene where she talked to herself. She had always had a good memory. After reciting it a few times, she memorized it easily. But perhaps because she was a little nervous, she stuttered a little. After reluctantly finishing this awkward scene, she looked at Su Yuqian and Sun Wuda anxiously and expectantly. Clap, 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 What responded to her was intense applause. Zhao Yuqian said, "So talented." Sun Wuda said, "Little girl, the crew needs talents like you." Su Yu was overjoyed. She didn't want to come, but her cousin called her to come for the audition, so she came. When she said that she wanted to audition, the sisters in the backup artist group all teased her and pushed her over. "Do I have a hidden talent in acting?" Su Yu didn't have a mirror in front of her. Otherwise, she would have denied this idea. Zhao Yuqian said, "Are you free tonight?" Su Yu was confused. "What's wrong?" Sun Wuda continued, "Today's audition is about to end. Director Zhao and I will represent the crew to treat the artists who passed the audition to a meal. You must come. We don't want anyone to find excuses to avoid it." Su Yu thought about it. She still had the habit of going home immediately after school. If she didn't go home after work, her mom and grandma would be worried. But since she was working now, she had to focus on her work. She would call her mom and grandma later to explain that she had to work overtime or something. CEO's office. In the spacious room, Qin Zhe and Yilu sat on the brown leather sofa. Qin Bao leaned against the office chair and stared coldly at her brother and Yilu, who were talking about the script not far away. This was a rare woman whose legs were comparable to hers. "Humph, your legs are long but you're ugly. Your legs are so ugly and you still want to seduce my brother." No wonder Qin Bao looked jealous. Yilu didn't hide her admiration for Qin Zhe at all. Her gaze made Qin Bao recall how Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe back then. Why was it back then? Yilu was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her shoulders and three-quarter pants. Her legs were long and straight. They were indeed beautiful legs that could compete with Qin Bao. She specially came to talk to Qin Zhe about the script. Knowing that he wouldn't be following the crew, she wanted to use the limited time to familiarize herself with the content of the script as soon as possible. She also wanted to ask about the details of how to act. Qin Zhe was surprised when he saw the script filled with summaries. This woman who claimed to be his fan was actually such a hard-working actress. Every time Yilu talked, she couldn't help but look back. She only saw Qin Bao leaning against the office chair like a big boss with her eyes closed lazily. But why did she feel like there was a thorn in her back? She couldn't see that when she turned around, Qin Bao would stare at her back with her dead fish eyes. If looks could kill, all 10 sets of revival armor would be on cooldown. Qin Zhe was facing his sister from the side, so he already saw her gaze. His sister with dead fish eyes actually had a cute contrast. Women. Reality proved that being broad-minded wasn't really being broad-minded. Men. The system sneered. The system was more naughty recently, more naughty, more naughty. What does it have to do with you? Qin Zhe listened to Yilu's question while replying to the system. The system said, "You're surrounded by long-legged beauties and have long-legged sisters looking at you with jealousy. You're feeling very smug. I think there's a chance to lose the mission." Qin Zhe said, "T chance. There's no chance." As the host, I recalled the fear of becoming a vegetable because I didn't have enough points and the humiliation of being dominated by the system's missions. The system said, "Host, do you want a mission, build Long Outyan's harem? I think you'll be able to marry 9 wives in the future. You'll be as outstanding as the famous Tang Bohu." Qin Zhe was slightly tempted, but he quickly suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. The system gave out missions with inducements. Was it driven mad by my lackadaisical attitude? Qin Zhe would of course reject such an overboard mission. Don't joke around. If I want to start a harem, all the female artists and singers in Tianfang can be ridden by me and suck their breasts. As for me, Hai Zhe King, I'm not afraid at all. Why should I be bound by your mission? Lastly, Tang Bohu doesn't have 9 wives. Who told you that Tang Bo who has 9 wives? I think it's some joker called Zhou Xingxing, the system answered honestly. At this moment, his phone rang. It was his cousin Su Yu. Chapter 561. Hello, cousin. I passed the audition. When Qin Zhe picked up the call, Su Yu's happy voice could be heard. It was crisp, pleasant, and soft. Not bad, Qin Zhe praised. Su Yu added, the director said I have good potential. Not bad. Qin Zhe smiled. There was a moment of silence. Su Yu was a bit disappointed that she didn't hear her cousin's sincere praise. Her cousin loved to touch her head when she was young. He would touch her head whenever they didn't like each other. Did you tell Auntie and Grandma? Qin Zhe asked. No. Su Yu said softly. Am I the first person you tell the good news to? Qin Zhe was surprised. He and his sister didn't like to go to their uncle's house to have such an unreliable uncle. Their attitude was cold. At the same time, his cousins also had some grudges against him and his sister. The relationship between cousins wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. It was mainly because he didn't remember much about his childhood. In his childhood, his sister took up 99% of the space. He only vaguely remembered that his relationship with his cousin was pretty good. Su Yu hung up the call in disappointment. Then I won't bother you anymore. Qin Zhe said, okay. Call me if you have any problems. Yi Lu sat quietly at the side while he was on the phone. Yi Lu said, CEO Qin, you spent a week writing the script. Qin Zhe nodded. Why? Yi Lu shook her head. I just find it hard to believe. Writing such a script in a week was already hard to believe. Without considering the time, just the quality of the script made her, a capable actress, gasp in amazement. Oh, he was a fast shooter. He wrote songs so fast too. Qin Zhe pretended to be pretentious and said lightly, not exactly a week. I've been quite busy these past few days and couldn't find the time. I only wrote the beginning. I started working hard the day before yesterday and the script was ready. Yi Lu was stunned. So, this should be the basic operation of a fast shooter. Basic, don't be stupid, sit tight. A man could not be a fast shooter, but this man who was a fast shooter felt so charming. Oh, men. Qin Bao muttered disdainfully. Oh, women. Qin Zhe heard it and sneered. The older sister glared at him fiercely. Due to the presence of outsiders, she didn't PK with her younger brother in real life. Otherwise, she would definitely teach this little pervert a lesson. At 7:00 in the evening, Su Yu carried her backpack and took a taxi to the hotel. Su Yu had never stepped into a hotel of this level before, so she was a little nervous and timid. She pulled on the straps of her backpack, took a deep breath, and stepped in. She went to the private room according to the address in the text message and knocked on the door. You're here. Sun Wuda opened the door. His face was red, and it looked like he had drunk a lot. Su Yu stood at the door and pecked at his head. The moment she entered the room, she was stunned. It was different from the scene she had imagined of a group of people sitting around a table. The private room wasn't big because the table itself wasn't big. There were only 3 people at the table. The scriptwriter Sun Wuda, the director Zhao Yuqian, and a beautiful older sister with makeup, fake eyelashes, and chestnut-colored curly hair. Come in. Sun Wuda pulled her in. Su Yu was invited to sit beside Zhao Yuqian. When Su Yu saw Sun Wuda return to his seat, she hugged the older sister's waist. Director, is it just us? Su Yu asked timidly. Yeah, only you and her passed the audition, Zhao Yuqian said. Tisk, little sister is so pretty. Jiang Nan smiled. Hello, Sister, Suyu replied. Both of you are good seedlings worth nurturing, Xiao Yuqian said as he wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. Suyu noticed it, so she turned sideways and blocked it with her elbow. She looked at him with shock and vigilance. This scene made Jiang Nan burst into laughter. She raised her glass to dissolve the awkwardness. Director Zhao, let me toast to you. Zhao Yuqian didn't mind and raised his glass with a smile. Zhao Yuqian knew that picking up girls was like cooking, so he didn't show too much of a desire. For the rest of the time, Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, and the others toasted each other, ate, and chatted. Suyu was forced to drink a few cups. Her little face was burning hot and had an intoxicating blush, which was especially attractive. When her face was full, Suyu stopped drinking. At most, she would take a sip. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda tried to persuade her a few times, but the little girl resisted. Zhao Yuqian gave Jiang Nan a look. The latter understood. Sister, let me toast to you. Let's get along well after we join the crew. Jiang Nan raised her glass. Suyu couldn't refuse her, so she took a sip. Jiang Nan finished her glass. She was a good drinker. Let's drink. Cheers, everyone. Suyu had no choice but to drink. She frowned. The smell of beer made her very uncomfortable. It didn't taste as good as Nutri-Express at all. Who would have thought that this cup of wine would be like two women who started a conversation? Jiang Nan said, Do you like Qinzai? Suyu nodded. Of course, she liked him since she was young. He was a gentle and easy to get along with cousin. Jiang Nan raised her glass. Come, let's have another toast. I like Qinzai too. So they had another toast. Jiang Nan continued, Don't you think President Qin is amazing? He can do whatever he wants. This is talent. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Among my sisters, there are many who want to marry him. I say, they're all daydreaming. If someone as cute as my sister can climb up in Tianfang in the future, she might even have a chance to catch President Qin's eye. Such a topic could easily resonate with little girls. It was like a bourgeois woman talking about luxury goods and cosmetics. Jiang Nan was very experienced. Suyu smiled awkwardly but politely. Sister, this isn't ancient times. If cousin likes me, the whole family will explode. By boom, the whole family was shocked. Actually, it would be fine to just laugh it off, but Suyu didn't have that kind of social experience. She felt that it was impolite not to reply, so she said, Actually, he wasn't like this before. He was even a little stupid. In terms of IQ, her sister could look down on Qinzai. Her cousin could also look down on him. Although Suyu wasn't a top student, she was still a student. For someone like Qinzai, who had worked so hard to muddle his way into an above-average grade, it was indeed ordinary. He could get into the University of Finance and Economics purely because of his grandfather's hard work. He also used his connections to get in through the back door. Otherwise, due to the admission limit, he wouldn't have been able to get in. Uncles love education plus the low cutoff score for locals plus the back door. Suyu knew all this. Jiang Nan frowned slightly. She didn't like what she heard and deliberately said, I'm angry. I'm Qinzai's fan, you know. Your words offended me. It was half true. She was indeed Qinzai's fan. Suyu was a little embarrassed. Jiang Nan said, Drink. Punish yourself by drinking 3 glasses. Otherwise, we won't be sisters. Becoming sisters without a word was something that both the boys and girls were quite disgusted with. For example, when the author was in junior high school, he always heard a group of people calling themselves brothers and sworn brothers. It was very awkward. Suyu forced herself to drink 3 glasses. She let out a loud burp. Her face was even redder, and her eyes were a little blurry. It was about time. Zhao Yuqian said, You, do you know how many people fight to get a role in Boss Qin's movies, even if it's just a small part? Suyu nodded. She really didn't know. Suyu said. Boss Qin's movies are very good. She always felt that calling him cousin Boss Qin was very strange and awkward. Every time she didn't pay attention, she would say, cousin, and then stop. It should be Boss Qin. No one knew that this introverted and shy girl was Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's cousin. But even if you are good seedlings, there are many good seedlings in the world. Zhao Yuqian paved the way and painted a big picture. As long as you make a name for yourself, earning money will be like running water. The hard life you had before will all become fleeting. Wearing high-end clothes, walking the red carpet, driving a luxury car with a chauffeur, escorting bodyguards, and a group of crazy fans. You have good looks. As long as you are willing, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Suyu nodded happily. She didn't understand the meaning of Zhao Yuqian's words at all. What you get is proportional to what you put in. Becoming a celebrity is not an easy thing. Zhao Yuqian nodded in satisfaction. Then you know what to do. Suyu nodded and said crisply, I will act well and work hard. Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, Jiang Nan, did this girl really not understand, or was she pretending not to? Zhao Yuqian thought for a while and said, How about this, after dinner, follow me to the room upstairs and we can talk about the script. Suyu exhaled and said, Okay. Halfway through, Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian went to the toilet. This girl is a little innocent. Sun Wuda pushed open the cubicle door one by one. After making sure that there was no one there, he said. That's what makes it interesting. Zhao Yuqian stood in front of the urinal and looked at his bloodshot eyes. Did you bring the medicine? Sun Wuda nodded. Yes, I will give you one later. But I feel that it's not easy to persuade her. Did she agree? Zhao Yuqian waved his hand. She drank so much that she agreed to it half-heartedly. At most, I will chat with her in the room. Sun Wuda said, Will it cause any trouble? I'm worried about Tianfang. What can happen? Zhao Yuqian let out a long sigh. It's like this in our line of work. Tianfang is untainted. Look, you didn't say anything. In the entertainment industry, only good female artists can make a name for themselves. Qin Bao Bao is an exception. But how many Qin Zhe are there in the entertainment industry? When Zhao Yuqian first entered this line of work, he didn't see many chaste women. There were still a few. But slowly, they were all soaked in the industry. He used to like a small-time actress many years ago. At that time, he was still doing odd jobs on the set. The assistant director was his relative. Later, the small-time actress met him and complained tearfully to him. Zhao Yuqian was very angry and went to reason with the director. The director didn't say anything. But that night, he was slapped a few times by the assistant director. The next morning, he saw the small-time actress he liked coming out of the director's room. She had dark circles under her eyes, but she was smiling contentedly. Zhao Yuqian knew that there must have been an indescribable deal last night. He felt that he was really stupid. Because of his relative, he wasn't kicked out of the set. Zhao Yuqian said, Oh right, are you coming later? Sun Wuda said, You go first. I'll come later. But I'm afraid she's young and can't take it. I think we should change to a big suite. Bring Jiang Nan too. Her persuasion might be better than ours, Zhao Yuqian said. Good idea. When they were in Star Art, these two partners had developed the habit of working together. Chapter 562. After dinner, Siyu followed Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda upstairs to talk about the script. Jiang Nan also went with them. Turn off your phone, in case a call comes in later and disturbs us, Sun Wuda said. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled and took out her phone. She demonstrated in front of Su Yu and turned off her phone. The three of them looked at Su Yu. Su Yu hesitated for a moment. I have to tell my family. If I don't go home late, my mom will be worried. Su Yu had never seen the world and didn't even have working experience, but she was not without EQ. She felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. But since it was her cousin's company, she didn't care too much about the twists and turns of the entertainment industry. She didn't want to talk about the script, but her other sister had agreed. She didn't have the courage to refuse. People with little experience and thin skin were easily led and didn't know how to refuse. Zhao Yuqian said, just say that you want to talk about the role and rehearse. Tell your mom not to worry. Su Yu nodded and rubbed her temples. Her head hurt and she felt like vomiting. Cousin, I'm talking to the director about the script in the hotel, Liyue Hotel on Longhua Street. Is that okay? After sending the message, she said that she felt nauseous and wanted to go to the toilet to vomit. She didn't receive any messages from her cousin in the 3 minutes she came out of the toilet. Did it mean that there was no problem or that he didn't see it? Su Yu didn't think much about it. The alcohol made her brain numb and she couldn't think carefully. Zhao Yuqian pretended to be relaxed. Is your phone off? Yes. Let me see. Su Yu took out her phone and showed it to him. Zhao Yuqian pressed the button and the screen didn't light up. He nodded with satisfaction. They went upstairs and opened the door to a spacious suite. This should be the most luxurious suite series in the hotel. There was a balcony, a living room and 2 rooms. After Jiang Nan entered the room, she threw her bag on the sofa in the living room and smiled flirtatiously. I'm going to take a shower first. She glanced at Su Yu and winked at Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. Su Yu was confused. Let's go to the room. Zhao Yuqian put his arm around Su Yu's thin shoulder. Su Yu took a step back and kept her last hope. Where's the script? Zhao Yuqian sneered. Sun Wuda said, there's no need for a script. In the film crew, or even in this industry, if the director wants you to act, you can act. Whether or not you have acting skills or a script, it doesn't matter. Su Yu didn't say anything and just looked at him. Sun Wuda continued, therefore, the director's words are very important. They are so important that they can determine the life and death of a newcomer. Do you understand? Su Yu shook her head. Sun Wuda clicked his tongue. All right, you'll understand in the future. Little girl, have you ever had a boyfriend? Su Yu shook her head again. The two of them looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Why did you choose to be an artist? Sun Wuda asked in a casual tone. To train myself, Su Yu said. It was her wish to train herself during the summer vacation. It was her cousin's wish to have her come for the audition. According to her own heart, being able to get along harmoniously with the backup artists was already something worth celebrating. Her recent goal had already been achieved. She didn't have high expectations for herself. You've never thought of making money? Sun Wuda asked. Making money, of course, Su Yu said. With her family's financial situation, if she could earn some money to support the family while working in her cousin's company, her mother would be very happy. That's right. Sun Wuda sighed. But money isn't easy to earn, right? No matter what industry it is, it's not easy to earn money. Celebrities are just like writers. Not only is it difficult to earn money, but there are also a lot of haters. After saying a lot, Sun Wuda saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. He said directly, to be honest, as long as you're willing to communicate with us for a night, you can take the role. Also, if you want to act in the future, we have a quota. Just give us a call. As you know, our director Zhao is a famous director. Suyu wasn't stupid. It was self-evident what a knight of communication meant. A 17-year-old girl who was underage and hadn't been exposed to the dark side. She was afraid and at the same time, angry. I don't want to act, I don't want to. Suyu turned around and left. But Zhao Yuqian, who was beside her, pulled her and made her stumble. Sun Wuda quietly blocked the door. A wave of dizziness and nausea hit her. Suyu's body stiffened. Her cherry mouth panted, and she exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. She was like a frightened elk, looking at two wolves. Zhao Yuqian could use force and was confident that he could eliminate the hidden danger, but he was still doing the final thinking. Don't be nervous. Let's talk. Zhao Yuqian said, it's not a big deal. Everyone has become. You can't accept it now because you haven't been exposed to it. Jiangnan is bathing in there. There are too many girls like her. Why are they willing, but you're not? Are you nobler than others? No, they're the ones who have experienced the scenery of the top of the mountain and seen the world that ordinary people can't see in their lifetime. The world of money, the beauty of money, the rich life that people can't extricate themselves from. Zhao Yuqian said, there are many artists who are willing to take off their clothes, but it doesn't mean that you'll have a chance. Your starting point is higher than theirs. As long as you're willing, you can sign the contract now. You'll enjoy a lot of things, such as fame and fortune. You'll be different from the girls in school. Not only will you enjoy their envious gazes, but you'll also have endless money. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to paint a big picture first. Suyu said loudly, I'm going back. You go away. She glared at Sun Wuda. Unfortunately, her delicate appearance didn't have much lethality. Instead, it made the latter stiffen slightly. TSK, the first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, but the first time was often the hardest to overcome. If he let go now, this girl would hit a wall a few times. Who knew, she might be obedient next time. Zhao Yuqian didn't want to wait for the next time. He wasn't Tian Feng's director, so he couldn't just leave after filming this movie. If he could get the most out of Tian Feng in the shortest time possible, that would naturally be the best. Tian Feng needed experienced directors and scriptwriters like them. They were here to help. While getting a handsome reward, they couldn't let go of other benefits. Just like cutting fat, the more benefits they could get, the better. He gave Sun Wuda a look. The latter nodded. Suyu gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, like a small beast baring its teeth. I don't want your help. My cousin is Qinzhe. Qinzhe and his sister's bedtime activities were eating desserts and playing cards. Their phones were left in the room. The more successful a person was, the less they cared about their phones. Those who spent their days hugging their phones were people who lacked both mental and physical energy. But it wasn't too late. About 10 minutes later, he saw Suyu's message. His scalp went numb. He dialed the number while running out of the room. Qin Bao Bao was in the living room. She saw him running across the living room and changing his shoes in a hurry. What are you doing? Going out so late at night? His sister asked. F***ck. Qinzhe cursed. His phone was turned off. Qin Bao Bao chased him to the entrance and asked nervously in a low voice, what's wrong? Yeah, might be in trouble. Yeah. Qinzhe quickly changed his shoes. Damn it, isn't she playing a small role? The director seems to be trying to take advantage of her. Didn't you inform the crew? What the F***ck? Did Xiao Long need to take advantage of her? Only an idiot would take advantage of her. But Yaya was too inexperienced. She could easily be led astray. Qin Bao Bao's expression changed slightly. Didn't you forbid me to say it? Everyone knows she's your cousin. What is she training for? Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't remember clearly because he had never cared about these things. If Suyu came to the company to gain experience, then so be it. Anyway, when a person achieves success, his relatives can do whatever they want. He had the ability and could provide convenience for them. He had never paid much attention to this cousin of his. So she was auditioning for a Xiaolong role. She didn't need to be good at acting for a Xiaolong role. Her small face was enough. Besides, Tianfang was his company. He was the boss. His territory was dark under the light. Qin Bao Bao shouted anxiously, "I'll go with you." "Where are we going?" Xianxia said, "Liyue Hotel, Longhua Street." Xianxia opened the door and left. Qin Bao Bao was in her pajamas. She didn't even change her slippers and chased after him. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The siblings' expressions were unusually ugly. Qin Bao Bao wanted to ask when it was, but seeing that her brother had been on the phone, she didn't dare to disturb. The message was from 10 minutes ago. Xianxia was a little panicked. He had to make the time difference. Otherwise, even if he went now, the dishes would be cold. But Suyu's phone was turned off again. Talking to the director about the script. Which director? Xianxia was calling MOU. If it was him, Xianxia would let him know that there was a line in the song, "A broken chrysanthemum, full of wounds." It wasn't a joke. The call went through immediately. Xianxia said in a low voice, "You're at Liyue Hotel." MOU was stunned. "I'm at home, truth." "What's wrong, Boss Qin?" "Give me Zhao Yu's phone number. Immediately, send me a message." With that, he hung up. About 30 seconds later, when the elevator reached the first floor, a message came in. In addition to Zhao Yu's phone number, there was also a question mark from MOU. Xianxia didn't reply. He pressed the number and dialed. Zhao Yu and Sun Wuda looked at each other, full of smiles, but it was just a sneer. Sun Wuda teased, "Is Qin Bao Bao your cousin?" Suyu nodded vigorously. Zhao Yu laughed and said, "Good girl. Actually, Xianxia is my long-lost son. Don't be afraid. Come to the room with your uncle tonight for a chat." What a funny little girl. Zhao Yu stood up and tugged at her. "Listen to me. You're rich and famous. Many female artists dream of being with you. If you don't, then you're not obedient. What can a little girl like you do to us?" His phone suddenly rang. Zhao Yu frowned and took it out. It was an unknown number. He hung up. It rang again. Again. And again. Maybe it was something. People of his status often received calls from unknown people, but it wasn't the kind of trashy advertising or sales calls. It could be looking for cooperation, gifts, and so on. "What's the matter?" He was calm. "Zhao Yu, I'm Xianxia," said the other party. "President Qin." At first, he was stunned, then he put on a smile. "It's so late. Why are you calling me? Are you at the Liyue Hotel?" "Zhao Yu. How did he know? You want to sleep with my artist?" Well, Xiao Yuqian didn't know how to answer the question of seeing through but not saying anything. "Did you do it?" His tone was cold. "I'm asking you a question." He shouted. "No, no," Xiao Yu's body trembled. He was shocked. "Suyu is my cousin. Wait for me at the hotel." The call was cut off. The phone slipped on the floor and made a muffled sound. Zhao Yu's face was pale. Chapter 563. I'm Xianxia, Suyu is my cousin. Xiao Yuqian felt a rumbling sound in his mind, as if thunder was echoing. It's over. It's over. She's really Qin Zhe's cousin. Why would Qin Zhe's cousin come to the audition? She's relying on her own abilities. Don't be ridiculous. Who would rely on their own abilities if they had connections? This isn't a TV series. What's wrong? Sun would have frowned when he saw his strange expression. Zhao Yuqian stared at Su Yu in a daze. Her face was flushed red. She should have looked seductive. Now that he looked at her again, she was as vicious as a snake. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have just said that you're Qin Zhe's cousin. You pretended to be an ordinary backup artist and came to the audition. You even hid your identity. You're really Qin Zhe's cousin. Zhao Yuqian's face was dark as he asked bitterly. I am. That's why I'm not afraid of you. Su Yu gave herself courage. On the side, Sun Wuda froze. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at Zhao Yuqian in disbelief. Just now. Qin Zhe called. Sun Wuda's voice was trembling. Zhao Yuqian didn't say anything. He sat on the sofa with his head lowered. His hands were restless as he scratched his head. Sun Wuda was silent for a few seconds. Then, he grabbed his bag and left. Where are you going? Of course. Why are we still here? Zhao Yuqian looked exhausted. He told us to wait here. Sun Wuda was speechless. So, should we go or not? Even though the two of them were experienced in life and society, they were at a loss of what to do. Their boss's cousin was an unspoken rule. They were embarrassed and scared at the same time. It was like an employee who saw a super hot girl in the company and bought roses to court her. He said flirtatiously, "Beauty, the moment I saw you, I was like a programmer who found a loophole." He didn't want to do anything but fix it. Then, the beauty said, "I'm your boss's cousin." Coincidentally, his boss was right beside him. But with Qin Zhe's identity and status, he was a big capitalist in the entertainment industry. Did he dare to leave? The two of them looked at each other in silence. Sun Wuda put down his bag and sat on the sofa. Just say it's a misunderstanding. We don't work for his company. At most, we can just quit. Zhao Yuqian said in a hoarse voice. He was emboldening himself and his partner. We can look for Director Huang. Doesn't he have a good relationship with Qin Zhe? With this relationship, he won't do anything. Sun Wuda said. The two nodded at the same time. Zhao Yu calmed himself down and felt less panicked. Why haven't you left yet? He looked at Su Yu. If this girl left, the situation would be much better. I'm not leaving. Su Yu glared at her. My cousin is coming, right? His words became much more righteous. He was like a child who had lost a fight. One moment, he was crying because he felt wronged, but when his father came, he arrogantly said, "This is my father." It was exactly the same. About 5 minutes later, the door lock clicked. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian, who were sitting on the sofa, shuddered. It wasn't the door, but the bathroom door. Jiang Nan, who had just finished showering, came out in her pajamas and was drying her hair with a dry towel. The scene in the room stunned her. Shouldn't it be done by now? But now, the two men were sitting on the sofa dispiritedly. The girl was standing valiantly, glaring at the director and scriptwriter. When she heard the noise, she first looked at herself and then glared at the two men. What's wrong? Jiang Nan was confused. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda didn't say anything. Jiang Nan could only say, "Little girl, it's your turn to go in." Su Yu said disdainfully, "Disgusting." What do you mean? I just think you're disgusting. Jiang Nan was so angry that she laughed. If you're not disgusting, why don't you leave? Why are you standing here like a fool? Suyu retorted, why should I leave? I'm waiting for my cousin. Your cousin? Jiang Nan sneered. Shut up. Zhao Yuqian shouted. Jiang Nan, an aggrieved expression. I didn't say anything wrong, right? Then I'll go to the room first. Jiang Nan said in a muffled voice. You don't have to go. Put on your clothes and leave, Sun Wuda said. What do you mean? Jiang Nan's expression changed. Are they changing their minds? Are they not going to let me act anymore? Her expression changed several times. Anger, indignation, annoyance, and other emotions. She went back to the bathroom without a word. When she came out again, she had already put on her clothes and high heels. She picked up her bag and walked out expressionlessly. The sound of her high heels clacking against the floor was crisp and clear. When Jiang Nan walked to the door, there was a loud knock on the door. Paw, paw, paw. It was very loud and very heavy. It was obvious that the person knocking on the door was very impatient. This time, it was him. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's expressions were extremely ugly, and they were a little uneasy. Jiang Nan was about to go out when she turned the doorknob and opened the door. A man in short sleeves and big shorts, and a bare-faced woman in pajamas. Seeing the two people outside the door, she was stunned, and then she was pushed away forcefully. Although she was pushed away so violently that her high heels slipped and she fell on the floor, she wasn't angry. Instead, she was confused and stunned. Unbelievable. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe rushed into the room. He saw that his cousin's clothes were still intact and her face was still flushed red. His tense heart finally relaxed. Yeah, are you okay? Why are you here? Qin Bao Bao grabbed Suyu and gritted her teeth. Did they bully you? Did they touch you? Suyu shook her head. No, they said they wanted to talk to me about the script, so I came up. Qin Bao Bao was relieved. She wanted to scold her, but this was not the right place. She held her in her arms and glared at the two people on the sofa. Zhao Yuqian braced himself and got up. Boss Qin, this is a misunderstanding, What he got in response was a kick to the heart, and he was sent flying half a meter. Zhao Yuqian lay on the floor and vomited. He vomited everything he ate and drank. The sour smell spread. Qin Zhe, you. Sun Wuda's face changed. Qin Zhe slapped him with the back of his hand. Sun Wuda staggered a few steps and fell, and then he was punched and kicked by Qin Zhe. Bang, bang, bang. There was a commotion. Glasses, ashtrays, fruit plates, backpacks. He smashed everything he could get his hands on. Their heads were bleeding and they looked miserable. Qin Zhe looked at them one last time. He didn't scold them or say anything. Instead, he walked to his sister and asked Suyu, "Are you okay?" Suyu shook her head. Women should be instinctively afraid and disgusted when they saw a fight. But the sisters were starry-eyed. When they were in trouble, having a man by their side to solve the problem gave them a sense of security. Both sisters felt safe. Jiang Nan was still standing at the door. She witnessed the whole process of Qin Zhe beating people up. Her mind was in a mess. This girl. What was her relationship with Qin Zhe? These two idiots had slept with Qin Zhe's relatives. It was over. She felt that she might be banned from the entertainment industry. Who are you? You're blocking the way. Qin Zhe looked unfriendly. This woman still smelled like shampoo and her hair was wet. It was obvious that she was the kind of woman who used deals to climb her way up. There were many such things in the entertainment industry. Tianfang Entertainment didn't have any at the moment. He and his sister were involved in almost all the movies produced by Tianfang Entertainment. So, things like unspoken rules wouldn't happen in his crew. If it was a mutual affection deal, Xianxia wouldn't care. But if it was his cute cousin, he couldn't. My name is Jiang Nan answered subconsciously. She stepped aside and made way. She was a little scared. What if he hit her? Xianxia stopped in his tracks. He looked at her and said unhappily, "Did you write Dragon 5? If not, why are you so unrestrained? Go back to writing." "I've waited for 2 years. Jiang Nan. Chapter 564. Zhao Yuqian lay on the ground for a moment. He heard the door close twice, and the suite quieted down. After making sure that everyone had left, he groaned and got up. His clothes and face were stained with vomit. His companion, Sun Wuda, was also lying on the ground, moaning and clutching his stomach. Zhao Yuqian struggled to get up and helped Sun Wuda up. They endured the pain and dizziness and walked into the bathroom. The tiles in the bathroom were wet and full of water. Zhao Yuqian slipped and fell. He held back his tears and stood up straight. In the mirror, both of them looked miserable. Their clothes and pants were stained with filth. Their heads hurt and blood flowed down their cheeks. Their scalps must have been broken. One was a famous director, and the other was a veteran screenwriter. They had never been in such a miserable situation. At least not for many years. F***ck. Sun Wuda cursed and grabbed a dry towel to wipe his face. "Don't wipe it." Zhao Yuqian stopped him and said in a low voice, "We'll call the police and solve this through legal procedures." "Can it work?" Sun Wuda hesitated. "I don't care," Zhao Yuqian said fiercely, "he's a public figure. This is enough to make him suffer. Remember the artists who were sentenced for beating people up a few years ago?" "Fine." Sun Wuda said angrily, "We didn't do anything. He was the one who beat us up." He immediately called the police. The police station was not far from here, so they were dispatched quickly. 3 policemen knocked on the door of the hotel room. Both of them were filthy and had blood on their faces. They looked pitiful. "What happened? Who beat you up?" one of the policemen asked. "Xianxia," Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded slightly. "Where are you from? Where do you live?" "Xianxia, the boss of Tianfang Entertainment," Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded. He suddenly froze. If he didn't hear wrong, it was Xianxia from Tianfang Entertainment. "That Xianxia. How did you fight? Tell us what happened." The policeman perked up. It was definitely not gossip. Zhao Yuqian was silent for a moment, then looked at Sun Wuda. "We were talking about the script with the company's female artist, and then he rushed in and beat us up," Sun Wuda said. After that, he saw the subtle look in the 3 policemen's eyes. "What are your names?" "Zhao Yuqian." "Sun Wuda." The 3 policemen suddenly understood. Sun Wuda didn't know him, but Zhao Yuqian had heard of him. He was a very famous director. The director, the female artist, discussed the script. The police comrades suddenly understood. "Yes, we are professionally trained police officers. No matter how gossipy something is, we will never gossip unless we can't help it." "Who is the female artist who discussed the script with you?" the police officer asked. He could not hold it in any longer. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian were silent. Cough, cough. Another policeman coughed and said, "I'll take you to the hospital first, then we'll go to the police station to record your statements." Zhao Yuqian said in a deep voice, "We're definitely just lightly injured. Arrest Xianxia immediately. Let's go to the hospital first. Whether or not it's a minor injury, we'll file a case first." Then, we'll wait for the judicial department and the hospital to appraise it, the policeman said. The car drove through the night, leaving a long and fast shadow on the road illuminated by the street lamps. Inside the car, the ceiling light was on. Qin Bao Bao and Siyu sat in the back seat. Qin Bao Bao comforted her cousin softly. He didn't have the heart to blame her. The director invited you to drink and discuss the script. Why didn't you give me a call? Qin Zhe said. I did send a text. Siyu sat up straight like a primary school student. Her small face was slightly nervous and pale. Then why didn't you tell me in advance that you wanted to drink? I was just a little careless and you were almost fooled. I did call you. Siyu lowered her head and said in a low voice, you didn't want to talk to me. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. You must have been scared. Qin Zhe sighed. You've seen the rotten side of society. If you encounter anything in the future, be careful. Be vigilant and keep a distance from anyone's kindness and enthusiasm. Siyu said, okay. Qin Zhe drove his cousin home and stopped outside the neighborhood. It was a rare night with a cool breeze. It should have been comfortable, but the three of them were in a bad mood. Cousin, aren't you and cousin going up? Grandma misses you. Siyu was sent to the gate of the neighborhood by Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. Not going. Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. How could he be in the mood to see Grandma? You, don't tell Aunt and Grandma about this. Her sister reminded her. Okay. Siyu nodded. She turned around and walked a few steps. She stopped, turned around, and stared at Qin Zhe. Cousin, thank you. After that, she looked like a swallow returning to the forest. Qin Zhe hugged his cousin in his arms and touched her head. Silly girl. She didn't know if she was wronged or frightened. Her thin and delicate body trembled slightly. Siyu reluctantly left her cousin's arms. She lowered her head slightly and walked into the neighborhood silently. You. Qin Zhe suddenly shouted. Siyu stopped. In the future, Qin Zhe said loudly, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you. Siyu walked into the darkness with her head lowered. You, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you. After so many years, this sentence seemed to have traveled through time and floated into her ears again. The street lights in the neighborhood sprinkled a dim yellow light, illuminating the 2 lines of tears on Suyu's cheeks. TSK, you, this silly girl. She's still the same as when she was young. Qin Bao Bao's foxy face flashed with anger. She's been closer to you since she was young. The few people in Grandma's family are all the same. Qin Bao Bao had been beautiful since she was young. She was as arrogant as a peacock. When she was in junior high school, she liked to read novels, but she didn't have enough money. The main reason was that buying books was too expensive. Coincidentally, there was a bookstore next to Suyu's school. She could rent it for 10 cents a day. Qin Bao Bao would ask Siyu to rent books for her every day. When Yu was in the 5th grade of primary school, she would first take the bus to her aunt's house and send novels to her cousin once a week after school. It was obvious that someone's bad habit of bullying others didn't only apply to her younger brother. Why are you jealous? Qin Zhe said angrily. Bah, I'm not jealous. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. She then gritted her teeth and said angrily, you hit them too lightly. These 2 scumbags. If Qin Zhe hadn't found out about it early, it might have caused a big mistake. How could the siblings face their parents, uncle, aunt, and grandma? They also couldn't face Suyu, who was interning at his cousin's company. He didn't care about her at all. He shouldn't have kept her identity a secret, or told her about the ways of the entertainment industry in advance. They looked calm on the surface, but in fact, they were scared. Hitting people can only vent your anger, but it won't solve the problem. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "This matter isn't over yet. You watch." A's. His sister suddenly called him in a very gentle voice. Xianxia, yes. Qin Bao gently hugged his waist. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? As he spoke, Xianxia looked around to see if there were any paparazzi following them. He didn't find any at the moment. Then he looked at the guard booth. There was only a guard who was sleeping on the table. He didn't know if his surname was Qin. Thank you for working hard for me so that you won't be a salted fish anymore. If the word salted fish didn't exist, I would be touched. Thank you for working so hard to buy the entertainment company for me. This sentence was more pleasant to hear. Thank you for not finding a girlfriend for me. This sentence was a little scary. Sister, let me pretend that I didn't understand. Qin Bao continued, if it weren't for you, I would probably have to leave the entertainment industry. It was inevitable that a woman with her looks and no background would be able to continue smoothly in the entertainment industry. It was almost impossible for a woman like her to have a smooth career. She wouldn't accept the unspoken rules, so the only way was to leave the entertainment industry. Fortunately, I have a good brother who can be soft and hard. Usually, he was a salted fish, but at critical moments, he was surprisingly reliable. Qin Bao recalled all the difficulties and troubles she had encountered along the way. It seemed that every time, as long as she whined in front of her brother, he would be able to help her solve it. Sob, 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 help me write songs. Sob, 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 be my guest singer. Sob, 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 do a kissing scene with sister. She whined all the way to the peak of her life. There's nothing to thank, you're my sister. Xianxia said, my parents are not as close as my sister. Then, do you want to practice a kissing scene with sister? Qin Bao looked up. The wind lifted her forehead hair, and her beauty was unparalleled. Xianxia glanced at her half-opened red lips and was quite tempted. Eating the rouge from my sister's mouth every other day, I'm probably the world's most honest, ghost, younger brother. But not now. Who knew if a paparazzi would suddenly jump out and say, ha ha ha, I finally caught your little secret. Wait to be hospitalized, 70 years after the founding of the country, the biggest and most sensational news in the entertainment industry. There was no escape. Qin Bao saw that he was silent and her heart sank. She said anxiously, I haven't practiced kissing for a long time, I'm a little rusty, have you forgotten what happened last time? Xianxia lowered his voice. The paparazzi's eyes are everywhere. Even if they weren't here now, they couldn't be careless. The paparazzi might be late, but they would never be absent. They had to be vigilant at all times. Qin Bao immediately pushed her brother away and looked around guiltily. Xianxia, don't look, sister. You're making us look like we're having an affair. I have a small stove, but I never ride it. The siblings reached for their phones at the same time. Qin Bao forgot that she was wearing pajamas and didn't bring her phone. Xianxia's phone rang. The caller was a landline, an unknown number. Xianxia picked up the phone. If it was a spam call, he would immediately hang up. Hello, is this Mr. Xianxia? This is XX police station. It was a woman's voice. It's me. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. You're suspected of intentional injury. Please tell us your address. We need to take you to the police station to assist in the investigation. No need, I'll come over now. Xianxia said. There was a moment of silence. Okay. Sister's skirt fluttered. Who's calling? Xianxia smiled and said, the police station. I'm suspected of intentional injury. I may have to go to the small dark room. Chapter 565. Did those two *cheese call the police? Qin Bao's face darkened. Yes. Maybe they felt indignant. After all, I hit them. It's only right for them to call the police. Xianxia said nonchalantly. In a society ruled by law, there was a price to pay for hitting someone. Especially in a big city like Shanghai, it was not a place where you could do whatever you wanted. Xianxia was also a celebrity. It was easy for him to get into trouble if he hit someone. Therefore, he did not understand how those big shots who beat up the east, west, south, north, and south could resist the police. Will it be fine? Qin Bao Bao was a little confused. Anyway, you know so many people. Your network in Shanghai is so extensive. Xianxia said seriously, what nonsense are you talking about? The river and crab are shining in the sky. The flowers are smiling at me. The birds are saying, good morning, good morning. You are a law-abiding citizen. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Xianxia said as he got into the car. If I really committed the crime of intentional injury, I will accept the punishment. Although the country has always been afraid of me and wanted to kill me before I was born, I still love the red flag. Qin Bao Bao was amused by him and laughed. How many times have you used this joke? Xianxia started the car and glared at his sister. Don't say it out loud. If you don't say it out loud, the readers will not think of it. The phone rang again. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and fumbled in Xianxia's pocket. She took out the phone. It's Zijin, she said and picked up the phone. Hello, Zijin. Bao Bao, what's going on? The police came to our house just now and said that Ace is suspected of intentional injury. They asked him to go back to assist in the investigation. When they didn't see him, they asked me for his number. Wang Zijin's tone was calm. He beat up two scumbags and they called the police, Qin Bao Bao said, but Ace looks very confident. It seems that everything is fine. Oh, I'll hang up then. Wang Zijin said, I'm watching an anti-Japanese drama about my grandson and my soldiers. The call ended. Xianxia was speechless. Aren't you going to say a few words of consolation? Fake girlfriend. Heartless wolf. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks at her brother. See, it's still your biological sister who loves you. Okay. Xianxia nodded perfunctorily as he recalled the details of what happened just now. His attack shouldn't have been too heavy, right? However, it was hard to say whether or not it was intentional injury. After all, my control was still far from being comparable to that of a king. If I attacked with hatred, I might not have controlled my strength. First, I'll suppress this matter, then use my connections. I'll abide by the law, abide by the law. Perhaps his relaxed expression made his sister relax as well. She even had the mood to play with her phone. After all, she even knew Xianxia's phone password. Oh right, what did you mean by what you said to that woman just now? His sister asked. Who? Jiangnan, you don't need to know. Just remember this, Xianxia said in a deep voice, Jiangnan's old bastard is heartless. I will live and die with the monsters. Qin Bao Bao replied blankly, okay. The police station was a little far away. Even if there was no traffic at night, it still took them half an hour to drive. Xianxia parked the car and entered the police station hand in hand with Qin Bao Bao. At this time, there was no one on duty at the reception desk by the door, but there was someone behind the glass counter. Anyone who had been to a police station would know that the layout of a police station was similar to that of a bank and other institutions. The policeman on duty glanced at the two and asked, report or surrender? Xianxia said, surrender. Oh, what? The policeman on duty was stunned. He looked carefully at Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao and recognized them. In this day and age, there were not many people who did not know this pair of siblings, unless they were old people who did not pay attention to the internet and celebrities. You come with me. The policeman on duty walked out from behind the counter and led Qin Zhe and his sister to the electric door on the other side. Previously, it was just a place to receive reports and inquiries. After entering the electric door, it was the real police office of the police station. Qin Zhe and his sister followed the policeman on duty to the second floor. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Other than the policeman on duty, there was almost no one else. The policeman on duty knocked on the office door. "Old Qin, they're here." The middle-aged policeman who was dozing off at the desk woke up. He turned around and hurriedly stood up and greeted, "Please come in." "Little Li, come here and take a statement." Little Li. Coming." A young policewoman walked out from inside. She had good facial features, a round face, and a capable ponytail. When she saw Qin Zhe, she was a little stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Zhe's face. Little Li was a fan of Qin Zhe. Little fresh meat was originally popular with girls, and Qin Zhe was the more unique one. Every song of Qin Zhe's was saved in her phone and computer. For Qin Zhe's A Journey to the West, she went to watch it every day for a week. Her boyfriend, who had always been obedient, was quite dissatisfied with this. He felt that his girlfriend was too obsessed with Qin Zhe and was very jealous. Officer Chen said, "Pour 2 cups of tea." Qin Zhe originally thought that interrogation. He was suspected of a crime, so there should be an interrogation. On TV, he was locked in a small dark room, interrogated one by one, and then there was a one-way glass wall. Behind the wall, there was a small leader watching the interrogation process. In the end, it was just the 4 of them sitting in a row in the office. Little Li was responsible for recording the conversation on the computer. This was because the incident itself was just a fight. The hospital's test results were not out yet. Qin Zhe was only suspected, not really breaking the law. After entering the name, gender, and age according to the procedure, Officer Chen said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yuqian and Sun would have reported you to the police." "What is the reason?" Qin Zhe said, "They wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist, a 17-year-old girl, underage." Little Li said, "Bah, scum." Then Qin Zhe, "Are you injured?" Qin Zhe said, "No." Little Li said, "That's good." Ahem. Officer Chen had to remind her. "Focus on recording. Give me a detailed account of what happened." Qin Zhe immediately told her what happened. About 15 minutes later, the investigation ended. Officer Chen sent the siblings out of the office. "Before the hospital and the judicial organization's injury report comes out, I hope you will stay in Shanghai and cooperate with us," Officer Chen said. "No problem. By the way, where's the toilet?" "Go straight, turn right at the end." Qin Zhe said to his sister, "Wait for me in the car first." Qin Bao shook her head. "Here." Qin Zhe went straight to the toilet and stood in front of the urinal. He took out his phone and his belt. Soon, the call he made was connected. "Little Qin." A middle-aged man's mellow voice came from the other end. "Yes, it's me, Uncle Bai." Qin Zhe laughed enthusiastically. "What's the matter?" The man laughed. "There's some trouble," Qin Zhe said. "There's an ignorant director who wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist. She's an underage girl. I caught him and gave him a good beating. I'm still at XX police station now. Those 2 seem to have gone for an injury examination. I'm not sure if they crossed the line. You're the big boss of the Public Security Bureau. Can you give me an idea? TSK, let's see what you plan to do about this. Do you want to settle or pursue the matter?" "Ha, I want to kill those 2 B** cheese. Uncle knows." Let's wait for the injury examination results first. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Bai. After a few simple words, the call ended. Uncle Bai was Bai Guowei's father. They had drunk and chatted at the hotel in the forest park a while ago. Oh right, he also had a notorious daughter called Bai Fong. She just didn't like him. He didn't know how he had offended her. Qin Zhe now had a network of connections in Shanghai. As long as he didn't get involved in prostitution, gambling, and drugs, he could do whatever he wanted. First wave, second wave, third wave. Rowing a boat didn't need a paddle. The Wang family's connections didn't need to be used at all. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. That was why Wang Zijin was so calm. Having many friends meant that he could do whatever he wanted. However, it was better to fight less in the future. He couldn't be bothered to bully ordinary people. For example, if he dared to hit the two people tonight, they would dare to call the police. He envied those big shots who beat up people with power and status. They didn't have to worry about legal liability. Hacks. At the same time, he despised those who had a good social status, money, power, and connections, but chose to swallow their anger after being attacked by the main character's people. Low hacks. What did you call me for? The system asked. I didn't call you, Qin Zhe replied. You can continue to hibernate and AFK. It's none of your business. The system said, oh, I'll continue to deduce the mysteries of the universe. It's been a while since I triggered a mission. Qin Zhe said, okay, Sir System. He turned around and saw Officer Chen standing at the door. The two of them nodded and smiled as if nothing had happened. When they brushed past each other, Officer Chen said, do you want me to send you off? Oh, she even said, you. Qin Zhe shook his head and smiled politely, I have a car. Thank you. Officer Chen was just saying it casually to make a good impression. When Officer Chen returned to her office, Xiaoli was excitedly posting on her WeChat moments to show off that she had met Qin Zhe. She was full of praise and joy, but she didn't say what had happened because of privacy issues. Officer Chen was thinking. Someone with the surname Bai. The big shot of the Public Security Bureau. Who could it be? The director of her police station wasn't surnamed Bai. Looking further up, there didn't seem to be anyone. Xiaoli, do you think there's anyone with the surname Bai in our organization? Ha! Xiaoli was confused, leaders in the organization. Is there? You're a clerk, you should know better. I don't think so. Xiaoli thought for a while, oh, the second in command of Shanghai's Public Security Bureau has the surname Bai. He's called Bai Xiqing. Officer Chen was shocked. It shouldn't be that person. Do you think Qin Zhe knows that leader? Why do you say that? I heard him calling Uncle Bai in the toilet just now. He's from our organization. No way, the two of them looked at each other. Xiaoli was shocked, Qin Zhe, a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. It doesn't seem impossible. Chapter 566. At noon the next day, a piece of news was posted online. Hashtag Qin Zhe beat up the famous director Zhao Yuqian. Hashtag Qin Zhe might be held responsible for his impulsiveness. Hashtag what happened? The grudge between Qin Zhe and Zhao Yuqian. Hashtag this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Not to mention other things, just Tianfang's side couldn't hide it. The director and scriptwriter didn't come to work during the preparation of True Yellow Legend. After asking, they found out that they were resting at home and were too ashamed to come back. When they asked again, the big boss beat them up. The news spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout Tianfang Entertainment. Whether it was the ordinary employees, executives, or cleaning aunties, everyone was discussing this matter. The popularity of this gossip was even more attractive than topics like, why do old sows howl every night? Why do old ladies in their 80s have their underwear stolen? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morals? A few people noticed that among the backup artists, there was a girl named Suyu who didn't come to work. Maybe she was on sick leave. That was the guess of the backup artists. Mou was actually the one who knew the most. Last night, CEO Qin called him and asked if he was at Liyue Hotel. As someone who had been in the workplace for a long time, he knew what was going on even if he used his toes to think. At this moment, he was still a little scared. If he was also involved, he would have been done for this morning. Mou had been in this industry for almost 10 years. Although he wasn't like some big directors who would hide every time they met a beautiful woman, among the top directors, there were one or two who were famous for being slutty. The number of female celebrities who had slept with them could circle the earth. But he wasn't a gentleman either. In this day and age, where would there be a gentleman? If the situation allowed it, he would be more than happy to open a room with the female celebrity to talk about the script. However, both CEO Qin and CEO Qin disliked this kind of phenomenon and explicitly forbade it. Therefore, even if the company's executives wanted to, they didn't dare to be too flamboyant. At most, they would contact the female celebrities in private. After all, they couldn't stop the female celebrities from working hard to improve themselves. If they forced them, it would be over if they were found out. Speaking of which, only Qin Zhe and Qin Bao had such confidence and ability. Would another entertainment company be able to do it? There was a lot of discussion about this matter online. It would definitely make the headlines and become a trending topic. This kind of thing was much more exciting than having an affair, getting her hair done, or sleeping with her manager. It was about Qin Zhe and a famous director. Fighting. You may be held criminally responsible. Every word was filled with excitement and gossip. Qin Zhe is up to something again. What's going on this time? Why are they fighting for no reason? It has to be fake. So far, neither Qin Zhe nor Zhao Yuqian have come forward to say anything. But there's no clarification either. Besides, there's so much news. It can't be groundless. If this is true, then Qin Zhe might be in trouble. Intentional injury, even if it's only a minor injury, will put him in jail for a few months. Then, they will be banned. Fighting is considered a banned artist. Ah. Does that mean we won't be able to hear Qin Zhe's songs in the future? Of course. The banned artists have no choice but to appear in front of the public in any form or production. They are completely banned. Under the huge public opinion, it meant huge traffic. The online media and paparazzi were like flies that smelled rotten meat. They swarmed excitedly and clamored. Soon, someone secretly took photos of Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda with bruises and bandages on their heads. Their actual injuries were not clear, but their appearance was very scary. Now it was lively. All the major online media platforms pushed all kinds of relevant information in time. There were articles and videos. While confirming the truth of the incident, they were also guessing and analyzing the troubles and difficulties Qin Zhe would face. For example, being locked up in a small dark room. For example, being banned. Then, the entertainment empire that he created would go into decline. Through the exaggeration of the editor and relevant people, it was clear and reasonable. Some people even said that Qin Zhe's era was over. He had only been famous for a short year, but Qin Zhe's name was known to everyone. He created the legend and era of a fast shooter. Especially the industry insiders in the entertainment industry and countless songwriters. Whenever they recalled the past year, they would think of the shame of being suppressed by a fast shooter and the fear of not being faster than him. Some people gloated and felt proud that they were finally no longer suppressed by a fast shooter. Some people regretted that a musical genius of a generation might have to bid farewell to the entertainment industry. It's over. The loyal fans felt a chill in their hearts. They really beat people up and they looked quite miserable. If they were to pursue legal responsibility, Xianxia might really have to go to jail for a few months. The anti-fans were overjoyed. Bah, this kind of person should be banned. Young success, arrogant and reckless. He should pay the price for beating people up. Ban him, hurry up and ban him. I like director Zhao Youqian's work very much. This time, I will support him no matter what. I strongly request that Xianxia be banned. It's wrong to beat people up for no reason. They are all adults and should pay the price for their actions. So, Xianxia is done for. Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. Burn some incense before you leave. Lu Xun once said that China people are ignorant and arrogant, inferior and proud. It's so disgusting that it makes one's hair stand on end. I can't make up any more stories. Lu Xun is more wrong than Daoist. Anyway, we just need to ban Xianxia. There were too many people waiting for the follow-up of this incident. However, this matter could not progress too quickly even if Xianxia was secretly pushing it. According to the normal process, the case verification, investigation, and injury evaluation by the judicial department should be done in half a month. The government could not be blamed for not doing enough. China was so big and there were so many things to do. They were very busy and did not provide private services. Similar government agencies such as hospitals. It was said that medical treatment was free for Americans and the government would pay for the medical expenses. However, you definitely did not know that from the time you got sick to the time you queued up, you would have to go to the crematorium 100 times. It was not a joke. Hence, most Americans who had some money would choose private hospitals, the kind that spent money. Xianxia could not possibly wait for half a month for such a trivial matter. He asked people to speed up the process and strive for the evaluation results. Even if there were connections, it could not be done in a day or two. The evaluation was not a big deal, but the process had to be followed. This was the most time-consuming process. In these 2 days, Xianxia received many calls. His friends in the entertainment industry, his friends in real life, and especially his university roommates. They called to ask about the situation. They were not the gossipy type but were concerned about his situation. The friends people made when they had nothing were the most precious. Then there were the calls from his parents and grandmother. Xianxia told his parents the truth but not his grandmother. Qin Ma was worried about his situation. She asked him to see if he could reconcile. If he could pay some money. It was better than going to the police. The old master only said 3 words, "Good call." In the villa, Zhao Youqian and Sun Wuda were on the phone. You've seen the news online, right? Zhao Youqian asked. I've seen it. It's impossible for this matter not to leak out, Sun Wuda said. Seeing Xianxia being criticized miserably on the internet, the two of them felt a sense of satisfaction from revenge. However, in reality, they did not want this matter to be exposed. Things like the unspoken rules would ruin their reputation and embarrass them. He didn't make a statement? He didn't criticize us. Zhao Youqian found it hard to understand. He probably wants to wait for the injury report to come out before he talks to us in private. So, he should leave a way out, Sun Wuda analyzed. If it were not for the beating incident, the two of them really could not afford to offend Xianxia. But now, they did not panic. At least, they did not panic before the injury report came out. After a few words, Zhao Youqian asked, "Did you pick up the call from President Wang?" "Yes, he wants to be the middleman and let us settle it in private with Xianxia." 100 million, or don't even think about settling it in private, Zhao Youqian demanded. Can it work? 100 million is not a lot to him. And once our injury report shows that it's a minor injury, he's finished. Okay, then, you'll talk to President Wang. Of course, I'll talk to him. Xianxia received a call from Huang Yitsong on the morning of the third day. These two bastards, I'll teach them a lesson later. Huang Yitsong's tone was angry. Before you send people over, don't you know what kind of person they are? Xianxia's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Hey, that's childish. Huang Yitsong said, which director in the entertainment industry is a gentleman? Do I need to say something that's common? Isn't your company like this? Alright, I'm sorry for asking, Xianxia said. What's the matter? Just an apology. This matter has made us brothers look bad. It's okay, we'll settle it ourselves. Huang Yitsong coughed softly, cleared his throat, and said, I thought about it. Although they did something wrong, it's not good for you if this continues, whether it's your reputation or the subsequent lawsuit. Before I made this call, I talked to Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. They're willing to settle it in private, but they want 100 million in compensation, 50 million each. Xianxia, I think it's a good deal, 100 million. Do you really think that my money grows on trees? People don't even dare to sell their diamonds at such a high price. What, are you two made of ginseng fruit? Xianxia had already lost 300 million this month. If he had to pay another 100 million, he would definitely lose a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Xianxia expressed his gratitude, and then refused. I refuse to settle it in private. Tell them to wait. He had to wait for the injury report to come out. If it didn't constitute intentional injury, there was a set of procedures. If it did, there was another set of procedures. So, he had to wait for the report to come out. This was the reason why he hadn't responded to the heated public opinion on the internet. He didn't want to say anything before the report came out. Huang Yitsong, why do I feel that both sides are difficult to deal with? Anyway, this condition of mine is still valid. Before the court accepts the complaint, I can help you with this. Huang Yitsong sighed. You're on your own. Thanks. Xianxia hung up the phone. Chapter 567. After dinner, they asked you to go upstairs to read the script, right? The bespectacled fat policeman sat behind the glass counter and asked while typing in the computer. Yes. On the other side of the glass, Siyu sat upright with her legs together and her hands placed on her lap. During that time, did they give you explicit hints to sleep with them? No. Siyu tried hard to recall and shook her head. They just said that I'm a good seedling and that it's not easy to be an actress. The fat policeman nodded. His fingers nimbly tapped on the keys, making crackling sounds. After a while. What happened after that? After that, they asked me to go to the room to talk about the script. Siyu lowered her head slightly. Her face was slightly red and burning. The girl was thin-skinned and felt that it was too embarrassing. You wanted to talk about the script with them. The fat policeman chose his words carefully. The meaning of his words was actually asking, are you willing to do a deal? It was not good to be too direct. After all, the other party was just a 17-year-old underage girl. Suyu's expression was blank. The fat policeman said helplessly, are you willing to do that kind of deal? No, I'm not willing. Suyu quickly shook her head. What did they say after they went upstairs? They said that if I sleep with them, they will give me the role. Suyu's face was red and her voice was weak. Tell me the details. Okay. A few minutes later, the fat policeman said, last few questions. Did they do anything to you? There were a few times, but I avoided them. Then, after they talked about that matter, I wanted to leave, but they blocked the door and wouldn't let me go. They even pulled me. Suyu said angrily. Understood. The fat policeman typed and finished. We have filed a case here. We will send them a message later. You go back and wait for the news. Suyu nodded and got up. Then I'll leave. Goodbye. Goodbye. After leaving the police station, Suyu slowly exhaled and looked up at the national emblem. The national emblem seemed to be shining and exuded a kind of aura called King Tyrant. Using Xuanhuan language to describe it, condense the fate of all living beings, inherit the essence of history, and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Under the mandate of the heavens, the words spoken were all heavenly laws. For example, after the founding of the country, no one was allowed to become a spirit. Once this decree was issued, the words would become law. Look, which animal dared to become a spirit? They were all suppressed. A sense of pride that came from being born as a human involuntarily rose in his heart. Except for single dogs. Except for the programmer ape. Her cousin's car was parked by the roadside outside the police station. The car window was lowered slightly, and wisps of green smoke curled out. Qin Zai's face was too eye-catching. It was inconvenient for him to go out in public, so he stayed in the car. Under the scorching sun, Suyu quickly walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. Are you done? Qin Zai reached his hand out of the car window and flicked the cigarette ash. It's done. Suyu's voice was soft, crisp, and a little sweet, just like her flower season. In a few more years, her voice would be less crisp and sweet, and more magnetic and gentle. Her voice was good for singing, but unfortunately, she was not talented enough. She always sang out of tune, just like Wang Zijin. What a pity. Otherwise, Qin Zai would consider training her. In this day and age, anything could be more profitable than being a star. Being a civil servant, crossed it out. And judging from Suyu's appearance, she was not traumatized, but she definitely had a new understanding of the filth in the entertainment industry. Let's leave it to fate. Will the police arrest them? I wasn't bullied. Is it a false accusation to sue them for attempted rape? Suyu asked weakly. Timid and introverted, Suyu's biggest flaw. A girl with such a personality would be at a disadvantage when she got into a relationship and started a family. She was so pretty and delicate. Qin Bao and Suyu's personalities were completely opposite. In terms of personality, Qin Zai preferred his cousin's type, gentle and delicate. His sister's personality was too bad, mischievous, and narrow-minded. No, that was used to describe men. Narrow-minded. Possessive. Easily jealous. She thought of herself as a fairy. Whining. There were so many of them that they could fill a basket. Don't worry, your cousin will take care of it. Just cooperate with me when I need you. When it comes to acting with me, don't pretend you don't see it, understand? Oh, send her home. Qin Zai flicked the cigarette but out of the window and started the car. Suyu only said that she was on leave and didn't tell her mom and grandma the truth. Other than being embarrassed, she also wanted to cover up for Qin Zai. It was embarrassing to say that his cousin encountered such a thing in his company. Did Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda think that the unspoken rules were common in the industry, so they selectively forgot about it? Did they think that after being beaten up, they would take the initiative? Did they think that nothing would happen if they didn't do anything to Suyu? Yes, nothing would happen, but even if nothing happened, Qin Zai could still do something. If Suyu was really led by the two of them, it would be classified as luring a girl to have sex. Luring a girl to have sex was not illegal, but it would be morally condemned. If she resisted, it would be classified as rape. In the current situation, the charges might not be established, but as long as they were involved, it would be enough to make them suffer. This move was taught to him by Big Boss Bai. After all, it was not good to pin the crime on them, because Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were well-known public figures. Qin Zai would be stupid to suppress them with his power. Unless he was already the son-in-law of the Wang family, or the descendant of a legendary big boss. Cousin, why didn't you respond online? Many people said that you hit people and became arrogant, even more arrogant than a newspaper seller. Suyu hesitated for a long time. I will. It's just that this is the first time I've encountered such a thing, so I can't understand what to do. I want to wait for advice from an expert, Xianxia said. The expert he was referring to was Uncle Bai. He had just finished a call with him this morning. Suyu nodded. Xianxia sent Suyu home and drove to Tianfang Entertainment. A phone call summoned the plain-looking assistant. 2 things. Do it immediately. The assistant looked like he was all ears. First, release a statement on the company's official Weibo, condemning Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda for sleeping with underage female artists. Second, hurry up and contact a well-known film and television director in the industry. 3 days. I want to see them in 3 days. Focus on 3 days, Xianxia said. Understood, President Qin. The plain-looking assistant took his leave. You're finally going to clarify things. Qin Bao, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and playing games on her phone, turned her head and shouted. Yes, sister. I already know how to deal with this trouble, Xianxia said. That's good. Come, let's go solo. Qin Bao chuckled. Sister's skills have improved a lot recently. Xianxia was stunned. He went over to take a look and found that his sister was playing a mobile game that imitated Honor of Kings. The style was different, but the controls were the same. These days, anything could be pirated. Anything that was popular would be pirated. This game. Chaos World, his sister said crisply. The characters in it are all legendary figures. It's quite fun. The controls are the same as Honor of Kings. Last year, there was a mobile game called Honor of Kings that was very famous. However, Xianxia and his sister did not play it because last year was a turning point in their lives. They both gave up on League of Legends. Who knew that that period of time was the final glory of League of Legends? Thinking back, it was quite melancholy. After all, the siblings spent 1.5 years of their youth in that game. What's so fun about this kind of imitation game? Xianxia said disdainfully. Are you sure you don't want to play it? There are quite a lot of people playing it. Qin Bao was dead. No, her game character was dead. She looked up at Xianxia and said, it's a mobile game developed by Purple Crystal. Xianxia, there was no game that could not be copied. If there was, then he would buy it. Sister Ziwei's impassioned voice rang in his ears. Sister Ziwei had finally taken that step. Let me download it and take a look, Xianxia said. It was hard to believe. How long had it been? Wasn't making a game a waste of time? With a few clicks, 10 to 20 minutes would be over. Those who said they took more than half an hour were inexperienced. Because that was the ability of the Teddy Kidney Pregnant Me. Even if it was plagiarism, it would not be so fast. The only possibility was that Sister Ziwei had been planning this for a long time. That day, she was just reminding him. After all, whatever path the company took in the future, she had to inform him, the founder, loudly. Xianxia thought to himself, damn, although I gave you Purple Crystal, Sister Ziwei, you can't let yourself go like this. Like Brother Ma, you will be criticized behind your back in the future. The company's network was fast. It downloaded in 10 seconds, registered, logged in. His sister pulled him to sit down and started the game excitedly. 2 people solo. The old rules were that the first to destroy 2 towers or die more than 3 times would be considered the loser. Xianxia chose Zenyuanzi, a girl in a busty, crab, Daoist robe. God knows why Zenyuanzi was a girl. The designer may have some misunderstandings about primitive characters. While playing, he looked at the details of the skills. His sister played a mage. She stepped on a lotus platform, Guanyin in white fluttering clothes. The skills were very gorgeous. Lotus flowers and willow branches flew together. Qin Zhe persisted for 2 minutes and was exhausted to death by his sister. Qin Bao Bao pinched his thumb and middle finger and gave out the signature, thick, laughter of a green tea bitch. Your sister is still your sister. Your uncle is still your uncle. Qin Zhe curled his lips. In the next game, he was exhausted to death again, and then a tower was destroyed. Qin Zhe died twice and lost a tower. Guanyin stepped on the lotus platform proudly. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from the grass diagonally. She simply used a set of combo moves and killed him instantly. Qin Bao Bao's eyes widened. Got it. Got it. Qin Bao Bao put away her pride and played seriously. But at this time, she was no longer playing under the tower. She had to follow the army line to Qin Zhe's second tower. Zhen Yuanzi burst out of the bushes again. Qin Bao Bao has learned his lesson this time. He has low HP and flashes away before he dies. Qin Zhe followed her with displacement skills. He beat her all the way, killed her under the tower, flashed away, and pushed the tower. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and stared. Bastard, I pushed your tower and chased after your sister halfway. The result of the solo game was undoubtedly Qin Zhe's victory. Qin Bao Bao's hand speed was good. She was better than other women, but she couldn't beat Qin Zhe, who had a unique skill. The times are calling. Qin Zhe patted his sister's shoulder and looked at her pouting expression. He said earnestly, your brother is still your brother, but he will occasionally become your father. Chapter 568. Then, Daddy, do you dare to play a second round? Qin Bao Bao was unconvinced. Wow, this, Daddy, is so coquettish. Holy Paladin will definitely like it. Come on. Qin Zhe said. The outcome was predictable. After familiarizing himself with the skill, Qin Zhe finished off his sister as quickly as possible. I lost again. His sister knelt on the sofa, her body lying down softly with her butt sticking out. The dress wrapped around her round and perky butt, making it look like a full moon. Qin Zhe thought of a picture he saw online for some reason. It was a girl's back view with an extremely perky butt that was no worse than his sister's. It was clear that there were still many awesome people in the world. There were endless beauties. There was a comment below, this is the most beautiful butt I've ever seen. Promise me, don't use it to poop. It exploded instantly, outshining everyone else. If this was applied to Qin Zhe himself, this is the longest, thickest, and scariest weapon I've ever seen. Promise me, don't use it to pee. With that thought, Qin Zhe smiled happily. After finishing the game, Qin Zhe sent a message to Wang Zijin, I've played the company's mobile game. Have they started making it long ago? A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, yes, they've been making, guilty expression, for 2 months. Sure enough, she's already started her horse learning plan behind my back. 2 months, although Qin Zhe didn't know much about online games and mobile games, he knew that making a mobile game in 2 months was as crazy as those authors who wrote 10,000 words a day. Considering that it was plagiarism, it was understandable. It was like writing a 3,000-word novel and typing a 3,000-word novel. Of course, the former was brainless, and the latter was faster. What do you expect? Nothing, it's just practice. If it's good, I'll continue to operate it. If not, I'll cut it. I've played the game. It's quite fun, and they put a lot of effort into making it. Hee, because your sister killed 2 programmer apes to worship the heavens. Killing programmer apes was good. Programmer apes were the best offerings to worship the heavens. If there were programming apes in ancient times, there would be no need to worry about droughts and floods. They could guarantee a bountiful harvest every year. Back then, He was determined to become a programmer, but unfortunately, he was led into the finance department by his grandfather. "How are things going?" she asked without thinking, and Xianxia knew what she was talking about. "I just brought Yaya to the police station today." "Alright, try to follow the procedure. Don't use your privileges and don't do anything unnecessary. Recently, things have been tense." "Understood." That afternoon, Tianfang Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement. On the night of August 22nd, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda used their power and authority to force our company's reserve female artist, a minor, to have sex with her. Our company's president, Xianxia, rushed to the hotel to take the female artist away after hearing the news. Our company once again announces that from today onwards, any artist who cooperates with Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda will forever be blacklisted by the company and all collaborations will be rejected. A few hundred words. Like a meteorite smashing into the already turbulent internet, it set off a huge wave. First, this Weibo post received widespread attention. The number of comments exceeded 10,000 in half an hour. Then it was reposted and became a trending topic on Weibo. Next to it was hashtag Xianxia beating people hashtag. At night, all the major internet media platforms and mobile apps released articles and videos about this incident to gain popularity. This statement revealed two pieces of information. First, it indirectly explained the reason why Xianxia beat people up. Second, Tianfang Entertainment wanted to ban Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. When the netizens saw this statement, they were all stunned. There was actually such an inside story behind the Xianxia beating people up. They were all waiting for the follow-up of the incident. Unexpectedly, they received another piece of shocking news. All crows are black. The director and screenwriter are dogs. These two used to have unspoken rules with female celebrities. They have a criminal record. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda are scumbags. They won't even let an underage girl off. F***ck, so that's what happened. Beat them up well. Support Xianxia. It's best if they are beaten to death. Xianxia is really a clear stream in the entertainment industry. The public opinion quickly changed. The people who criticized Xianxia for being young and frivolous and beating people up disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by cheers, angry voices, and angry voices. There were also people who expressed their doubts. They said that without evidence, they couldn't believe it easily. After all, the entertainment industry was famous for its public relations. It was common for people to distort black and white. No one suspects that Tianfang's public relations is behind this. That makes sense. It's also possible that Xianxia is trying to clear his own name. Remember how Little Elk washed her hair some time ago? Inexplicably, the blame was placed on Little Elk's best friend. The two of them kept quiet and kept a low profile, perfectly removing themselves from the storm. Most people just wanted to watch the show. Everyone only pursued the more exciting news, but very few people thought about the whole story. If you look at the whole story from the beginning, it's terrifying. Their public relations ability is too strong. In the office, Yi Lu and Xianxia sat on the same sofa, scrolling through Weibo while eating desserts. High-calorie desserts. You should gain weight, Xianxia said. It was all for the role in True Pornography. Yi Lu had a sharp oval face. She would be beautiful and fashionable in modern clothes, making people's eyes light up. However, she couldn't really pull off ancient costumes. Hence, she had to make her face rounder so that the audience wouldn't miss the show too much. Xianxia and Yi Lu were just acquaintances. They met when they were filming a variety show in Hangzhou. Ever since they were poached to join Tianfang, their relationship improved rapidly. They had the intention of hugging each other. The two talked about cosmetics and fashion. They went to the beauty salon and talked about Xianxia. Weibo, look at Weibo. Xianxia screamed. What Weibo? Yi Lu asked and picked up her phone. Our company's official Weibo. Xianxia was excited. Yi Lu opened Weibo and checked the official Weibo. Her mouth opened slightly and her beautiful eyes widened. So that's why he hit someone. Yi Lu thought. CEO Qin is so domineering. He's going to ban Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. Xianxia sighed and then frowned. These two are so disgusting. They won't even let an underage girl go. Because of this, the entire production process was stopped. While the two of them were studying the script, they were also worried about whether they could successfully start filming. If they started filming, would they be able to film well? Because of this, they even complained about Qin Zhe. After all, he was the one who hit people. No one said what happened. Most of Tianfang's artists and employees only found out about the cause and effect of this when the company's official Weibo released the statement. Only he has such confidence and dominance. When he banned Zhao Yuqian, he rejected almost all of Star Art's artists. At the same time, it also ruined our chances of working with Star Art. Yi Lu said. But it gives you a sense of security, right? Xianxia said. Yi Lu nodded silently. Female artists like them felt especially safe when their boss was such a man. Because of the hidden rules in the entertainment industry, even if they could avoid it, they would be tired of dealing with it. When Qin Zhe publicly expressed his attitude and set an example, would the other executives and directors still dare to openly violate the hidden rules? Unless they didn't want to continue working in Tianfang. But I'm also very disappointed. Xianxia smiled evilly. Such a handsome boss. If he doesn't want to sleep with me, I want to sleep with him. Yi Lu added, and talent. The two of them smiled at each other. It was like a man talking about a beautiful woman. She had big breasts and a perky butt. Then, they smiled at each other. In the afternoon, in the villa. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were drinking. Sun Wuda put down his phone. The netizens' comments just now made him very angry. What made him even angrier was that Qin Zhe rejected the idea of compensating them privately. He's really fearless. The public opinion online is so big. Even if he has connections, can he remove himself from it? Yes, we're using the hidden rules. But is that illegal? Which law says that we can't use the hidden rules? Sun Wuda drank a mouthful of wine. Ban us. Zhao Yuqian sneered. Qin Zhe is really arrogant. Who does he think he is? Guangming Bureau. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were from Star Art, but Tianfang Entertainment still wanted to ban them. How overbearing was that? Star Art celebrities definitely wouldn't refuse to work with them. Which meant that Tianfang and Star Art were going to turn against each other. The injury report isn't out yet. Zhao Yuqian asked. Sun Wuda, it'll be out tomorrow. There was something that he didn't say. In this day and age, everyone knew a little about the law. Even if they didn't know, they would still check it. Whether it was enough with minor injuries or not, they knew in their hearts. They weren't as confident as before. The doorbell rang. Zhao Yuqian's wife walked past the study and the living room to open the door. There was a delivery man at the door. Zhao Yuqian, please sign for it. Zhao Yuqian's wife signed for it and closed the door. He entered the study and threw the list on the table. It's yours. Zhao Yuqian ignored his wife. He took the list and opened it. 2 days ago, he was beaten up. His wife looked distressed and angry. Because she didn't know why he was beaten up. Today, after Tianfang Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement, his wife exploded. Of course, she couldn't do anything. What could a woman who was a full-time housewife do? He bought the house, earned the money, and raised the children. What could she do? Opening the list and taking a look, Xiao Youqian's expression gradually froze. He looked at Sun Wuda, who was drinking leisurely, and said bitterly, "The police station has issued a summons." What? Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth. The police station has issued a summons. We have to go again. Why? Attempted rape. Chapter 569. On the second day after Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda gave their statements at the police station, there was news on the internet that they had been summoned to the police station for investigation. They were suspected of rape. It was obvious how powerful the paparazzi were. Not only them, but also Qin Zhe and his sister's house were surrounded by paparazzi 24 hours a day. 2 vans were parked outside the community. One was empty, and the other had 5 people in it. Only the driver was still staring at the gate of the community. The 4 of them were playing cards, and the seats were scattered with Grandpa Mao notes. King Bomb. If you win, pay, pay. Laughter and curses were heard. The winner gave cigarettes to the loser and then shuffled the cards. Damn it, we've been here for 2 days and we didn't get any news. A guy with a cigarette in his mouth took a deep breath and cursed. If you want to dig out valuable news from the siblings, you have to be patient. The guy who shuffled the cards said, "Old Chi and I have been here for 3 months. We get a guaranteed salary every month and nothing. Right, Old Chi?" Old Chi in the driver's seat nodded. Yes, they are different from other celebrities. Then we came here for nothing. Look at Zhao Youqian's colleagues. The news they dug out today is enough for them to eat for a few months. The other 3 look like they had bad luck. The paparazzi in the car didn't come from the same studio. They gathered together because they were too free these 2 days. Brother, you've been here for 2 days. You've been digging for information about Qin Zhe and Qin Bao, right? Brother, you're the same. Hey, colleagues. Let's talk. Just like that, they gathered together. The other 3 new paparazzi asked the 2 seniors, "Is there really no useful information?" No. The guy who won the cards, whose surname was Xu, sighed. Have you seen the news about their private affairs in the past few months? Although they often dominate the headlines and trending searches, it's always a quarrel. That's true. I heard that Wang Feng cried tears of jealousy every time he saw their headlines. We've come for nothing. I'll tell the boss later that we should just leave. Old Chi, who was in the driver's seat, retracted his gaze, took out a cigarette and lit it. He said faintly, "We also want to withdraw, but the boss won't let us. He said that if we continue to squat, we will definitely gain something." The other 3 were interested. What do you mean? They knew who the boss of the other party was. He was very powerful. It was said that he was the one who exposed the hairstyling incident. With his excellent professional skills, he had dug out a lot of hot news. Among Jia Baoyu, 2 of them were his masterpieces. The boss said that no one is absolutely perfect. Everyone has secrets. This is the creed of our line of work. Even if you don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even if it doesn't exist now, it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Everyone fell into deep thought. That's a matter for the future. Shall we come again in the future? Tisk, if you don't squat now, you will have nothing to do with me in the future. That makes sense. Everyone was talking at once. Let me tell you, in the near future, there will definitely be hot news. The man with the cigarette said, "How old is Qin Bao Bao now?" 26 years old. In the entertainment industry, this age is still very young and immature. But for a woman, it's time for her to fall in love. If we continue to squat, we will definitely be able to get some hot news about Qin Bao Bao and her mysterious boyfriend. What if she doesn't find one? Someone asked. She's not Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is she pure of heart and few desires? The cards are shuffled. Let's continue. If Xianxia knew that there were so many paparazzi eyeing them covetously, his knees would probably go weak. He would not even dare to flirt with his sister outside. So far, he and his sister had been acting quite well. Although Yingning often hugged his arm, this kind of intimate action showed that the relationship between the siblings was very good. Hugging his arm was much more open than holding hands. Things like holding hands could not be done too often in the country. They could try it when they go to Turkey. Wasn't there a song that went like this? I want to take you to romantic Turkey. Then, we can hold hands and act cool together. This afternoon, Xianxia had two things to do. First, there was a reporter interview later. Second, he wanted to meet a well-known director in the industry to let him take over the production of True Yellow Legend. The public opinion that he, Xiao Yuqian, and Sun Wuda had triggered on the internet had almost come to an end. From being attacked by people and blindly followed by netizens to revealing the truth of the matter, he had deliberately arranged for people to wait outside Xiao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's house, as well as outside the police station to capture their backs as they entered the police station. It was actually an operation to manipulate public opinion. Public opinion really did not have the concept of justice and truth. It was very easy to be led by others. Fortunately, Xianxia had a good public relations department. Also, he represented justice and truth. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda could not beat him. Now, the internet was full of people attacking the two. Some people said, "Hurry up and die. Go back to your mother's womb and do it again." Some people said, "This kind of people pollute the entertainment industry. I hope the Bureau of Guangming will ban them." Some people said, "Xianxia is doing great. I will always support him." Some people said, netizens." Then, Xianxia posted 2 injury reports on his Weibo. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's injury reports. Fortunately, it did not constitute a minor injury. In fact, even if it was a minor injury, he could use the operation of the king to settle it. However, this matter damaged the harmony of a harmonious society. Xianxia omitted all the indescribable things. "I'm not sister man. I'll throw you into the Huangpu River all day long." Stupid woman. At 2:00 in the afternoon, a few reporters came to the company as promised. Xianxia summoned them to the big conference room. Qin Bao's assistant personally served tea and left without saying anything. Xianxia also ignored her. He did not even know the name of this assistant. He did not know her surname. Her surname might be Xiang. "President Qin, what is your attitude towards this unspoken rules incident?" the reporter asked. "My attitude is already very clear." Xianxia said righteously, unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry. It is also the most criticized area. I think it's a very bad behavior. But if everyone does it, won't you appear to be a maverick? And I remember a female celebrity once said that unspoken rules are a trade where everyone takes what they need. The reporter was nitpicking. "I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, in my territory, unspoken rules are not allowed. I can guarantee all artists here that all resources can be obtained with their own abilities, and not by selling their bodies. This is my personal attitude, and it will also be Tianfang Entertainment's attitude. We should create a healthier and more positive industry environment. Celebrities speak with their acting skills, directors speak with their works. In this aspect, Hollywood is better than us. The moon in foreign countries is rounder than in China. It's too extreme, but it makes sense. At present, the domestic market environment is getting worse and worse. While the industry is developing rapidly, it has also gone astray. Directors and investors are keen on hyping up IP, and entertainment companies are keen on selling false personas. They only care about the image of the artists and have no requirements for acting skills. The reporters kept asking questions, fighting to put the microphone next to Qin Zai's mouth. Then the topic was brought up to Qin Bao Bao, who was ignored at the side. Bao Bao, can you talk about your feelings about A Chinese Odyssey to the West? Qin Bao Bao was at a loss for a moment. She attended this interview as a vase. I'm quite satisfied. Qin Bao Bao smiled politely. Those who have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West should have been touched by your love. I have a question that I've always wanted to ask. You don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Is Qin Zai your ideal partner? The reporters perked up. This topic was more interesting than resisting unspoken rules. Qin Zai, Qin Bao Bao, the siblings looked at each other. Suddenly, there was a sense of panic as if he had received a fatal blow. Qin Zai was shot in the knee. First of all, it should be the love between Xianxia and Joker. Then, why did you ask this? Qin Bao Bao asked. Because we have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West, we can all see that the look in your eyes when you look at Qin Zai is not just acting. There is definitely true love in it. The reporter who asked the question said, that was the most amazing acting I have ever seen. It was not the scene of life and death, but the scene in the cave where you silently stared at him. The last time I was stunned was in If I Become Memories, when you cried in the room. He said, I always feel that your love scenes are very amazing. The reporters nodded. It seemed to be true. Qin Zai thought to himself, amazing. Don't say it. Do you believe that I will throw you into the Huangpu River? Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, how to grasp the psychology of a character is the self-cultivation of an actor. Perhaps it is because I have acted in too few scenes and have only worked with Qin Zai that you have the misconception that we are very amazing. Actually, that is not the case. The reporter immediately asked, then do you have any other works in the near future? The ones that are not with Qin Zai. I heard that you are preparing for a TV series. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm not acting in it. The reporter said, is Qin Zai also not acting in it? Qin Bao Bao looked at Qin Zai helplessly. This person is so amazing. Kill him first in a team battle. Otherwise, we will lose for sure. Qin Zai added, I am not a celebrity and will not be active in the entertainment industry for long. But we are indeed preparing to start filming a TV series soon. This will be Tianfang's first attempt at creating a TV series. The reporter said, the script was also written by CEO Qin. Yes. The script for Journey to the West was also written by you. The same goes for the TV series. We are looking forward to the day when you become a director and act in it yourself. Qin Zai chuckled. It's actually quite easy for me to do that, ding, Divinity Show 1515. Within 3 months, you have to direct and act in a movie. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount, the system's voice said. Damn salted fish, I finally got my chance, the system said happily. The smile on Qin Zai's face disappeared. CEO Qin, do you mean that you intend to direct and act in Tianfang's next movie? The reporter's eyes lit up and he stood up. Qin Zai looked at his sister silently. That's right, this person is too amazing. Let's get rid of him first. CEO Qin. Don't say anything, Qin Zai said angrily. Sit down and let the comrade behind you say something. Chapter 570. After the interview, Qin Zai, who was mentally and physically exhausted, asked his sister to send them off. According to the usual practice, everyone was given a red packet. Actually, it was fine even if they didn't give out red packets. This interview was recorded in video mode and every word and action was recorded in the video. But as for the unspoken rules, there was no choice. There were unspoken rules everywhere in the world and they couldn't be completely blocked. If the water was too clear, there would be no fish. If a man was too cheap, he would be invincible. For example, Lu Shu. Qin Zhe knew that he was not as despicable as Lu Shu. Thus, he occasionally had to follow some unspoken rules that did not hurt him. Qin Bao sent everyone to the door and returned to the office. She found her brother scratching his ears and cheeks like an irritable monkey. She thought that her brother was uneasy because of the question just now. She went forward to comfort him. No matter what the reporters say, we are open and above board. Don't bother. Qin Zhe couldn't help but glance at her, thinking about the meaning of his sister's words. What did she mean by open and above board? Whether we are open and above board, doesn't his sister know? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Qin Zhe wasn't worried about the interview with Mao Zedong. He was worried about the system's mission. Mission details: no cheating, no letting others write the script. Please use your own talent to self-direct and self-act in a movie that doesn't belong to If I Become Memories. Although compared to those real cheats, Qin Zhe's cheats were as insignificant as a small patch. But cheats were cheats after all. No cheating meant that he couldn't redeem the script in the points market. Not letting others write the script meant that he couldn't adapt the popular IP like If I Become Memories. I don't have the ability to complete a script on my own. I don't have the experience of being a director. I'm just a funny salted fish struggling under my sister's crotch. Qin Zhe was a little flustered. He had the panic of being beaten back to his original state after getting rid of the system. He felt that the system must want to get rid of him and then happily change the host. What a rebellious system. You can do it, the system said in his mind. You are no longer the salted fish you used to be. Even if you lose me, your physical fitness, your knowledge, your experience, your intelligence, and your range of knowledge are far beyond that of a normal human. In fact, you've long become a Superman in another sense, but you subconsciously feel that you're still a salted fish. You can't do anything, you're just one of the millions of mediocre mortals. So, host, whether or not you can get rid of the title of salted fish depends on this mission. Qin Zhe, I don't want to get rid of the title of a salted fish. I want to get rid of the title of a fast shooter. Do you have any ideas? The system was silent for 3 seconds. Let's continue talking about salted fish. Qin Zhe said unhappily, I say, can you not always give me these messy missions? At least give me a series of missions. This makes it hard for me to perform. The system said helplessly, the divinity show is a series of missions. You spent an entire year to complete the first series of missions. In other words, you spent an entire year in the novice village with the village chief who gave out the beginner missions. Your rhetorical skills are problematic. Your language was taught by your physical education teacher, wasn't it? The system said, don't change the topic. At the end of the day, it's because you don't have any dreams. If you want to destroy the entertainment industry, or destroy Big Ma and Little Ma, you won't need to perform anymore. Qin Zhe said, then I'll choose to perform. The system said, heh, salted fish. Qin Zhe said, you're the salted fish. I had a dream in the past too. My dream was to be a D-cup, but now, the system said, I don't have OCD, but please finish your sentence. Otherwise, you'll look like an idiot. Qin Zhe sighed, but now I'm still an airport runway, and my sister has become a D-cup. The system said, so your dream is to get her. Qin Zhe was speechless. Breast-grabbing dragon claw, I'll use both my hands to fulfill your dream. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the well-known director in the industry arrived as promised. The director's surname was Zhen, and his name was Zhen Deswang. This fame was like a joke. His parents were really careless. Qin Zhe met him alone in the meeting room. Chairman Qin, the reason why I'm here is because of the script. Director Jin went straight to the point. It sounded arrogant, but he was actually flattering Qin Zhe without leaving a trace. For example, there was a video online where my future father-in-law said that my daughter was unruly and willful, and that she was bad. Then the male lead slapped him and said angrily, "Don't talk bad about my wife." Not only was the father-in-law not angry, he actually admired him. That was what it meant. Of course, this was just a video, so don't imitate it. Otherwise, the single dogs would be overjoyed. The only regret is that I can't choose the roles myself. Director Jin said. The female lead and some important supporting roles will remain unchanged. As for the other roles, Director Jin can decide on your own. Qin Zhe smiled. Jin Deswang was asking for benefits. The director, investors, scriptwriters, and other big shots could decide on the roles. This was a huge power, and because of this, they could sleep with celebrities. Of course, the benefits were definitely not limited to sleeping with celebrities. This kind of cultured director liked to sleep with women the most. Since ancient times, those who called themselves cultured were all dumas. In ancient times, if you didn't go to a brothel, you would be embarrassed to call yourself a scholar. Reciting poems in a brothel and discussing the world's major events was carefree. But now, brothels were illegal, so the backbones of all scholars were broken. Lamentable, lamentable. In modern times, a literary big shot once said that his greatest wish in life was to sleep with a few women. If one wasn't a loss, two would be a gain, and more than three would not be a waste of his life. That was the general meaning, so there shouldn't be any misinterpretation. Salted Fish say, since the big shot said so, why are they calling me a scumbag? Currently, the main lead and important supporting roles have been finalized. You want to use some unimportant supporting roles to sleep with them. Only a fool would agree to sleep with you. Jin Deswang understood and smiled, not mentioning the matter again. Chairman Qin, when do you think is the best time to start filming? The sooner, the better. After that, the two discussed some details and were satisfied with each other. Qin Zhe asked the female assistant, who seemed to have the surname Xiang, to bring the contract in and sign it on the spot. Qin Zhe turned back and continued to think about his mission. To finish a movie in 3 months, he definitely couldn't choose something as coquettish as Xianxia or mythology. He also couldn't choose some brain-burning mystery or mystery script. Ignoring the box office, if he wanted a good reputation, it seemed that only romantic or literary films were the best choices. But he and his sister already had a youthful pain movie, and it was in this genre. First of all, the audience would be tired of it. Moreover, Qin Zhe himself wasn't cut out for this kind of script. Actually, there was a genre that would be very popular and would definitely have a good reputation. For example, Tokyo Hot. For example, a bento. It would definitely have a good reputation. Qin Zhe returned to the office and asked his sister, who was sitting behind the desk and reading documents, Bao Bao, what kind of movie do you think has a good reputation? Qin Bao Bao's delicate body trembled and she inexplicably blushed. Crazy, Bao Bao is for you to say that. Lunatic, crazy. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split open his mind, bringing with it a tidal wave of inspiration. Generally speaking, for a movie that had a good reputation and a movie that didn't make a hit, the more unpopular the better. Romantic, hipster, hot-blooded, paranoid, crazy. A movie with these elements, if it could be made with the essence, would have a good reputation. Qin Zhe had seen a movie before. The entire movie was shot in one room. It was a heart-to-heart talk between a female technician and a male drifter. It was a very artistic and cold film. The box office wasn't high, but the movie had a good reputation and won an award in the end. Qin Zhe felt that he could make a movie with a crazy theme. There were many such movies in the country. Some were flops, some did well at the box office, but they belonged to the unpopular series. The key was that as long as you made it crazy, paranoid, and capture the essence, it would be easy to get a good reputation. Bao Bao, let's make a movie. Her delicate body trembled and she was angry. Bao Bao, who are you to say that? I'll hit you if you say it again. Sister, let's make a movie. What movie? I've thought of the theme, but not the script. Give me half a month. Oh. His sister responded and continued to look at the documents. He remembered that when he called her sister last year, she would shiver and have her hair stand on end. Now, she was calm. If he called her Bao Bao a few more times in the future, she would probably get used to it. Indeed, when it came to going offline, one just had to get used to it. Xianxia couldn't help but think of Wang Zijin. That sister's offline was a little difficult to break through. His greatest achievement so far was to rub shoulders with little Fatty in between. If it wasn't for little Fatty, his little brother wouldn't just rub shoulders with her, but would fight on the spot. For the whole day, Xianxia didn't do anything. He hugged his sister's laptop and watched a movie with a crazy theme. He came to a conclusion that the only way to make a movie with this theme was to have schizophrenia. At night, Xianxia's interview was quickly uploaded to various major media platforms. My attitude is already very clear. Unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry, and it's also the most criticized part. I think this is a very bad behavior. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, my territory, I don't allow unspoken rules to appear. The bullet screen slid past. Netizens praised Xianxia for being a clear stream in the entertainment industry. These days, everyone knew about the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but no star or director had discussed it in depth. Because it was inconvenient to say, if you scolded, your peers would be unhappy. Moreover, how many of them could be untainted? If you didn't scold, the audience would question you and criticize you. Most of the time, you chose to avoid talking about it. Xianxia was probably the first to stand up and criticize this behavior in recent years. He wasn't putting on a show. He was really disgusted. Because of his sister, he changed his way of doing things in the beginning so that he could protect his sister from the unspoken rules. In the second half of the video, during the segment where the reporter asked Qin Bao Bao questions, the bullet screen was obviously several times more popular. Netizens joked that this was a series where lovers finally became siblings. To be honest, Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao are quite compatible, if you don't consider their sibling status. Let me tell you a secret. Qin Bao Bao has a brother complex. The crazy brother flaunting has already exposed her brother complex. I'm always envious of them. They have such a good relationship. They are the model siblings in the entertainment industry. This reporter is crazy. He's always looking for trouble. Look at Xianxia's embarrassed face. I don't think he's looking for trouble. I know what the reporter is talking about. After watching Journey to the West, I really felt that there was no problem with them being a couple. There was no sense of disharmony at all. That gaze is so classic. It's definitely true love. The person who said it was probably just joking, but the person who watched it was a little flustered, probably because of a guilty conscience. At midnight, the air conditioner blew cold air. In the room, under Qin Bao Bao's recommendation, Wang Zijin pulled Xianxia to watch the video together. Salted Fish said angrily, "Isn't there a real name system on the internet? I'm going to sue them for slander. My girlfriend is obviously Sister Ziwei." Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin exited the video software expressionlessly, locked the screen, and crawled under the quilt. Sleep. Salted Fish then can I sleep here? Aren't you afraid that your sister will check the room? What's there to be afraid of? Slap her to death. Oh, men. Then, there was a muffled sound under the quilt. Xianxia crawled under the quilt and hugged her slender waist from behind. The summer quilt was very thin, and his abdomen felt her firm and perky little butt. Can I rub against you? Get lost. Chapter 571. Wen City. This was a city full of controversies. The city's infrastructure could only be considered third tier. It was not even as good as some small counties, but it had produced many rich people. Since the reform and opening up, this city, which had always been mediocre in history, rose and became the pioneer of China's private economy and the front line of reform and opening up. The rich people who left Wen City had a strange phenomenon. They did not seem to be interested in returning to the city where they grew up. Other than returning to the city during festivals, they spent most of their time outside. They bought houses outside, started companies outside, and developed their businesses outside. The people of Wen City had a special characteristic. When they became rich, they liked to bring their relatives to make money together. They were very united. In other places, when you brought your relatives to make money, it was rare for them to part on good terms. It was common for them to set up their own businesses. It was good enough that they did not poach you. Black Crystal Building. On the top floor, in an office that was nearly 100 square meters, Su Guang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of wine in his hand, overlooking the prosperous central business district. On the leather sofa behind him, Xiao flipped through a magazine. There was a glass of Yamazaki water cut in his hand. Yamazaki water cut. Ace taught me how to drink it. It's not bad. Su Guang raised his glass. The ice ball in the glass reflected a diamond-like light. Try it. When Su Yao heard this, he immediately took a small sip from his cup. He was not used to drinking this. The wine was brought by Su Guang. This morning, he suddenly visited, and Su Yao pushed away a few meetings to accompany him. He did not feel that it was a pity. Money was endless, but the number of old friends was limited. In this world, like old wine, the only things that could change over time were old friends. Back then, we were poor boys with nothing. Now, I still have nothing, but you are worth tens of billions. Su Guang sighed. We grew up in the same village. You only scored a few points more than me. Su Yao corrected him. It's not just a few points more. You barely passed, and I got full marks every time. This is the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Su Guang rolled his eyes. Did the bottom student eat your food? Su Yao sneered. The bottom student took my money. A few million. Su Guang chuckled. We are brothers. We've been friends for decades. Besides, you used to be a man who wanted to be my brother-in-law. Su Yao frowned. Does your brother-in-law agree with what you said? Su Guang was speechless. If my brother-in-law heard this, he would probably give me a big slap. And because I owed him too many favors, I didn't dare to fight back, just like when I was young. I was too cowardly when I was young and felt that I couldn't beat Qin Zhenjiang. There was a reason why Su Guang didn't like the old man. The man behind him had been secretly in love with his sister since they were young, and Su Guang had grown up with him. Naturally, Su Guang would side with him. It was just that this guy was too cowardly. He had always buried that love in his heart and treasured it like a treasure. But was there any value in not saying it out loud? Later on, Su Guang met Qin Zhenjiang, the man who was filled with the aura of a scholar and a little ruffian. Only then did he know that this was his sister's taste. It was over. Su Yao had no chance at all. On the day of his sister's wedding, Su Yao came to attend her wedding. At that time, he was still a loser and had nothing. He watched his sister, whom he had liked for many years, and another man walk into the wedding hall expressionlessly without saying a word. After the wedding, he dragged Su Guang out to drink. As he drank, he started crying like a fool. Su Guang said, "Why bother? My sister is 6 years older than you. You don't match at all. Did you develop this sister complex habit from Sister Ru, who you depend on for survival?" He was beaten up. Then, the two men cried together like fools. "Why are you looking for me this time? You can forget about borrowing money. I won't lend you money in the future." Su Yao said. "There is something I need your help with. Ace gave me a task. He probably wants to use this as an excuse to punish me." Su Guang explained the task that Qin Zhe gave him in detail. He said helplessly, "You know that although I have been out for so many years and have a lot of bad friends, there aren't many brothers who can really help me. Then reject it. Find a job and take on the responsibilities that a man should take." Su Yao said. "Don't. It wasn't easy for me to get back on my feet. Can you bear to see me continue to fall? You have a lot of connections and have a lot of connections. You can definitely help me." Su Guang said bitterly, "You don't know. After that kid became a big boss, he became very arrogant. He doesn't care about me anymore. A few days ago, he called me and scolded me, saying that I'm useless. You're really useless. How much can you eat? You're already 40 years old. You should be satisfied." Su Yao said helplessly, "Can't you just work in peace?" Su Guang took a sip of wine, smacked his lips, and said proudly, "It's impossible for me to work. It's impossible in this lifetime. I don't know how to write or be a boss. I can only follow A's and maintain a decent life." Su Yao was speechless. "Whatever, as long as you're happy. I'll keep an eye on this for you. I'll give you an answer in a week." Su Yao took small sips of wine. The morning sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His back was straight, and his hair was already slightly gray. A man in his early 40s was at the peak of a man's charm and career. Even if his body was declining, he shouldn't have gray hair so early. It was obvious just by looking at Su Guang. With his thick black hair and handsome appearance, when he went upstairs just now, the female employees kept looking back. Su Guang was overjoyed. "We're brothers in this lifetime. Is this how it should be?" Su Yao said in a low voice, "I want to meet him." Su Guang's smile gradually disappeared. Su Yao said, "It's just a meeting." Su Guang's smile gradually became ferocious. Su Yao said, "Really?" Su Guang sighed. "Why? Why? You're still as stubborn as before. Don't disturb their peaceful life. Sister and brother-in-law respect each other and love each other. Ace and Bao Bao have a good relationship. Their family is harmonious. What does it have to do with you? But since you asked, I'll agree. Who knows, I might even meet Ace's girlfriend. I'm not sure if she counts as a girlfriend." Su Guang sighed. "This guy isn't loyal enough when it comes to relationships. He's not like me or you." He paused for a moment and didn't continue. Although Su Guang was good-looking, he wasn't a womanizer. Otherwise, with his looks, the number of rich women who would throw themselves at him would be uncountable. He could rely on his looks to make a living, but he chose to rely on his strength. In the end, he failed for more than 10 years. When God opened a window for you, he would also close the door. It made sense. Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. Su Guang and Su Yao both fell silent. After a few seconds, Su Yao said, "Come in." It was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who pushed the door open. She was dressed fashionably, with curly hair and no makeup. "Dad, Uncle Su Guang." The girl greeted them and sat down on the sofa. She hugged Su Yao's arm and asked, "When will my acceptance letter come?" Su Yao said lightly, probably in a few days. The girl didn't ask any more questions. She let go of her father's arm and played with Su Guang. "TSK, TSK. My niece has grown up." "Not bad, not bad." Su Guang laughed. "Have you become prettier? You look 60% like your dad." "How am I pretty?" The two guys who were a few rounds apart in age were fooling around without restraint. The girl's name was Su Yanyan, Su Yao's eldest daughter. She had graduated from high school and was going to college in September. Su Yanyan's grades were not bad, but they were still far from Fudan University. However, this girl was determined to go to Fudan University in Shanghai. She didn't dare to argue with Su Yao, so she went to her mother. In the evil capitalist society, the cutoff points and whatnot were just floating clouds. Su Yao had no choice but to ask his connections to get her an acceptance letter. There was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, then it was not enough. After that, Su Yao asked his daughter why she wanted to go to Fudan University. "If I go to college in Shanghai, I can meet Qin Zhe. I can take a picture with him and get his autograph." Su Yanyan replied. Su Yao was in a bad mood. "Yanyan, I didn't bring much money with me. I came to Wen City on my own. My boss didn't reimburse me. How about you lend me a few thousand?" Su Guang said shamelessly. "Ha! I don't even have my pocket money for this month. I'm not lending it to you. I know you have some money. Be good, just a few thousand. I'll help you get Qin Zhe's autograph." Su Yanyan giggled. "You're bluffing. If you can get Qin Zhe's autograph, I can lend you 100,000. I'm not lying. If you lend me 100,000, I'll let Qin Zhe go on a date with you." "Really? Can I really go on a date with him? Then I'll give you all my money." Su Yanyan smiled. She and this father of hers liked each other very much. Perhaps it was because he didn't have the dignity of an elder. Every time they met, he would smile and even bring her gifts. Su Guang didn't learn much, but he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Every time he was rejected by Su Yao, he would go to his house and ask for money. Ahem. Su Yao coughed twice. He thought helplessly that Su Guang didn't know how to act like an elder. He was too casual about his life and work. He lacked rigor and wolf nature. That was why he was such a failure in this life. For example, when the economy was in recession, he advised Su Guang to withdraw his funds first and wait for the market. In the end, this guy didn't listen and lost everything. Reading was too important. Reading wasn't about books. It was about knowledge and thinking. Thinking determined the way out. Su Yanyan transferred $10,000 to Su Guang and waited for him to bring back Qin Zhe's autograph. Actually, she didn't expect him to really get the autograph. It wasn't like people from Shanghai could definitely meet Qin Zhe, let alone get an autograph. But she just liked this handsome uncle. After Su Yanyan left, Su Guang held his phone and smiled happily. "I'll transfer this $10,000 to my daughter as her pocket money," he said. "Do you have any shame? I'm taking all the money. I'm making a legitimate deal. I'll give her a stack of A's autographed photos." Su Guang sighed. In the blink of an eye, Yanyan is also going to college. "How's your little brat's academic performance? Is there any hope of getting into college?" Su Yao answered bluntly, "There's hope for a diploma mill." Su Guang gloated. "Hey, these two kids of yours aren't smart at all. It's not like you. Although my Yaya isn't as smart as her cousin, I never have to worry about her studies. The same goes for her brother. Although I lost to you, my daughter and son are smart." "Ha!" Su Yao glanced at him and sneered. "Did you really win?" Su Guang was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Not as good as him. Chapter 572. Xianxia had been in a state of madness for the past few days. He wrote the script until late at night and then pushed it all back to the beginning. He racked his brains to come up with the plot and highlight the distinctive parts of the script. Difficult. Super difficult. The system did not leave him much time. He could not be like other screenwriters, spending months or even years to come up with a script. Cross it out. If screenwriters put in so much effort, there would not be so many bad movies in the country. Although he was a science student, he was good at writing essays. After all, he was a big shot who won an award in junior high. He was the pen man who enjoyed the envy and admiration of the girls in his class. But writing essays and writing scripts were two completely different things. Previously, he did not find it difficult to modify the scripts of A Journey to the West and Legend of the True Yellow. Instead, he was complacent because he found the logical loopholes in the scripts. It was not difficult at all. It was just that. When he started to write a script from scratch, he realized that it was a very difficult and brain-burning task. His current situation was like the difference between traditional writers and web writers. Traditional writers could spend a few years writing slowly. They had enough time to settle down and deliberate. Web writers, on the other hand, had to write 2 chapters a day. They had to write until they ran out of ideas, until their kidneys were weak. They had to write every day without hesitation, then the readers would say, "Boring, I give up." Damn it. The best way is to experience the feeling of schizophrenia. The system gave him an idea. It's not that. I can't write the script now. Xianxia was troubled. I know nothing about schizophrenia. That's right. Even if you're good at acting, you don't know how to act. The system said. So, can I withdraw the mission? You're thinking too much. Schizophrenia patient, schizophrenia patient. Xianxia murmured a few times and walked to the mirror in the wardrobe. He looked at his tall and handsome face in the mirror. He saw a big, handsome, on his face. How could he be a Prince Charming if he was not handsome? Stop joking. He kept thinking, what was a schizophrenia patient like? Crazy. Extreme. 2 selves. He closed his eyes and opened them a few seconds later. Miss, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were the other half of my life. At this time, Xianxia's eyes were deep and meaningful. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was focused and affectionate. Buddha said that the 500 times we looked back in our previous lives, we only passed by each other once. I believe that we must have an inseparable fate in our previous lives. In the next moment, Xianxia's affectionate and focused expression collapsed. His meaningful and deep eyes turned ferocious. Ha ha ha, Xiao Bai. Qi, it's your blessing that I have taken a fancy to you. Be obedient and wait for me to *CK you in the future. Buddha said that if you look back 500 times in the previous life in exchange for passing by in this life, in our current situation, we must have *ket each other until the end of time. Wahahaha, scream all you want, even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. No one can escape from the Hei's king's crotch. Wild laughter echoed in the room. At this moment, he saw a figure at the door from the corner of his eye. Ha 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 ha. Burp. Xianxia's laughter suddenly disappeared, as if someone had grabbed his throat and choked him. He turned his head stiffly. It was Sister Ziwei. Standing at the door was Sister Ziwei. Damn, why is she standing at my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I didn't close the door. Wang Zijin stared at him blankly. Her expression was strange and complicated. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and sluggishness. Translated into one sentence, I didn't expect you to be such a dog. I didn't disturb you, did I? Wang Zijin hugged the pillow in her arms tightly and said timidly, "I'm just passing by." I'll go back to sleep first." Sister Ziwei turned around and fled as if her butt was on fire. It was so embarrassing. Qin Zhe reached out his hand and made a gesture to ask her to stay, but in the end, he was too embarrassed to say anything. In the room, there was a dead silence. "It's so embarrassing, I'm just acting. I'm just trying to experience being a schizophrenia patient." However, it was precisely because he was proficient in it that he could imagine how terrifying his face had been when it had crumbled just now. Would it leave some sort of psychological trauma on Sister Xian? This was even more embarrassing than being caught by his girlfriend playing with poop and licking his nose in private. "2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian cannon? Shoot me. I don't have the face to see anyone. How should I say this? Although your acting was a bit exaggerated, you did manage to grasp the madness of schizophrenia patients." The system comforted him. Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin slipped back to her room, covered her head and fell asleep. She told herself that it was an illusion, that what she saw just now was an illusion. However, the image of Qin Zhe's ferocious and deranged face lingered in her mind. Is he really like that? Is he that scary? This feeling was like having a virtuous and cute girlfriend, only to find out that she was actually a crazy woman. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't feel at ease. So she slipped out of her room again and opened the door to Qin Baobao's room. The three of them never locked the door at home. It was especially convenient for a night attack. At 11:00 at night, Qin Baobao was already asleep. She was covered with a thin blanket, with her back facing the door. One could vaguely see the beautiful curves of her body. Wang Zijin closed the door, turned on the lights, lifted the blanket and got into bed. She shook Qin Baobao awake. "What's up?" "I was sleeping soundly." Qin Baobao opened her eyes in a daze and mumbled unhappily. "There's something that I don't know if I should say." Wang Zijin hesitated. "Don't say what you shouldn't say." Sleep. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head and nudged her butt. "But I don't feel confident if I don't say it." Wang Zijin said mysteriously, "It has something to do with A's." Qin Baobao poked her head out of the blanket. Her messy hair covered half of her face. On the other half, a pair of bright eyes could be seen. She asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin said carefully, "I just saw him in the room." Qin Baobao was invigorated. She chuckled and said, "He was having sex in the room. Brother is a 24-year-old man and has never had a girlfriend. He must be thirsty, he. Wang Zijin knocked her lightly on the head and said unhappily, "It's much scarier than that. Just now, when I passed by his door, I saw him standing in front of the mirror. His expression was horrifying, and the words he said were unbearable. Then, he started laughing. In short, he looked like he was crazy." Of course, she would not say that she was hugging a pillow and preparing to sleep with her brother. Recently, they had been sleeping together every day. Either Qin Zhe or Wang Zijin would crawl over in the middle of the night. In any case, Qin Baobao was in good health and did not usually wake up at night. In the morning, she would wake up late, so their little actions would not be exposed. Wang Zijin was afraid of being F***ed, but she also wanted to be intimate with her boyfriend. Sometimes, she would even take the initiative. "Oh." Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head. Wang Zijin was speechless. "Oh." Wang Zijin pulled the blanket down and pinched her daughter's face. "Is your brother crazy? Why are you so calm?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, "He must be acting." "What do you mean?" Wang Zijin asked. "He said that he wants to film an unpopular but well-received movie. The theme is about mental patients." Didn't you notice that he has been daydreaming recently? He is thinking about the script. Don't make a fuss. Sleep, sleep. It's not good for a woman's skin to stay up late. I don't have a boyfriend yet. I need to take good care of myself. She pulled the blanket over her head again. Is that so? Wang Zijin was enlightened. She heaved a sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with my boyfriend. Are you going to sleep? If not, go back to your room. If you want to sleep, turn off the lights. Qin Bao Bao pushed her best friend's belly. Go to sleep. I haven't slept with you in a long time. You must be missing me. Wang Zijin chuckled. Pa. The lights were turned off. Wang Zijin quickly crawled under the blanket and hugged Qin Bao Bao from behind. She said fiercely, "Little girl, who are you showing off your big breasts to? I will help you rub them and see if they are fake goods." Qin Bao Bao shrieked, "It hurts. Don't pinch. Ouch. Who are you showing off to with such a big butt? Oh, it feels good to touch. Wang Zijin, stop fooling around. I want to sleep. Why are you so naughty today? Rub against me. Rub against me before you sleep. Where did you learn such dirty words? Your brother." Chapter 573. At the end of August, Qinzhe received a call from his uncle, saying that he had found a suitable VR manufacturer in Xinqing. Xinqing, a bit far. In fact, Qinzhe's ideal location was in Shanghai, but Shanghai was a city with a strong smell of money. It was definitely the best choice to engage in finance in Shanghai. However, the R&D and innovation of such high-tech products were first in the coastal cities. Among the coastal cities, Guangdong and Xinqing were the best. Shanghai was a bit worse. Each of the first-tier cities in China had different characteristics. The best way that Qinzhe and Xiu discussed was to buy a factory in Shanghai, then acquire a team in other places and move the chassis to Shanghai. However, this kind of situation was more troublesome. It was equivalent to building a team. Xinqing was too far away from Shanghai. Executives may not be willing to leave their hometown, let alone ordinary employees. But because it was too far away, Qinzhe's team was currently all in Shanghai, and Xinqing was not easy to manage. Baoza Investment. Suyu, come with me to Xinqing tomorrow. Qinzhe said, my uncle found a VR equipment manufacturer willing to sell. I heard that the equipment is good, but because of long-term poor profitability, the investors did not play, causing the manufacturer to be short of funds. They are struggling at death's door and intend to sell it. Suyu thought that it was finally time for her to appear. She had been sitting on the bench for a long time. Is your uncle reliable? Suyu's tone and expression were like a little daughter-in-law who was disgusted with her unreliable relatives. The people of the inspection team sent the evaluation report. Qinzhe logged into his personal email, opened the email, and pushed it to Suyu. There were financial statements, asset evaluations, equipment evaluations, etc. Most of the pros and cons were included. The final answer was a red tick. However, the acquisition price required the boss to personally negotiate and field inspection. In the end, it depended on the boss's wishes and the results of the negotiation. Let your assistant buy a ticket, Qinzhe said. Halfway through, he didn't seem to remember the name of Suyu's assistant. He was the president of Baoza, but he didn't have an assistant himself, or Suyu was his assistant. Suyu had two assistants, both of whom were older, in their 30s. They looked very good, much better than her sisters, but they were a little older, and their figures were a little out of shape. Wearing an office lady suit, they couldn't look graceful and sexy. Oh, women. In some ways, they were all the same. Suyu grabbed the landline on the table and dialed the phone. help me book 2 tickets. I will arrive in Shinqing before 5:00 tomorrow afternoon. The departure time will be after 1:00 tomorrow afternoon. You decide. After hanging up, she said, I still have something to do at the company. I'll try to get it done by tomorrow morning. There's no rush, right? You didn't ask your 2 assistants to go. You're just a troublesome light bulb. Why are you calling him? Xianxia nodded, thinking that it would be great if he could have a private jet one day. In the morning, he would go to Turkey to show off. In the afternoon, he would go to Japan to eat Japanese food. In the afternoon, he would go to Paris to experience the most romantic city in Europe. Then, at night, she would bring her sisters to Beijing to breathe in the smog. She would be full and happy. The villagers are really bad. The air pollution is caused by our lack of straw. The office fell into a quiet state of work. Siyu occasionally went out for a while, then came back and continued to read documents and sign. During this period, there was a short meeting, probably to explain tomorrow's matters. Xianxia was holding a notebook and writing his script in the office. Since Baozi was on the right track and flourishing, he was a bit like a hands-off shopkeeper. The company was managed by Suyu, and the business was handed over to the department manager. As a boss, he needed to do everything by himself. The boss was like this. When he started a business, he poured his blood and sweat, laid a foundation, and then handed it over to his subordinates to manage and operate. It was a bit similar to the ancestors in Xuanhuan novels. They lived in seclusion for a long time. Once something happened to the family, they would jump out to turn the tide and help the building to collapse. What are you writing? Suyu didn't know when she sat next to him and leaned over to look at the screen. Script, Xianxia said, I'm writing a script. After the acquisition is over, I will concentrate on writing the script, and then make a movie. Then can I be the heroine? Suyu's eyes were shining. This is not a romance film, Xianxia scratched his head. I don't have a heroine. Let me see your script, Suyu said. Xianxia's script was just a draft, outlining a general story framework. The hero in the story had a bad childhood. His father was a gambler. Because he owed a huge amount of money to loan sharks, he hid all day and lived the life of a stray dog. Later, he was caught by the forces of loan sharks and sunk in the Huangpu River. The one who sunk him in the Huangpu River was a ruthless strong woman. Hey, your character is based on Sister Man, right? It must be her. I'm going to send the script to her. Suyu laughed. Is it really good for you to hate Sister Man so much? Do you want to be a widow at a young age? Xianxia glared at her. Then the protagonist's mother went crazy. She wandered around the village all day, with disheveled hair. The protagonist lived silently, went to school, and took care of his mother. One day, when he came back from school, he found that his mother had been defiled by a ruffian in the village. She was pregnant for 9 months and gave birth to a daughter. It was undoubtedly a devastating disaster for a family that barely survived and relied on the government's relief. Wow, it's the kind of literary film at first glance. I hate tear-jerking movies. When I wrote novels, if I wrote a little bit of abuse, would call it poison. Suyu frowned. I'm not writing a novel, I'm making a movie. In the unpopular movies that win in content, this kind of plot is nothing. Xianxia said. He's not making a comedy, and he has no comedy talent. The system's task is to complete a movie independently. If Xianxia has comedy talent, he will make a comedy. Maybe it will be a box office hit. During this time, he has studied many movies with excellent reviews. First of all, the content can't be plain. There must be twists and turns and bitterness in it. His father was sunk in the Huangpu River, and the family lived happily with the subsistence allowance. This part was scrapped. Xianxia has to admit that he actually plagiarized. No, how can a scholar's matter be called plagiarism? It's reference. He referred to a short clip of a movie that he saw when searching for similar movies in the point store, and then modified it and added it to the script. That's it. Suyu held the mouse and pulled it down. The script ended here. Just a beginning. She looked at Xianxia speechlessly. I can't write it, I'm stuck. Xianxia scratched his head. Wisdom limits my imagination, and I can't guess the world of schizophrenia patients at all. The reason why he was stuck was that he didn't know the specific symptoms of schizophrenia patients, their words and deeds, their state after the illness, and what they imagined. You need to go out for a walk, or go to a mental hospital for a field trip. Suyu suggested. It makes sense. Xianxia nodded. He turned his head and kissed Suyu on the cheek. Sure enough, behind a successful man, there is a smart woman. The plane crossed the blue sky and the white clouds. Xianxia, sitting by the window, looked down. Houses, fields, and high-rise buildings became mini-models. During the flight, the fuselage would have a stronger shake and tilt. The scenery was very good. Xianxia held on for a few seconds and pulled down the window cover. It was terrible, and he always felt that he would fall at any time. Taking a plane was not a good thing for people with acrophobia, but Xianxia felt very excited while his heart was beating wildly. The feeling of both fear and yearning. Do you have acrophobia? Next to him, Suyu's eyes were bright, as if she had found something interesting. Yes, didn't I tell you? Xianxia took off his mask and took a sip of water. His beating heart calmed down a little. What does acrophobia feel like? Suyu asked. She didn't have acrophobia. Why do you think there is such a symptom? It's like people who don't get carsick. It's hard to understand when they see someone vomiting because of sitting in a car. It's the kind of. Xianxia put the mask back on and tried to describe. The heart will jump to the throat, the breath will be blocked, the legs will be soft, and sometimes it will be accompanied by breathing difficulties. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, and wondered, isn't this the feeling when you and I have sex? Xianxia, is this the feeling? Suyu whispered, it's true, every time I have sex with you, my heart beats very fast, and you hit me so hard that my breathing is intermittent. After that, my legs are soft. Xianxia, it turned out that the symptoms of acrophobia were the same as the feeling of having sex. The long posture. Husband, would you like to bungee jump with me? Suyu whispered. Psycho. Xianxia rolled his eyes. But Suyu couldn't see it. He was wearing sunglasses, blocking his eyes. You really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks so, you will definitely agree. Suyu pouted and looked pitiful. No, if she asks for this, I won't agree. Xianxia waved his hand. What if I die suddenly? Even if Wang Zijin asks so, he will refuse. Bungee jumping makes him feel weak in the legs. In his life, he has only ridden a roller coaster with his sister. But at that time, they were brother and sister, and after they came down, both of them became mentally retarded. Xianxia leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Last night, he thought about the script and wrote intermittently until 2:00 in the morning. At 5:30, he got up for a morning run with Sister Ziwei. He felt a little tired. Physically, he was okay, but mentally, he couldn't bear it. Suyu felt a little bored and happened to see a girl in the next seat watching Journey to the West on iPad with relish. After Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, the online version was put on the shelves and sold for a high copyright fee. This girl can sit in first class, and she is certainly not short of money, but she still watches Journey to the West, which shows that she really likes this movie. Your country's movies, the special effects are very good, but the plot is not good at all. Next to the girl, a foreign man said. I think it's very good. The girl said. I've seen this film, and the logic is not very good. The foreign man said. This is a mythical love movie, not a mystery movie. The young girl retorted. The two of them conversed in English. Chapter 574. Behind the young man and woman, another blonde foreigner with blue eyes said, I've seen this movie. Several actresses are very beautiful, but the plot is not good. The special effects are good. His judgmental tone was filled with disdain. The girl turned her head and said unwillingly, China's box office is the first, and it broke the record. That's because Hollywood's blockbuster happened not to be released at the same time, otherwise the first place would always be in our country. The foreigner behind him was a little older, but only relatively speaking, he was at most 30 years old. And its foreign box office should not be good. China's movies don't sell well abroad, but your country's market is very big, so even if the quality of the movie is not good, it can sell high box office. It was really an irrefutable statement. The foreigner also specially checked the box office of A Journey to the West on the internet. After that, he showed his mobile phone to the girl and proudly said, Look, the box office is very average. The girl curled her lips and did not speak. Suyu added a sentence and asked the girl, Do you also like to watch A Journey to the West? The girl was obviously stunned. She turned her head and looked at the beautiful sister who was a little blind. She smiled politely and said, Well, I'm a fan of Xianxia. Well, I'm also a fan of Xianxia. Suyu nodded. Really? Do you like his movies or songs? I like both. I listen to every song of his and watch every movie. In this way, the chatterbox was opened. The two of them were separated by a woman and chatted in a low voice, trying not to disturb the people around them. The first-class seats were large, but the space was not big, but there were few seats. They spoke in a low voice and did not disturb others. Talented and good-looking little fresh meats were always especially popular with girls. There was a very strange phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Although little fresh meats and popular actresses couldn't escape the evil hands of trolls, 90% of the trolls were male creatures. Female fans were higher quality than male fans, although there were often people who scolded women for being brainless and blindly chasing stars. The people who said these words were all envious and jealous male comrades. After the male comrades finished trolling the little fresh meat and the female actresses, they trolled everything. Xianxia listened to Suyu's fancy flattery. His face was burning, and he felt embarrassed. However, the girls seemed to have found a kindred spirit. They talked about everything from music and movies to Xianxia's private life. Suyu said, Xianxia is a man with a very clean private life, unlike other little fresh meats, who are shining on the screen, but their private life is very debauched. The girl nodded. It could be seen that Xianxia had a good reputation. Suyu added, We are both siblings. Compared to Xianxia, I am extremely dissatisfied with Qin Bao. She was just a vase. She didn't know anything except singing. You see, from the beginning of the singer program until now, she had relied on her younger brother to become rich and famous. Other than being pretty, she has no other redeeming qualities. She tried her best to criticize Qin Bao Bao. The girl said, Qin Bao Bao is also okay. She sings well and her acting skills are good. Suyu was dissatisfied. Where is she good? Her acting skills are not even as good as mine. Singing. Oh, can she be popular without the songs written by Xianxia? Seeing that she was a little angry, the girl weakly echoed, I also think Qin Bao Bao is too beautiful. Suyu smiled. I listened to your accent. Are you also from Shanghai? The girl said, Yes, I studied in the United States and now work in a foreign company. They are my colleagues. This time they went to Xinjiang for a project inspection. While talking, she always felt that Suyu was a bit familiar. That kind of feeling of déjà vu, but she clearly didn't know Suyu. If she watched Journey to the West again, she could recognize that Suyu and Xianxia were the same person. Even if a woman is born beautiful, there is a world of difference between makeup and no makeup. Suyu and Qin Bao are beautiful enough, but if they wear makeup, it will make Qin Zhe feel a little dreamy, thinking that such a beauty should only exist in the painting. Even if a woman with a very ordinary appearance, with a little bit of makeup skills, she will become a beauty in minutes. How many local tyrants who rewarded female anchors with a lot of money were heartbroken when they met? They strongly urged the government to list makeup as a crime of fraud. Suyu said, "We are not only from the same hometown, but also have the same experience. I also studied in the United States." She didn't say that she had a doctorate and a master's degree. She only said the school. "You are also from Yale?" The foreigner behind the girl said in a surprised tone. "Yes." Suyu turned her head and gave her a polite and reserved smile. The foreigner was very happy, made a self-introduction in English, and reached out her hand. Suyu didn't reach out, but nodded and smiled. She didn't like this foreigner, who just belittled Qin Zhe's movie. She didn't mean to shake hands with him. Shaking hands is the etiquette of communication, but we are not friends, and we don't intend to make friends. If we shake hands with anyone, wouldn't Boss Su be tired to death? Suyu's approach didn't make the foreigner retreat, but they started to talk. He did graduate from Yale University, and he could always talk about topics that interested Suyu. They talked about the school environment and some interesting rumors that had been around for a long time. For example, a certain coffee shop outside the school was sold, and you can't drink that flavor of coffee anymore. For example, a certain senior became famous and became an outstanding alumnus in the photo cabinet. Listening to their conversation, Qin Zhe felt like he was listening to an interesting story from another world. It was indeed different from the universities in China. The foreigner was a little older than Suyu, so he was a senior. He was good at flirting with girls. He asked Suyu for her number, although Suyu didn't give it to him. Taking advantage of the gap between Suyu drinking water, the two foreigners communicated with their eyes, and the other foreigner pouted at Suyu. The foreigner behind the girl immediately got up, walked over, and said in broken Chinese, "Hello, can you change your position?" He was talking to Qin Zhe, but Qin Zhe was sleeping and didn't know. The foreigner pushed him on the shoulder, and he opened his eyes and looked at him blankly. "Can you change your position?" The foreigner repeated. "No." Qin Zhe said. "Is it different?" The foreigner said, "She and I are alumni, and we want to chat." "Thank you." Qin Zhe was disgusted by his confident tone. He remembered that when his sister was still working in a foreign company, she complained to him one day that foreigners were particularly difficult to get along with. Their words often had "thank you" and "good," but you couldn't feel the slightest sincerity. It was as if those words were just words, but in fact, they were very domineering, especially the executives in the company, who were always used to being superior. Qin Zhe had no idea about this. From the perspective of an experienced theorist, he comforted his sister and said, "That's because the superiority of foreigners is innate. More than 10 years ago, they were even more domineering." "I'm sleeping." "It's very rude of you to disturb me," Qin Zhe said in not very fluent English. His English was not bad, and he could read foreign books, but his spoken English was terrible. The Westerner muttered a slang and turned around to go back. Suyu whispered, "He said you are a dog." Qin Zhe didn't believe it. "Nonsense, do foreigners know the word dog?" Suyu said, "It means that." Qin Zhe sneered. "Is this the quality of a foreign famous university?" Suyu joked, "Well, the moon in foreign countries is the roundest. Foreigners are all highly qualified talents." "You speak in a strange way." Qin Zhe pinched her thigh. On the other side, the foreigner muttered discontentedly. The girl muttered with her foreigner companion, which meant that Su Yu and Qin Zhe knew each other, so it was normal that they wouldn't change seats. Su Yu sighed. I miss the days abroad. Is there someone or something worth remembering there? I don't have many friends abroad. Thinking about those years, it was very lonely to be alone in a foreign land. But, after all, it was a part of my life. Siyu wanted to lean her head on Qin Zhe's shoulder, but the seats in the first class were very spacious, unlike the seats in the economy class. She couldn't lean her head on Qin Zhe's shoulder. Otherwise, her neck and waist would be broken before they reached Shenqing. Everyone would have feelings about the days of studying, but Qin Zhe wouldn't have such feelings for the time being. He had only graduated a year ago. Maybe in a few years, he would also sigh about the years when he was a passerby in the University of Finance and Economics. That was his lost youth. He really missed the past, unknown and carefree, unlike now, where he was the center of attention. It was really tiring to be a celebrity. Such a feeling. What about now? Qin Zhe asked. Now, of course, it's good in China. With you, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with. Su Yu rolled her eyes. Sensible. Qin Zhe touched her head. Obviously, she was older than him, but Su Yu acted like a girl who needed love and pampering in front of him. Qin Zhe still enjoyed this feeling, although he was a sister complex. Qin Zhe took a nap on the plane and was suddenly awakened by the noise. Su Yu looked around, but because the economy class and first class were blocked by the door, she couldn't see the outside scene. The girl next to her got up, opened the door and looked outside, turned her head, and spoke English to another foreigner, and then the two went out together. With Qin Zhe's poor English hearing, he could roughly understand, XX and the people outside are quarreling. Just at this time, he wanted to pee. Out of the Chinese mentality, he said, I'll go to the toilet and eat melons. Su Yu nodded and didn't join in the fun. She just said, come back and chat with me. Qin Zhe, you talk like an ant in Beijing. He stepped out of the first-class cabin. Chapter 575. There was someone in the first-class toilet. Qin Zhe's intention to watch the show after going to the toilet fell through. Then he went to the economy class toilet. The aisle of the economy class only allowed one person to pass, so Qin Zhe found that the way to the toilet was blocked. Many people in the economy class straightened up and poked their heads out to watch the conflict. The two air hostesses were trying to mediate. One of the two parties involved in the conflict was the top student from Yale University in the first-class cabin, a foreigner. The other was a gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses. I just went to the toilet and he kept knocking on the door. After I came out, I said a few words to him and he even pushed me. The man explained to the stewardess with an agitated expression. He obviously did not understand English, and the foreigner's Chinese level was limited to simple communication and daily greetings. If he was angry, he had to rely on his mother tongue. Qin Zhe roughly understood. The foreigner was probably in a hurry to go to the toilet. There was someone in the first class, so he came to the economy class. In the end, he found that there was still someone in the economy class, so he knocked on the door. There was nothing wrong with this person having 3 urgent needs. But his behavior of knocking on the toilet to urge him to go angered the middle-aged man in the toilet. Anyone would be angry. So the two quarreled, and it seemed that the foreigner even pushed the middle-aged man. The two air hostesses tried to communicate with the foreigner, but they could only speak a few words of English. Then a tall stewardess stood on the side and struggled to communicate with the foreigner in English. Although every airline interview had an English conversation assessment, the level was not too high. From high school to university, this was just a domestic flight. The foreigners were cursing and swearing. Even those who didn't understand English could hear them shouting, F***CKU! Exclamation point. Sorry, sorry. The girl in the first class squeezed over with another foreigner and said, "He is my friend." "What's wrong?" "Your friend quarreled with someone. Can you tell him to go back to his seat first?" "We are in the air, so let's go back to our seats first," said the air hostess. The girl communicated with the foreigner in fluent English. The foreigner shook his head, pointed at the middle-aged man, and mumbled something. The girl's face showed anger and displeasure. She looked at the two air hostesses and air hostesses. "My friend said that person insulted him. You have to give him a satisfactory answer." The middle-aged man was furious. "Who insulted him?" "When I went to the washroom, he knocked on the door with all his might. Everyone outside heard him. He made me feel uneasy when I went to the washroom. When I came out, I said, 'Crazy,' and he pushed me." The foreigner said in English. The girl translated, "You're occupying the toilet. Don't you have any civility?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Using the toilet is called occupying? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Kong Bao hurriedly said, "It's just a small matter. Forget it, let's hurry back." The Westerner stood still and spoke in English. Even ordinary people could recognize the curse words that were mixed into his words. The girl said, "My friend asked him to apologize." The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. Why? They had been quarreling for a while. Once the mood of watching the show passed, the passengers couldn't take it anymore. After all, the economy class wasn't big. Who could stand a group of people standing next to you, chattering and tugging? Can't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. He's not a girl. Is it so hard to say sorry? It's so annoying. Apologize to him. After all, he's a foreigner. Our countrymen have manners. The surrounding passengers were all talking at once. The middle-aged man straightened his neck. What's there to apologize for? It's not my fault. I haven't asked him to apologize yet. Pretentious. Security, don't just watch. Hurry up and get them to leave. It's so annoying. The passengers said impatiently. The air hostess looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Why don't you apologize to him?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Another air hostess persuaded, "Let's not lower ourselves to the foreigner's level. They might be serious and don't know how to be tactful. Why bother?" The foreigner who came out with the girl said, "Apologize." He said it in Chinese. The two foreigners pursed their lips. They had been in China for so many years and had always received the best treatment and the best environment. When they had difficulties, there would be a bunch of Chinese colleagues to help them. When they had gatherings and fun, there would also be a bunch of people around them. They had lost a bicycle in China and the whole country had mobilized to help them find a car. In their own country, who would care? They did not spend a single cent and enjoyed top-notch VIP treatment. Awesome! In their own country, they could not enjoy such treatment at all. When they encountered trouble, they had to solve it themselves. If they cursed, the women in their country would despise them for being impatient. But in China, it was not like that at all. When they cursed a few times, a bunch of people would laugh and give them a thumbs up. Come on, that was clearly a swear word in their country. China was so good. Although it was a foreign country, they felt like they were the masters. When foreign dogs came over, they could look down on the local dogs of China. They waited for the middle-aged man to apologize. They did not know much Chinese. Otherwise, a sentence would have appeared in their minds, "Call me daddy." The middle-aged man looked around. The passengers on both sides of him looked impatient and annoyed. He looked at the air hostess and also wanted him to apologize. Their tone was very gentle and patient when they spoke to the foreigners, but when they spoke to him, their tone became very normal. But because it was too normal, it showed the difference between the two sides. Why? Am I wrong? Just because they were foreigners? But this was China. Weren't they all Chinese? We have the same skin and the same pupils. Only then are we on the same side. Shouldn't they be on my side? Why did their family blame their own family when they had a conflict with others at home? Why? F***CKU. The middle-aged man roared angrily. His face was red and his neck was thick. He looked like an angry clown. In the eyes of most of the passengers, he was a clown. After all, they had stayed in China for a few years. They could still understand the two words, F***CKU, just like how most of the Chinese knew how to say, F***CKU. Say that again. The foreigner pushed the middle-aged man's shoulder, causing him to stagger. The middle-aged man wanted to fight back, but he was stopped by the air hostess. Two air hostesses blocked both sides. The middle-aged man was blocked by the air hostess. He listened to the warning, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you will go to the police station when you get off the plane. The foreigner cursed, F***CK, then, he changed to broken Chinese, F***CK your mother. As if still angry, he cursed, Chinese pig. Chinesepig. Each curse was harsher than the last. The younger air hostess's face flashed with anger, but she held it in. They were staff, not passengers. If they did something reckless now, they would be fired by the manager later. It would be fine. The reason was that they treated foreign friends rudely, tarnished the country's reputation, and caused a bad impact. The surrounding passengers were angry, disdainful, and indifferent. There were all kinds of people, but no one stood out to meddle. It did not concern them, so they did not care. There were also people holding up their mobile phones to take videos. If the video was uploaded to the internet, it would cause public anger, but most people who were boiling with passion on the internet would choose to be aloof and indifferent when they encountered such a thing in reality. They were commonly known as keyboard warriors. I think you should take back what you said just now and apologize to us. A voice interrupted. It was full of energy and instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was a young man wearing a mask and sunglasses. The foreigner recognized him. He was the very rude man in the first-class cabin. His small request was rejected. This was a very ungentlemanly Chinese man. He was far inferior to his friends and colleagues in China. What does it have to do with you? His broken Chinese was domineering. Xianxia pushed the air hostess aside and stood in front of the girl and the foreigner, saying, because you scolded me. The foreigner did not react, and neither did the passengers. Chinese pig. Xianxia said, take back that sentence, apologize, and I forgive you. Looking for trouble. The foreigner was stunned at first, but he cleverly avoided the topic and said something in English. The girl beside him listened and translated. He said that the China people united to bully him. He wants to file a complaint against you. The foreigner looked at Xianxia arrogantly. According to his experience, as long as he threatened to file a complaint, most Chinese people, not including individual investors, would choose to compromise. Because foreigners like them had a high status in China, unreasonably high. If they complained together, Chinese people's complaints would be ignored, but foreigners' complaints would be taken seriously. Sir, please go back to your seat. The air hostess looked at Xianxia with dissatisfaction. Xianxia was silent for a moment. He scolded us and said that Chinese people are pigs. Sir, please go back to your seat, the air hostess repeated, and then said, we will handle it ourselves. Xianxia ignored him and looked at the foreigner. Apologize. Chinese pig. The foreigner was firm. I'm warning you, others will attack you, the air hostess warned. But as soon as he finished speaking, the foreigner next to him was kicked away. He crashed into the passenger seat on the side, and in an instant, there were screams. Xianxia pounced, pressed the guy against the passenger, and punched him. Two air hostesses went to stop him. Like the police subduing a criminal, they pressed down on his shoulders and tried to twist his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, their strength was not comparable to Xianxia's. Instead, they staggered. It was chaos. Many people took out their phones to take videos. Another foreigner saw the situation and went to help. Taking advantage of Xianxia's unpreparedness, he launched his sneak attack and punched him in the head. It hurt a little. Xianxia stood up angrily and glared at him. His sunglasses fell off, revealing half of his face. Then, for a moment, the cabin fell into a strange silence. Everyone was looking at him. Everyone was looking at him. There were all kinds of expressions. Astonishment, shock, disbelief. Their expressions froze on their faces. Especially the girl who was with the foreigner. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide as she stared at him in a daze. Of the two air hostesses, one was still lying at the feet of the passenger, and the other was standing firmly beside Xianxia. But they all saw Xianxia's face. Xianxia.